Soviet Military Strategy. V.D.Sokolovskiy, Marshal of the Soviet Union. Edited, with an analysis and commentary, by Harriet Fast Scott. 3rd edition. Acknowledgements. It is a pleasure to express my appreciation to my colleagues and friends whose assistance made this work possible. Colonel Melvin Nielsen, USAF, RET, then Air Attaché in Moscow, was the first to call my attention to this latest edition of Military Strategy, and Colonel Raymond S. Sleeper, USAF, RET, and Dr. Victor Fidier of the Foreign Technology Division encouraged my efforts to analyze the changes that had taken place in the various editions of this book. Mr. Richard B. Foster of the Strategic Studies Center, Stanford Research Institute, showed the need to provide an introduction that would place the book in context with other significant writings by Soviet political and military scholars. Special acknowledgement is due to the Foreign Technology Division of the United States Air Force and to the Strategic Studies Center of Stanford Research Institute for their support of preliminary work on this project. And lastly, I wish to thank my daughter, Elaine, who typed the manuscript, my father, Byron M. Fast, who patiently proofread the entire work, and my husband, Dr. William F. Scott, Colonel, USAF, RET, for his valuable advice and unwavering support. I gratefully acknowledge the contributions of those above, but the judgments for the final translation, introduction, and commentary are my own responsibility. For the encouragement of those I cannot name on this page, I am forever indebted. Harriet Fast Scott. Editor's Introduction. Harriet Fast Scott. Readers of Soviet military strategy will recognize from the outset that Soviet military theoreticians think in patterns which differ from those to which the non-communist world is accustomed. As the Soviet editors indicate, their work proceeds from a Marxist-Leninist understanding of the essence, causes, and conditions of the origin of war in the modern. They write from the point of view of the Marxist-Leninist dialectic. The original title of Sokolovskiy's book was Military Strategy, Vernaia Strategia. When references are made to the original Russian-language editions, the title Military Strategy will be used to distinguish them from the present translation. The military political strategy of the Soviet Union affects every facet of American life. Yet, somehow, this strategy seems little understood in the United States. It has been said that the cardinal sin in military leadership is to fail to recognize the nature of your probable opponent. Although the vast majority of Americans hope for lasting peace with the Soviet Union, the fact remains, as testified again and again in military strategy, that the Soviet military writers regard the United States as the leader of the imperialist bloc preparing for war against their country. We must understand the ideological aspects of Soviet military thought and its conditioning through the dialectic of Marxism-Leninism. We must also understand their military strategy and doctrine, which has been presented so well by the late Marshal Sokolovskiy and his associates. Through these insights, we can better appreciate the development of their weapon systems and concepts of deployment. Unless we gain this understanding, it is highly improbable that we can successfully negotiate any agreement with the Soviets toward meaningful arms reduction or arms control. The 3 editions of Military Strategy, which appeared over a span of 6 years from 1962 to 1968, present perhaps the most descriptive work available to Western students on Soviet military thought and on the modifications in Soviet doctrine and strategy due to changing technology and world events. As an example of the impact of changes in military weapon systems, the 3rd edition contains a paragraph not found in the first 2. Possibilities of averting a surprise attack are constantly growing. Present means of reconnaissance, detection, and surveillance can opportunely disclose a significant portion of the measures and direct preparation of a nuclear attack by the enemy, and in the very first minutes locate the mass launch of missiles and the takeoff of aircraft belonging to the aggressor and, at the right time, warn the political leadership of the country about the impending danger. Thus, possibilities exist not to allow a surprise attack by an aggressor, to deliver nuclear strikes on him at the right time. The 1st edition of Military Strategy appeared in Soviet bookstores in the summer of 1962, 2 or 3 months before the Cuban Missile Crisis. Soviet perceptions of war and peace at that time, which resulted in the first nuclear confrontation between the superpowers, can be recognized more fully when analyzed in light of this book. Few, if any, U.S. policymakers, however, had read this work at the time the confrontation took place. A 2nd edition of Military Strategy went to press in the Soviet military publishing house, Voyenisdat, in August 1963, shortly after the signing of the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, which launched an era of détente. This book did not differ in substance from the first edition. The third edition of Military Strategy was published in the spring of 1968, at a time when the Soviets were rapidly reaching nuclear parity with the United States. The relationship of forces, which Lenin emphasized so strongly in all his writings, was shifting toward the side of the Soviet Union. The Soviet drive for strategic nuclear superiority, which was first outlined in the 1962 edition of Military Strategy, was further explained in this edition. There were numerous changes in the 1968 edition, but its similarity to earlier editions may be more striking to many readers than the differences. Although a number of major political events took place during the period from 1962 to 1968, the positions taken on Soviet military strategy and doctrine did not change substantially. When the first edition appeared, Khrushchev was the first party secretary and head of government. The open polemics from the Soviet side against the Chinese communists had not yet begun, and the Cuban Missile Crisis was still in the future. In 1963, at the time of the second edition, Khrushchev still retained his leadership. This third edition, which appeared after almost 3.5 years of the Brezhnev regime on the eve of the introduction of Soviet troops into Czechoslovakia, is nevertheless remarkably similar to the first edition. The vital statistics on the three editions of Military Strategy are as follows. The first edition was set in type on March 3, 1962, printed on April 24, and appeared in bookstores about July or August. The length of the book was 460 pages, 20,000 copies were published, and the price was 1 ruble, 60 kopecks per copy. The second edition was set in type on April 16, 1963, printed August 8, 1963, and appeared on sale about December. The length was 504 pages, 40,000 copies were printed, and the price was 1 ruble, 70 kopecks. The printing schedule of the third edition was quite different. It was set in type on November 23, 1966, but not printed until November 30, 1967. A similar delay was noted for 3 other books of the Officers' Library series to which Military Strategy belongs. They, too, were not sent to the printers until late November 1967, apparently due to the heavy demands for printing connected with the 50th anniversary of the Soviet Union, which took place in early November 1967. This edition of Military Strategy appeared in Soviet bookstores in late March 1968. The book was 464 pages long, 30,000 copies were printed, and the price was 2 rubles. The third edition, it should be noted, was one of 5 books nominated for the 1969 Frunze Prize. The Frunze Prize was approved on March 26, 1965 by the Council of Ministers as an annual award for the best writing on military theory or military history. This nomination in itself indicated official approval for the views presented and the esteem in which the book is held. The background to contemporary Soviet military thought. Much has been written and published in the United States about the Soviet Union, as seen through the eyes of Western authors. Many have tried to project into the Soviet structure situations similar to those that exist in the United States, such as a split between Soviet hawks and doves, or between the Soviet military establishment and the Communist Party. Soviet military strategy and doctrine are studied so little in the United States that it is understandable that U.S. policymakers might be surprised by Soviet moves, such as the stationing of troops in Czechoslovakia or the continuing deployments of new missiles like the SS-18. Since Soviet military writings, with the possible exception of the English translation of the 1962 edition of Military Strategy, are generally unknown to Western readers, the following brief overview of contemporary Soviet military thought, the strategy establishment, and the nature of military publications since 1962 is presented. The following definition is fundamental. The dependence of military strategy on politics, its subordinate position in relation to politics, is underscored in the Marxist-Leninist definition of war as the continuation of the politics of a state, or of classes, by other, that is, violent means. It is important that military strategy not be confused with military doctrine. Strategy has a definite, precise meaning. In the Soviet system of military thought, strategy is the part of military art which studies the fundamentals of preparing for and waging war as a whole and its campaigns. In practice, it represents the direct instrument of politics. In relationship to strategy, politics plays the leading and directing role. Strategy is general and common for all services of the armed forces of a country, since war is not waged by any one service of the armed forces or service branch, but by their combined efforts. Coordination of the actions of all the services of the armed forces in war is possible only within the framework of a common military strategy. Strategy has two aspects, as do the other branches of military art and military science: general, theoretical, and applied. In contrast, military doctrine was formed under the guidance of the Communist Party after it reached conclusions on the role of the world socialist system, on imperialism as the source of aggressive wars, on the types of wars in the modern era and the relationship of socialism to them, on the socio-political and class content of a possible world nuclear rocket war, on factors deciding the course and outcome of war, and on the inevitable victory of the socialist coalition in a war against the imperialist bloc. Thus, military doctrine is a system of guiding views and directions of a state on the character of wars in given specific historical conditions, the determination of the military tasks of the state, the armed forces, and the principles of their structuring, and also the methods and forms of solving all these tasks, including the armed struggle, which flow from the goals of war and the socio-economic and military technical possibilities of the country. In other words, contemporary Soviet military doctrine is the political course of the Communist Party and the Soviet state in the military sphere. Doctrine, which looks only to the future, is formed with the help of military science and is based on its conclusions, whereas doctrine is single system of views and directions free from private views and evaluations. In military science, various and even contradictory points of view do have a place, with various presentations and hypotheses. References to doctrine, strategy, military science, and military art are found throughout Soviet military writings. Military strategists of the Soviet Union, now in research institutes as well as in the armed forces, operate under the control and guidance of the Communist Party. Military doctrine stems from party decisions, and military strategy must be consistent with approved doctrine. These terms have definite meanings and cannot be used interchangeably. Sokolovsky's first edition of military strategy was noted in Soviet reviews as being the first work of its kind in more than 35 years. The last such writing had been Svechin's Strategy, published in 1926. The time span between these two publications coincides with the period from Stalin's complete assumption of power in the Soviet Union until his public denunciation by Khrushchev at the XXI Party Congress in 1961. Strategy had been under the personal purview of Stalin until he died in 1953. Despite this, military strategy, even in Stalin's time, remained of considerable interest to the leaders of the Soviet armed forces. In particular, the military academies were concerned about the lack of discussion. Lectures were prepared at the Frunze Military Academy in 1935, but were never given. The following year, an attempt was made to include a course on strategy in the newly formed Academy of the General Staff, but it was dropped that same year due to vague objections from High. In 1947, while Stalin still was in power, a basic research center was formed for studying such questions as military economics, the organization of the armed forces, strategy, operational art, and combined arms battle. This was a post-war development at a time when Stalin had a massive nuclear program underway, as well as modernization of certain weapon systems, particularly fighter aircraft. The research center was in the Military History Department of the General Staff, headed by General Major V.D.Sokolovskiy. After the death of Stalin in 1953, the Military History Department of the General Staff was drastically curtailed. Military history facilities at the General Staff Academy, at the Frunze Military Academy, and at other institutions were reduced. The era of Stalin appeared to be over, but there was nothing left to take its place. The military leadership was too uncertain of itself to provide guidance. General Major Talensky, formerly one of the leading Soviet military theoreticians, left the Military History Department the following year. Later he became associated with the Institute of History of the Academy of Sciences, where he actively participated in pugwash conferences. For a brief period, Soviet military thought was in limbo. The XX Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in 1956, at which Khrushchev made his secret speech denouncing the cult of personality, was a major turning point in the development of Soviet military thought. Military history facilities at the military academies were reorganized. Within restricted circles, discussions took place on various aspects of military art, science, doctrine, and strategy. In the same circles, classified writings were published. These were associated with the hydrogen bomb, which the Soviets had exploded in 1953, and the ballistic missile, which they successfully tested in some quantity during the period from 1955 to 1957. Analysis was made of the possible use of nuclear weapons, since maneuvers taking into account their use had been conducted as early as 1954. A few memoirs of military leaders also appeared. In May 1957, the convening of a conference of the Soviet Armed Forces on military science opened the way for significant improvement in the study of military science and scientific research. This work was especially concerned with problems of military art, primarily of strategy. In 1958, secret discussions began in the General Staff on questions of future war. By 1959, the High Command's top theorists had agreed that Soviet military doctrine needed revision. The basis of future strategy had to be worked out, taking into account the availability of nuclear missiles. Intensive research was carried out both in the troops and in military schools and academies. Beginning in 1960, top-secret writings called a special collection of articles began to be published in the classified journal Military Thought. This special collection contained a discussion of the problems of future war and the new Soviet military doctrine, which had been outlined by Khrushchev at the fourth session of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR on January 14, 1960. This information was passed to the West by Colonel Oleg V.D.Sokolovskiy before his arrest by Soviet KGB agents in October 1962. These positions and conclusions on military doctrine opened the way for further development and radical transformation in the theory of military art, especially in its main component, strategy. The leading article of the special collection had been written by General Lieutenant V.D.Sokolovskiy and was entitled The Theory of Military Art Needs Review. Other articles were written by the Minister of Defense, his deputies, military district commanders, senior officers of the General Staff, commandants of military academies, professors, and teachers. General Gastalovic, a doctor of military sciences, became deputy commandant of the Academy of the General Staff for scientific research work in February 1958. In 1959, Gastalovic was promoted to general colonel and given the title of professor. Together with a group of other military specialists, he received the Order of Lenin in September 1961 for great service in preparing specialists and the development of science. It was no wonder that Gastalovic's contribution to military strategy was given special recognition. In the Second World War, the main role had been played by the Soviet ground forces, supported by the actions of all the other services of the armed forces. 1960, in Soviet terminology, revolution in military affairs had taken. The essence of the revolution in military affairs was the introduction of the nuclear weapon into the arsenals of the leading world powers. As a reflection of the importance of the new weapon, a new Soviet military service, the Strategic Rocket Troops, was formed. Nuclear weapons subsequently were assigned to all of the other services of the Soviet armed forces, forcing internal reorganization. All past military theory had to be reconsidered in light of this revolution in military affairs. The debates which resulted from the doctrinal change in 1960 concerned strategy and were not debates over the new doctrine, as some Western writers claim. Doctrine was further elaborated and publicly announced at the XXI Party Congress in October 1961. The debates, ordered by Khrushchev, had demanded that each service and each branch of service analyze and justify its role in a future nuclear war. Top priority was given to the beginning period of the war and the development of a reliable defense of the country from nuclear attack. The Soviet strategy establishment. Among the most influential groups associated with Soviet military strategy is the Military Science Administration of the General Staff. From this group, a wide network reaches out into various areas of the Soviet armed forces, guiding military science through a variety of means. These include maintaining close contacts with the staffs and faculties of military academies and institutes and holding conferences on various aspects of military theory. One of the most important conferences held by the Military Science Administration of the General Staff took place in May 1963, It had been called to discuss the essence and content of Soviet military doctrine. The main speaker was General Major A. Prokhorov, one of the authors of Military Strategy. After Prokhorov, Colonel V.V. Larionov, the composing editor of Military Strategy, made a lengthy presentation, as did Colonel V.M. Kulish. The faculty of the Academy of the General Staff has a responsibility for the development of military theoretical studies. The faculties of other Soviet academies, such as the Frunze Military Academy, the Malinovsky Tank Academy, the Gagarin Air Academy, and the Lenin Military Political Academy, also participate. Close cooperation is maintained with other institutions, including the Institute of Marxism-Leninism, under the Central Committee, CPSU, the Institutes of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR, and the Military History Institute of the Ministry of Defense. Since 1966, Frunze Prizes have been awarded annually, as noted earlier, to the best writings on military theory or military history. On the 1966 list were General Majors A. Stroji and A. Prokhorov, and Colonels V.V. Larionov and V.K. Denisenko, all four associated with military strategy. The nominations and awards of the Frunze Prize serve as a useful gauge in assessing the significance of Soviet military publications. Tactics and 50 Years of the Armed Forces of the USSR, along with Military Strategy, were nominated for the Frunze Prize in 1969. But, for the first time, no winner was announced, nor were awards made. The omission became even more curious when 50 Years of the Armed Forces of the USSR won the Frunze Prize for 1970. Did Military Strategy win the award for 1969? Were the Soviets silent for fear of upsetting the delicate moves being made toward SALT as the new U.S. president took office and an era of negotiations began? Most of the defense intellectuals who produce these books have advanced degrees, usually that of candidate of military, historical, philosophical, etc. sciences, a degree somewhat more advanced than a master's degree in the United States. A few possess doctor's degrees, which are not awarded until the candidate has proven himself an authority in his specialty and has defended a pertinent thesis. The importance of the degree can be observed by studying the contributors to significant Soviet military books. For example, Seven Tactics, published in 1966 as one of the Officers' Library series, was called the most significant work of its kind since 1941 in a review in Red Star. All of its authors were candidates of military sciences on the faculty of the Frunze Military Academy. Another significant book was Methodological Problems of Military Theory and Practice, written by members of the faculty of the Lenin Military Political Academy in 1966. A second edition followed in 1969. All the authors had advanced degrees, 6 of them doctor's degrees, and the remaining 18 candidates' degrees, most of them in philosophical sciences. Scientific Technical Progress and the Revolution in Military Affairs, the final book in the Officers' Library series, published in 1973, was equally divided between authors with degrees in philosophical sciences or military sciences. In the post-war years, outstanding military leaders have headed the Academy of the General Staff, such as Marshal of the Soviet Union M.V. Zakharov, later Chief of the General Staff and First Deputy Minister of Defense. Zakharov had been commandant in 1945-49 and was reassigned as commandant again in 1963. Zakharov was renamed Chief of the General Staff in 1964 when the incumbent, Marshal SS Beryuzov, was killed in an accident the week after the ouster of Khrushchev. Zakharov remained Chief of the General Staff until ill health forced his retirement 4 months before his death in 1972. The military strategists of the Soviet Union are not, however, all in uniform. The rise of IMMO and IUSA in military political affairs. IMMO stands for the Institute of World Economy and International Relations. IUSA stands for the Institute for the Study of the United States of America. Both IUSA and IMMO are part of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR. Among the first acts of the new leaders who ousted Khrushchev was an examination of the status of the social sciences in the USSR. What they found was not encouraging, and at the XXII Party Congress in 1966, the Central Committee was ordered to come up with measures to improve this deficiency. One of the most acute problems appears to have involved the military. In April 1966, Marshal Sokolovskiy and his frequent co-author, General Major I. Cherednichenko, wrote an article on contemporary military strategy They noted that working out questions of strategy had taken on paramount significance. The United States and other NATO countries were giving special attention to this problem. Scientists with computers worked in corporations like RAND, an original factory of military thought where engineers, mathematicians, physicists, philosophers, economists, astronomers, etc. work. The mission of the corporation, the scientific elaboration of plans for thermonuclear war. The connection then began to become clear. Military strategy, wrote Sokolovskiy, and its theory are component parts of military science. The working out of the theory of military strategy, in essence, represents specific social research. In other words, strategy is a soft science, and the soft sciences at this point were in trouble. As with the other social sciences, the theory of military strategy is called on to expose pressing problems and tasks and to indicate the valid path of their solution, to serve as a scientific basis of party policy in questions of protecting the country. It is fully understood that the deficiencies of soci-sciences, being printed in our periodical press, are inherent to military strategy as well. Sokolovskiy went on to say that Soviet military strategy was built on a scientific basis. It takes into account the development of foreign military strategy and bases itself on the level of development achieved by other sciences. Then he added, expanding the front of strategic research makes necessary a bolder involvement in this work of scientists of different specialties, generals, admirals, and officers having corresponding preparation. The collective comparison of different points of view in order to rule out erroneous opinions has important significance in the discussion of the problems of strategy. At the XXII Congress of the CPSU, which was being held at the time this article appeared, Sokolovskiy was re-elected to the position of candidate member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. He thus was in a powerful position to promote institutions along the lines he suggested. The result was a resolution of the Central Committee, CPSU, adopted August 14, 1967, measures to further develop the social sciences and heighten their role in communist building. According to the resolution, these problems had to be worked out not just for scientific purposes, but also for the party's practical activity and for determining the most effective ways and means of ensuring the victory of socialism over capitalism, for the purposes of the further development on the front of scientific work and of thorough research into the most important key problems. The tasks of the CPSU Central Committee's Institute of Marxism-Leninism and Academy of Social Sciences have been broadened and clarified. Considerable work is being done within the framework of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR by the Institute of World Economy and International Relations, IMMO-AE, the Institute of Economics of the World Socialist System, and also the Institutes of the Far East, Oriental Studies, Latin America, Africa, and a number of others. New institutes were created for this. The Institute of the International Workers' Movement, the Institute of Scientific Information for the Social Sciences, and the Institute of the United States of America, AIUSA. The work of the research institutes is geared to answer the current needs of the policymakers and is built around providing the departments of the Secretariat, such as the International Department headed by V.D. Sokolovskiy, with frequent advisory reports, Spravka, on matters of policy at their request. Other reports are published monthly in a limited circulation special internal bulletin, Spetsbulletin. Close relations are also maintained with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It is not uncommon for staff members of IMMO, for instance, to take posts at the United Nations or for USA staff members to move on to diplomatic work. A good example of this was the move of Dr. Anatoly A. Gromyko, previously associated with IMMO and IUSA, to the post of Minister Counselor in the Soviet Embassy in Washington, D.C. Conversely, UN staffers and embassy personnel quite frequently return to institutes of the Academy of Sciences. It was no accident, as the Russians are fond of saying, that in November 1967 IUSA opened up close to the apartment house where Sokolovskiy and many other high-ranking military officers lived. In addition, Colonel V.V. Larionov, composing editor of all 3 editions of Military Strategy, became head of a section on military political problems at IUSA. General Colonel A. Lamov, who specializes in Soviet military doctrine, is a consultant for the same institute. Larionov, now a doctor of historical sciences, retired from the armed forces to go with the institute, as, presumably, did the many other generals and officers who now work in such institutes. such as Dr. V.M. Kulish of MMO. The authors of Military Strategy. The contributors to Military Strategy are all prominent members of the Soviet strategy establishment. The names associated with this book are an interesting group to study. With the exception of one person, the contributors have been the same for all editions. It is little wonder that Soviet military writings have continuity and consistency. The editor-in-chief of all three editions was the late V.D.Sokolovskiy, who at the time of his death was a Marshal of the Soviet Union, a hero of the Soviet Union, and one of the 35 military figures who served on the Central Committee of the Communist Party. He took part in the Potsdam Conference as well as the Moscow and London conferences and had headed talks in Geneva. In 1966, he accompanied Premier Kosygin to Tashkent for the settlement of the dispute between India and Pakistan, and in February 1968, he headed a delegation to Paris. On May 10, 1968, 23 years and 1 day after the end of the war with Germany, Sokolovskiy died, and his prestige at that time was reflected in the wide coverage given to his death in the Soviet press. Born in 1897, Sokolovskiy planned for an academic life and entered a teacher's school in 1914. He joined the Red Army in 1918 and became a regimental commander by the end of the Civil War. During the 1930s, he managed to escape Stalin's purges, which eliminated over 3/4 of the Soviet generals. He ended World War II as Zhukov's deputy in Berlin and was the Soviet Supreme Commander when the Berlin blockade was started in April 1948. From 1952 to 1959, he held the post of Chief of the General Staff and First Deputy Minister of Defense, the latter from 1949. In late 1959, he suffered a heart attack and moved into a less active assignment as a General Inspector of the Ministry of Defense. In this capacity, he became internationally known as a Soviet spokesman and theoretician. One of the other authors, General Major Cherednichenko, well known for his association with Sokolovskiy, with whom he co-authored a number of significant articles, is a candidate of military sciences and an associate professor at the Academy of the General Staff. On Sokolovskiy's 70th birthday, Cherednichenko, writing in the Military History Journal, eulogized Sokolovskiy as being the key figure in the revolution in military affairs. He wrote, "The appearance of the nuclear rocket weapon brought about the rearming and reorganization of the Soviet armed forces. This, in turn, required the re-examination of many positions of military doctrine. At the same time, questions of strengthening the combat cooperation with the armies of socialist countries were resolved. Such was the fundamental content of the work of the General Staff and its chief, Marshal of the Soviet Union Sokolovskiy. General Lieutenant I. Zavulov also contributed to all three editions of Military Strategy. 1965, Red Star published a series of his articles entitled Speed, Time, and Space. This later was turned into a book, Speed, Time, and Space in Contemporary War, 1965. In March 1967, at a time when the 1968 edition of Military Strategy was at the publishers, Red Star carried his two-part article entitled Soviet Military Doctrine. His October 1970 article, New Weapons and Military RT, was translated in the British journal Survival, Scientific Forecasting and Military Art, in August 1972, was followed by The Creative Character of Soviet Military Doctrine in April 1973. Both articles were published in Red Star. General Major I. V. Paratkin, now with the Institute of Military History, has contributed to many historical works. One of his books is entitled Against the Common Enemy, 1973. Another of his books, The Last Storm, was nominated for the 1970 Frunze Prize. The contributions to Soviet military thought made by General Colonel Gastalovic and General Major Prokhorov already have been mentioned. Also, as previously noted, Colonel V.V. Larionov was the composing editor of all three editions of Military Strategy. This author is one of the most prolific and best writers on military doctrine and strategy in the Soviet Union. Marshal Sokolovskiy's name is normally associated with the three editions of Military Strategy. However, all three editions of the book were prepared for the press by Larionov, who was also one of the authors. He has written a host of articles, most of them in Red Star, the daily newspaper of the Ministry of Defense. Larionov has also written from time to time in other journals, chiefly those which are published in both Russian and English. By 1970 he had joined IUSA and was no longer uniform. He is chief of a section at the institute. In 1972, Larionov, whose candidate's degree had been in military sciences, became a doctor of historical sciences. As noted earlier, he was awarded a Frunze Prize for his writings in 1966. Dr. Larionov, in addition to being a writer, has been a major speaker at scientific conferences. His presentation at a conference on Soviet military doctrine in May 1963 has already been mentioned. At IUSA, he has presented papers at conferences on the Nixon Doctrine, the USA in the 70s, militarism and the economy of the USA, and the 50th anniversary of the formation of the USSR. Soviet military writings from 1962 to 1973. The significance of the first edition of Military Strategy was noted by the Soviet press as well as by many observers in the West. There were a number of reasons for its being the first work of its kind published in the Soviet Union since Svechin's Strategy in 1926. During the long regime of Stalin, little intellectual substance was permitted in Soviet military writings. Questions of strategy and operational art in Soviet military works. 1917 to 1940 and questions of tactics in Soviet military works. 1917 to 1940, 1965 and 1970, respectively, both by A.B. Kadashev et al., nominated as a pair for the 1973 Frunze Prize, testify to the fact that there was, however, no dearth of thinkers in that period. After Stalin's death, military theoreticians cautiously began to publish works concerning the changes in warfare brought about by the nuclear weapon. Official encouragement was given to the discussion, and a number of writings were reported to have been published in the classified journal Military Thought. After the de-Stalinization speech at the XXI Party Congress in 1961, Soviet military strategists were given the task of transforming the thinking of the Soviet military forces from World War II concepts to nuclear warfare. Military strategy opened the floodgates. The late Minister of Defense, Marshal Malinovsky, had directed military newspapers and magazines, and Voyenistat, our military publishing house, can and must do a great deal for the thorough explanation of the nature of the revolution in military affairs and the resulting demands produced in the training and education of personnel of different branches and services of the armed forces. The task of propagandizing the progressive views and conclusions of Soviet military doctrine is highly important because some units of military personnel still live with old, outmoded notions about the nature of modern warfare. This requirement was given to the Soviet military press in 1963. The History of Military Art, by Chief Marshal Armored Troops P.A. Rotmistrov, appeared that same year, a book which in the main was concerned with past wars. In early 1964, On Soviet Military Science was published. This book stressed the doctrines of strategic nuclear rocket strikes, of surprise, and of the importance of the beginning period of the war. It was logical continuation of the first two editions of Military Strategy. Before it was fully studied and analyzed in the United States, however, Khrushchev was ousted and On Soviet Military Science was erroneously considered as being outdated. Some Western analysts, suspecting that Khrushchev had been the architect of Soviet nuclear philosophy, anticipated a major shift in Soviet military strategy and doctrine after a new Soviet regime was installed. One of the first indications of the military policies of the new Brezhnev period was contained in the Problems of the Revolution in Military Affairs. This book actually was set in type while Khrushchev was still in power. Within 1 week of his ouster, it was sent to the printers with all references to Khrushchev removed. This collection of articles, originally published in either Red Star or Communist of the Armed Forces, the official fortnightly magazine of the Armed Forces' main political administration, appeared in 1965. The military philosophy represented in this book was the same as that given in On Soviet Military Science, which had been published the year before. This same view was echoed in Soviet military journals and newspapers. General Major Botchkarev published On the Character and Types of Wars in the Modern Era in June 1965. The Nature of World Nuclear Rocket War, by Lieutenant Colonel Yi. 1. Rybkin, also appeared later that year in Communist of the Armed Forces. Professor General Colonel N. A. Lomov published an article in the same journal entitled The Influence of Soviet Military Doctrine on the Development of Military Art in November 1965. There was no divergence in basic doctrine and strategy found in these articles from that which had appeared in books and articles published during Khrushchev's time. In 1965, the Soviet press announced a series of books which would be published by Voyenisdat as the Officers' Library and listed 17 titles. By 1973, the last of the series had been published. All were bound identically in blue with gold lettering on the cover. The wide readership expected for these books is indicated by the large number of copies published. The press run for the 1968 edition of Soviet Military Strategy was 30,000 copies. Marxism-Leninism on War and the Army, another book in the series, ran 50,000 copies. Party political work in the Soviet Armed Forces reached 65,000, and the Officer's Handbook, 83,000. The books listed in this library provide an excellent insight into the organization, strategy, doctrine, and personnel policies of the Soviet Armed Forces. One of the purposes of the series is the self-education of the Soviet officer. Each of the publications, even the excellent Dictionary of Basic Military Terms, stresses the Soviet doctrinal and strategic concepts of war in the nuclear age. Tactics, reviewed in the Soviet press as the first work of its kind since 1941, examines the basic questions of the tactics of combined arms battle in nuclear rocket war. Military Psychology, published in 1968, lists as its purpose the preparation of the soldier for nuclear rocket war. The Officer's Handbook, 1971, edited by General Major S. N. Kozlov, gives a fairly comprehensive overview of the Soviet armed forces, including the basic concepts of military doctrine, strategy, and military science. Military strategy is listed as recommended reading for the chapter on military theory. After the Officer's Handbook, 2 more books were published in the Officer's Library series. /DS, Algorithms, Decisions, 1972. A technical book on decision-making was followed in 1973 by Scientific Technical Progress and the Revolution in Military Affairs. General Colonel Lomov was the editor-in-chief of this work. One of the authors of Military Strategy, General Major 1. Cherednichenko, wrote a chapter in this final volume of the Officer's Library series. Soviet books published outside the series contain the same emphasis on nuclear strategy and doctrine. Volume 6 of the History of the Great Patriotic War, 1941 to 1945, which was completed in 1965, devoted the last section to nuclear strategy and doctrine. The program of the CPSU in the defense of the socialist fatherland, available in 1965, followed the same theme. Methodological Problems of Military Theory and Practice, published in 1966 and revised in 1969, was edited by General Major N. V.D.Sokolovskiy. He also edited the 1965 and 1968 editions of Marxism-Leninism on War and the Army. I. Lenin and the Soviet Armed Forces, A.S. Zeltov edition, first published in 1967, won the Frunze Prize. A second edition was published in 1969. Army of the Soviets, primarily intended for the non-military reader, was written by S.S. Lototsky. Lototsky, who was not identified to the reader as a general lieutenant, is in fact head of the Department of the History of Wars and Military Art at Frunze Military Academy. The other authors, all senior Army officers but not identified as such, are associate professors in Lototsky's department, all with advanced degrees either in history or in military science. It is interesting that the Soviet military political leadership has translated and published English versions of 4 of the major military writings in the early 1970s. These are Lototsky's book, The Soviet Army, mentioned previously, published in 1971, Sushko's Marxism-Leninism on War and the Army, Khmel's Education of the Soviet Soldier, Party Political Work in the Soviet Armed Forces, published in 1972, and Marshal Grechko's work, The Armed Forces of the USSR, issued in 1973. The 1970s saw a number of significant theoretical books published: The Offensive, by Colonel A.A. Sidorenko, The People, the Army, and the General, by Colonel M. P. Skirdo, and The History of War and of Military Art, written under the editorship of Marshal Bagramyan. The latter book was the joint work of the Malinovsky Tank Academy and the Frunze Military Academy. In 1971, the Ziv Party Congress was held. Addition to the last 3 volumes of the Officer's Library series, there were many other books published on military theory after this date. One of the most important was On Guard Over the Peace and the Building of Communism by Minister of Defense Grechko, reminiscent of the 1962 booklet by his predecessor, Marshal Malinowski, vigilantly stand guard over the peace. The latter booklet, written in the wake of the Cuban Missile Crisis, is still widely quoted today. In like manner, the booklet by Marshal Grechko is constantly being referred to, giving it great authority. Other books were Lenin on War and Military Art by General Major A. Strokov and Lenin and Soviet Military Sciences by Colonel Azovtsev, both of which followed the celebration of Lenin's 100th birthday in 1970. Dialectics and Contemporary Military Affairs by Colonel A. Grudinin, and Military History, a joint effort by the Malinowski Tank Academy, the Frunze Military Academy, and the Lenin Military Political Academy. One of the outstanding books of 1972 was The Basic Principles of Operational Art and Tactics by Colonel V.D.Sokolovskiy, Chief Marshal of Armored Troops. Rotmistrov's book, Time in the Tank, is of special interest to those who follow the debates over the role of the tank in nuclear war. In 1973, two noteworthy volumes appeared: Marxist-Leninist Methodology of Military History, written by the staff of the Ministry of Defense's Institute of Military History, and The Philosophical Inheritance of V. Lenin and Problems of Contemporary War. The latter book, which was written by some of the best-known military political writers in the Soviet Union, many of whom were associated with the Lenin Military Political Academy, represents the Communist Party's latest word on the official views of contemporary W. One other book, Military Force and International Relations, written by a group of authors from MMO headed by Dr. V.M. Kulish, a retired colonel of the Soviet Army, must be noted. Among the authors are retired General Major N.S. Solodovnik and retired Colonels A.M. Dudin and D.M. Proector. If the previously noted trend continues, more books on military themes can be expected from the printing presses of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR. The development of Soviet military thought. Soviet strategic thinking and military developments appear to proceed along certain plan lines. A New History of Military Art, published in 1966 and written jointly by the staffs of the Lenin Military Political Academy and the Frunze Military Academy, declared, 3 stages can be distinguished: the development of the Soviet armed forces and military art after World War II. The first encompasses the 8 post-war years, 1945 to 1953. The second, the end of 1953 to 1959. In the third stage, which began in 1960, General Major Cherednichenko, writing in the June 1970 issue of the Military History Journal, in an article entitled The Details of the Development of Military Art in the Post-War Period, referred to similar stages. He described 2 periods, the first as pre-nuclear and the second, beginning in 1954, as nuclear. He then subdivided the latter into 2 parts, from 1954 to 1959, and from 1960 on. The first stage of the nuclear period concerned the gradual introduction of the nuclear weapon into the services and their accumulation, which caused changes in strategy, operational art, and tactics. After listing the many instances of what the Soviets consider to be U.S. aggressiveness, Cherednichenko remarked, "The Soviet Union could not remain indifferent to these facts." The Supreme Soviet of the USSR at its 4th session in 1960 adopted important resolutions on the further strengthening of the defense capability of the country. These questions were given serious attention at the XXI Congress CPSU. Cherednichenko gave interesting details of the development of military art during this whole period. He ended with, "In conclusion, it must be stressed that the development of military art in the post-war era has taken place at ever-increasing tempos, and that our military art at the end of the period under review arrived at the most advanced position in the world. This fact must be noted that serious changes in military art have taken place with definite periodicity, at an average of each 6 to 8 years. At the base of these lay the substitution of the basic types of weapons with more powerful weapons. The official guidelines, stated in 1963 and before, were as follows. The party reached the conclusion that the armed forces and the country, as a whole, must prepare for a war in which nuclear weapons will be widely used, which will represent a decisive, classic collision of 2 opposed world social systems, and which will be distinguished by unprecedented violence, dynamic force, and high maneuverability of combat operations. The preceding was written when Khrushchev was in power. 4 years later, in 1967, a new regime had been installed, but the guidelines remained the same. Now, all military organizations and methods of waging war are under the determining influence of the nuclear rocket weapon. By possessing colossal destructive and strike possibilities, it produced a fundamental revolution in military affairs and demanded absolutely new methods of fighting actions. 47. An even more authoritative source is the booklet written by Defense Minister Grechko, On Guard Over the Peace and the Building of Communism, in light of the Ziv Party Congress in 1971. He wrote, "The fundamental principles of Soviet military development are expressed in military doctrine, that is, a system of scientifically sound and officially approved views on the questions of preparing for and victoriously waging a war in the defense of the interests of the Soviet Union and the nations of the socialist community. The might of the Soviet armed forces rests on the achievements of advanced military science. Marxism-Leninism is the methodological basis of Soviet military science. In recent years, Soviet military science has been enriched by new theses and conclusions on the possible character of modern war, the ways of improving the combat and mobilization training of the armed forces, the forms of their organization and methods of action. We are aware that in a future world war, if the imperialists start it, nuclear missiles will be the decisive means of armed combat. Along with this, conventional weapons will also find use, and under certain circumstances, the units and subunits may conduct combat actions only with conventional means. War can begin with the use of either nuclear weapons or conventional means of attack. Different variations are possible in using all types of weapons available to the enemy. The major task OT military science at the present stage is to work out the problems of maintaining constant combat readiness of the armed forces to frustrate an attack and defeat the aggressor under any conditions or circumstances. Soviet theoreticians carefully point out that military doctrine is not dogma, not an unchangeable, eternal category. Soviet writers are careful to caveat each position. Our doctrine views nuclear war as skorotechnia, short and swift-moving. At the same time, it recognizes there are definite circumstances in which war might take on a protracted character. Or again, while giving special significance to the preparation of the country and the armed forces for the world war which the monopolistic circles are preparing, our military doctrine takes into account the possibility of the unleashing of local, limited wars also by the imperialist aggressors. Essentially, Soviet military doctrine is concerned with world nuclear rocket war, but each statement recognizes the possibility of a different category of war. Types of revisions found in the third edition. The ouster of Khrushchev in October 1964, the meeting of the XXII Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in 1966, the events in Vietnam, the Six-Day War in the Middle East, and advances in weapons systems. Any of these events could have been sufficient to warrant an updating of military strategy. The Soviet editors themselves note in their foreword, strategy cannot remain indifferent to various political and technological economic shifts, calling for more finite definition of established strategic concepts. For those who have read the first edition of Military Strategy in one of the English translations, rereading the sections that have remained unchanged since 1962 may prove a surprise. This is because, first of all, the Soviets have published several explanatory dictionaries since that date which have more precisely defined some of their terms. Among these have been the Dictionary of Basic Military Terms, Moscow, Voyenisdat, 1965, the Explanatory Dictionary of Military Terms, Moscow, Military Publishing House, 1966, and the English-Russian Missile and Space Dictionary, and the English-Russian Military Dictionary, Moscow, Voyenisdat, 1966 and 1968, respectively. These have permitted a clearer meaning than was possible in the earlier translation. Also, in the years that have passed since the first edition, many obscure references have become quite clear with the passage of time. The Soviet editors also call attention to the changes and additions that have been introduced in this edition of Military Strategy. As itemized in the foreword, they are as follows. 1. A number of positions of the book have been supplementarily improved in light of the decisions of the XXII Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. 2. A few more precise definitions of a factual nature, mainly concerning the second chapter, is included. 3. The social and political essence of world nuclear war and questions of the categories of war in the modern era are revealed a bit more broadly. 4. The basic ideas of the revolution in military affairs and its reflection in strategy are indicated. 5. Necessary, more precise definitions and questions of the leadership of the armed forces have been introduced. Item 1 is of considerable significance. The first edition of Military Strategy had appeared in 1962, within 1 year of the meeting of the XXI Party Congress in 1961. The timing of its appearance can be compared with that of the third edition, which actually was set in type in 1966, shortly after the meeting of the XXII Party Congress. The decisions approved in the meeting of the Party Congress were given in official reports and discussed in a number of articles by military theorists. The fact that the 1968 edition of Military Strategy was put into draft form shortly after the XXII Party Congress is indicative of the relationship between political and military matters in the Soviet Union. Military strategy is subordinate to military doctrine, and both reflect the military aspirations of the Communist Party. Changes referred to in Item 2, concerning the second chapter, may be the part most interesting to the American reader. This entire chapter is devoted to Soviet perceptions of the armed forces of the United States and of the West European NATO nations. Also, this single chapter contains the greatest number of changes from the two earlier editions. Of particular interest is the discussion concerning the participation of the United States in limited wars. Item 3, which refers to changes and additions in which the social and political essence of world nuclear war and questions of the categories of wars of the modern era are revealed a bit more broadly, is a subject of great interest to the political and military leadership of the United States. Since 1962, there has been considerable discussion among the Western defense intellectuals about the strategy of flexible response and of Herman Kahn's theory of escalation. Also, there have been theoretical discussions about whether controlled nuclear war could take place without developing into all-out war. At the other end of the spectrum is the type of war that the United States has fought in Southeast Asia. Most of the discussions on this subject are given in Chapter 2 and treated as being theories developed in the United States. The revolution in military affairs is referred to in Item 4 listed by the editors. Dozens of articles and a number of books published in the Soviet Union since 1962 have described the revolution in military affairs in detail. The official Soviet explanatory dictionary of military terms defines this revolution as follows: the whole sum of fundamental, qualitative changes in the means of armed conflict, of methods of combat actions, in the organization of troops, their training and education, which has come into being in the last 15 years in the more developed countries relative to science and industry, and which is primarily connected with the creation of the nuclear rocket weapon. Item 5 refers to the question of the leadership of the armed forces. The treatment given this subject is indirect and only occasionally is obvious to the reader. In one example, the text in the first and second editions reads as follows: raising the morale even to the highest level does not guarantee victory, but merely provides better prospects for it. These prospects still must be converted into reality. This is the problem of military strategy. In the third edition, this last sentence is changed as follows: these prospects still must be converted into reality. This is the problem of the military and political leadership during a war. Emphasis added. Each chapter of this translation of military strategy is preceded by a commentary by the American editor. In addition, all major changes that occurred in the second and third editions are identified. Double lines in the margin indicate portions of the text that were added in the second, 1963, edition. Triple lines, 3, indicate material new in the third, 1968, edition. Significant segments that were dropped from the first two editions are identified in the editor's notes at the end of the book. Thus, in this single volume the reader has, in effect, all three editions of military strategy. Editor's comments, the forewords, and introduction. The 1968 edition contains a completely new foreword. Also included, for reasons not clear, is the foreword to the second edition. It is not customary practice in the Soviet Union to include the foreword to a previous edition in a new edition. In the case of military strategy, the foreword to the third edition is rather bland and straightforward. It gives the reasons for the new edition, already noted, and advises that the book is to be included in the Officer's Library series where must serve as a self-instruction textbook for a broad group of Soviet officers. The foreword to the second edition, on the other hand, is reminiscent of Khrushchev banging his shoe on the rostrum of the UN. It also gives a background that is most interesting, stating that the first edition was subjected to much discussion, both in the press, at the General Staff Academy, and at military science societies of the main staff of the ground troops and elsewhere. The inclusion of the foreword to the second edition reminds that book Military Strategy created a great deal of interest in readers at home and abroad. It was translated and published in a number of socialist and capitalist countries. With pride, the editors in the second edition call attention to the repercussions which the book caused in the press of a number of capitalist countries. The late Marshal Malinovsky, former Soviet defense minister, is quoted, "The best method of defense is to warn the enemy of our strength and readiness to smash him at his very first attempt to commit an act of aggression. This is why we do not hide our points of view on the nature of future war and the means of conducting it, but present them in this book, Military Strategy." Perhaps to the disappointment of the Soviet leadership, the second edition of Military Strategy was not translated and published in the United States. In fact, none of the many books on military subjects published by the Soviets since 1962 are available in English in the United States. The introduction to the third edition contains only 2 sentences that are new, and neither are particularly significant. More interesting are the paragraphs omitted from the previous editions. The reader of the 1968 edition, for example, is not told that Military Strategy was the first book of its kind in the Soviet Union since the publication of Strategy by A. Svechin in 1926. This was one of the several items dropped from the previous introduction. Also, the editors did not include the statement that many basic positions of Soviet military strategy, especially those stated during the post-war period, have been influenced strongly by the cult of personality of I.V. Stalin, and that Stalin intentionally distorted the concepts of a whole series of questions of military strategy. Forward to the third edition. 4 years have elapsed since the second edition of Military Strategy appeared in print. In the interim, the world has seen a number of international events. New successes have been achieved in the national economy and political development of our country, and in other countries of the socialist community, new milestones have been recorded in the development of the world's scientific and technical progress. Over the course of these years, the aggressive trend in the policy of world imperialism has been intensified, a trend very clearly expressed in the foreign policy course of the USA. In 1964, American imperialism overtly intervened in South Vietnam. Simultaneously, armed provocations by the USA did not cease in other regions of Asia, in Africa, and in Latin America, while nuclear claims and militarization on the part of West Germany have been intensified. During the same period, the USSR demonstrated its steadfast desire for peace and the prevention of a thermonuclear world war, as well as a firm resolution to foil aggressor schemes. Toward that end, it raised, in every possible way, the combat readiness of its armed forces and their technical equipment. The Soviet Union announced its resolute support of the Vietnamese people, fighting for their freedom and independence, and is rendering them all-round assistance. In 1965, the successful fulfillment of the 7-year plan contributed to the consolidation of our country's defense power and the combat readiness of our armed forces. In March 1966, the XXII Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union convened. It laid down a new 5-year development program for Soviet society in its advance toward communism. The Congress debated development problems in industry, agriculture, and transport, and in raising consumer goods production efficiency. It condemned subjectivism and voluntarism in the management of the national economy. The decisions of the Congress and the heroic effort of the Soviet people in fulfilling the new 5-year plan will contribute to a further consolidation of this country's economic power and its defensive potential. During these years, our country's scientific technical progress has been marked by new successes in the production of high-strength materials, in the automation of production processes and control of them, in outer space research, and in a number of other spheres of science and technology. Strategy, being closely related to the international and domestic conditions of the country, mindful of the achievements in scientific technological progress and achievements in the development of combat means and military equipment, cannot remain indifferent to various political and technological economic shifts calling for more finite definition of established strategic concepts. The authors also took cognizance of the fact that this book would be included in the Officer's Library series, and that it must serve as a self-instruction textbook for a broad group of Soviet officers. Many congratulatory responses, recommendations, and criticisms were addressed to the author's collective by individual readers, authors, and creative organizations in our own and in socialist countries abroad. All such material was carefully studied and considered during the preparation of the third edition of this book. As a result, in the new edition, when compared with the preceding edition, the following changes and additions have been introduced. 1. A number of theses of the book have been expanded in the light of the decisions rendered at the XXII Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. 2. More specific definition of a factual nature has been introduced, mainly with regard to Chapter 2. 3. Somewhat more light has been shed upon the social and political essence of a nuclear world war and on the question of categories of war in the modern age. 4. The fundamental facets of the revolution in military affairs and its reflection in strategy are shown. 5. Necessary corrections in the question of leadership of the armed forces have been introduced. When compared with the second edition, the authors have made abridgments in the interests of compactness of material and the exclusion of a few repetitions. The authors' collective expresses their sincere gratitude to all those readers and organizations who took an active part in reviewing the second edition of this book. The authors will gratefully accept all suggestions which may arise from the reading of this edition. Forward to the second edition. After publication of the first edition of Military Strategy, the collective of authors received many comments and suggestions, a significant part of which were considered in the preparation of this edition. The book Military Strategy created a great deal of interest in readers at home and abroad. It was translated and published in a number of socialist and capitalist countries. The authors are not inclined to consider all of this as evidence their personal merit, but as the result of the natural interest of readers in the questions of military strategy in general. The repercussion which the book caused in the press of a number of capitalist countries is also fully explainable. The politicians and military ideologists of imperialism did not find to their liking the unmasking of their criminal plans for preparing a new world war or the fact that the book exposes the aggressive nature of the military strategy of contemporary imperialist governments. Moreover, they would have liked to see the Soviet Union and other socialist countries defenseless in the face of danger of attack, so that it would have been possible to conduct their aggressive policies and to dictate their will on other countries and peoples with impunity. But with respect to the peoples of the socialist countries, such policies are not suitable. The socialist countries have no intention of attacking anyone. However, they also give no illusion to the enemy of their unpreparedness to repulse such attacks. As the Minister of Defense, Marshal of the Soviet Union Arya Malinovsky writes, "We are not adherents of the well-known military aphorism, 'Attack is the best form of defense.' On principle, this does not suit the socialist states, which are peace-loving by their very nature. We propose another. The best method of defense is to warn the enemy of our strength and readiness to smash him at his very first attempt to commit an act of aggression. This is why we do not hide our points of view on the nature of future war and the means of conducting it, but present them in this book, Military Strategy. Set forth here, moreover, are the material, moral, and political possibilities for checking aggression, and the means to repel it, right up to the complete smashing of the forces which encroach upon the peaceful labor of the Soviet people and on the labor of the peoples of the brotherly socialist countries. Naturally, all this caused hostile comments and slanderous attacks by several Western press reviewers, and this should have been expected. In the Soviet Union, the book was subjected to discussion in a number of newspapers and periodicals and at readers' conferences. It was discussed in the General Staff Academy, the Military Science Society's OT, the main staff of the ground forces, the Central Club of the Soviet Army imeni MV Frunze, and a number of other institutions. Many critical comments were expressed to the authors of the book, and they were given much useful advice. The collective of authors greatly appreciates this advice and expresses its gratitude to all persons who took part in the criticism and discussion of the book. At the same time, for a number of reasons, the authors could not accept all of the reviewers' suggestions without exception. In particular, the collective of authors was reproached because the definition of military strategy given in the book contradicts its objective character as a science. Indicating the objectivity of laws which operate in the sphere of armed conflict, Some opponents consider as irregular the statement that military strategy represents a system of scientific knowledge concerning the conduct of armed conflict in the name of definite class interests. Of course, there can be no agreeing with this, because military strategy, based on the objective laws of economic development, as well as on the development of military equipment and the means of combat, investigates the ways and means of armed conflict in the interest of state policy, which is formulated by the ruling class in a given country. The undeniable dependence of strategy on policy signifies the party spirit of that science. To refrain from the definition given in this book would mean to slip back on the objectivist position of evaluating the role and missions of military strategy. The authors did not find it possible to agree with the recommendation of some reviewers to exclude from the scope of military strategy the investigation of the problems of directing the preparation of the country for war. Such a recommendation was motivated by the idea that military strategy apparently should concern itself only with investigating the problems of leadership of the armed forces, and that the military preparation of the country is, they say, a political matter. Can one thus mechanically divide these two interdependent facets of a single leadership process? For it is known that the defensive capability of a country finds its expression first of all in the combat readiness of the armed forces, which represent the most important element of the military might of the country. Consequently, the investigation of the problems of leadership in the preparation of the country to repel aggression, as well as the problems of the leadership of the armed forces, should also enter into the mission of Soviet military strategy. Nor can there be any agreement with the recommendation to exclude from this work the principles of operational art and tactics, since the presence of these principles supposedly broadens the framework of the book to the entire limits of military art. Actually, the authors touch upon these aspects of military theory to some degree in the work to illustrate the close interdependence and interrelationship of all component parts of military art. This is necessary because military strategy is the leading branch of military art. Operational art and tactics develop on the basis of the goals and content of strategy. The elucidation of operational and tactical problems just to prove this principle, in the opinion of the authors, not only is not superfluous, but also is necessary. The authors. Introduction. In the program of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the basic directions have been determined of the struggle to build a communist society in the USSR. In presenting to the Soviet people the majestic tasks of economic, political, and cultural development, the Communist Party announced as the main aim of its foreign policy the securing of peaceful conditions for the building of communism in the USSR and the development of a world socialist system. The guiding principle of foreign policy of the party and the Soviet government is the struggle for peaceful coexistence of countries with different social structures, for general and complete disarmament, for banning the nuclear weapon, a struggle to exclude world war from the life of society. All this has found new confirmation in the work of the XXII Congress of the Communist Party and its decisions. In line with this, the CPSU proceeds from the premise that forces have formed and are growing in the world which are capable of preserving and strengthening peace. Confirmation of this is the fact that the ideas and policies of peaceful coexistence are shared by a larger number of people and that it wins newer and newer victories with each day. The conclusion of a treaty banning nuclear testing in the atmosphere, outer space, and underseas, which meets the vital interest of all peoples, represented a great, practical success in the solution of international problems in the spirit of the principles of this policy. Valuing highly the effect of this agreement on reducing international tension, the sense of reality, at the same time, cannot be lost. It should be considered that the cessation of nuclear testing, while opening favorable prospects for the quest for further steps in the name of peace, at the same time does not signify disarmament, cannot halt the process of accumulating a reserve of nuclear weapons, and does not eliminate the danger of unleashing a thermonuclear war by the imperialists. Therefore, in the struggle to prevent such a war, the Soviet Union cannot rely on the goodwill of imperialists, but relies, first of all, on the might of the socialist camp and on the continually growing preponderance of the forces of peace over the forces of reaction and war. Having outstripped capitalism in a number of the most important branches of sciences and technology, socialism placed in the hands of the peace-loving peoples the mighty material means for checking any imperialist aggression. The success of the world's socialist system, which is becoming the decisive factor in the development of human society, the bankruptcy of the colonial system, the unsolvable contradictions of the capitalist camp, and the desire of the peoples of the world for peace clearly show the legality of the historically unavoidable downfall of the obsolete world system of imperialism. This strongly motivates the imperialists, primarily those of the USA, to forestall the imminent destruction of their own dying system and, by means of war, to change the development of world events so unfavorable to them. It is for this reason that modern imperialism threatens the peace and security of nations. Imperialist countries openly proclaim their mad plans to liquidate the Soviet Union and other socialist countries through a new world war. To do this, as before, they engage in a frenzied armaments race, allocate additional funds to military budgets, and undertake practical steps to prepare for an attack against the USSR and other countries of the socialist community. Taking this into account, and in order to secure the safety of the USSR, our party is taking all steps to strengthen the defensive powers of our motherland and to increase the combat readiness of the Soviet armed forces. The program of the CPSU states, the internal conditions of the Soviet Union do not require the existence of an army. However, as long as there remains a military threat from the imperialist camp and a complete and general disarmament has not been achieved, the CPSU deems it necessary to maintain the defensive power of the Soviet state and the combat readiness of its armed forces at a level which would guarantee the total destruction of any enemy who would dare to infringe upon the Soviet nation. In the light of these requirements, the profound study of the Marxist-Leninist theory of war and armies and the mastery of all areas of military knowledge on the part of the Soviet military leadership acquires great significance. One of the real problems of theoretical military preparation of military cadres is, at the present time, a study of the theory of military strategy as a leading branch of military art. Editor's Note 1. The appearance in the armaments of modern armies of weapons of mass destruction, and especially with development and perfection of the nuclear rocket weapon, requires a thorough review of many positions of military strategy. However, this natural phenomenon, caused by the development of arms, is much easier to master by comparing it with past strategic concepts and by studying the development and the theory of military strategy. For a wide Soviet readership and for military theoretical preparation of young officers, this work, presenting the general concepts of military strategy, clarifying the nature and conduct of modern warfare, the preparation of the country and the armed forces for war, and the direction of the development of armed forces, may be a useful book and guide. These considerations have guided the authors of the present work. This book consists of 8 chapters in which we examine, in order, the rise of the concept of military strategy, its position vis-a-vis politics, economics, and moral and political factors, and of what is the nature and content of the military strategy of modern imperialist countries directed toward the preparation of World War III. We give a short description of the development and present state of Soviet military strategy. We show the basis of military strategy of the leading capitalist countries of the world, arising from the present state of the means of armed conflict, military, political, and economic conditions. We also show the views of bourgeois military theoreticians regarding the nature and conduct of modern warfare. We deal with the development of armed forces, with preparation for war, with organs and methods of strategic leadership of military forces, and also show the part played by the services of the armed forces and service arms in modern warfare. This book is intended for a wide circle of readers. Editor's comments in Chapter 1. The first part of this chapter, general information regarding military strategy, may be surprising to some scholars who have attempted to analyze Soviet policies over the past several years. The complete first chapter is almost identical to the 2 earlier editions. Before giving detailed attention to the chapter, as well as to the revisions contained throughout the book, an understanding of the exact meaning of military strategy may help put the entire translation into more meaningful context. According to Soviet theoreticians, military strategy is the higher area of military art which represents a system of scientific knowledge of the laws of war as an armed conflict in the interests of definite classes. On the basis of the studying of the postures of military doctrine, the experiences of past wars, military and political conditions, the economic and moral possibilities of the country, new means of battle, and the views of the probable enemy, military strategy investigates the conditions and nature of a future war, works out methods of its preparation and conduct, the basis of the strategic use of the services of the armed forces, and also the basis of the material and technical maintenance of the leadership of war in the armed forces. Military strategy in the conditions of modern war is becoming the strategy of deep nuclear rocket strikes in combination with the actions of all the services of the armed forces with the task of the simultaneous defeat and destruction of the economic potential and the armed forces of the enemy throughout the whole depth of his territory for the achievement of the goals of war in a short period of time. Military strategy, which occupies a subordinate position in respect to military doctrine, works out and investigates the concrete questions concerning the character of a future war, the preparation of the country for war, the organization of the armed forces, and the methods of waging war. Military strategy is in close correlation with operational art and tactics, in relation to which it is leading, since it determines the general goal of actions, forces, means, and methods of solving problems. The mutual conditionality of all component parts of the theory of military art and the leading position of military strategy is explained by the fact that in war each separate success is subordinate to a common goal. Soviet military strategy is guided by the advanced scientific theory of Marxism-Leninism, which allows the knowing and the correct use of objective laws which determine victory. Military strategy in imperialist countries is directed at preserving ANC, consolidating the obsolescent capitalist system, and at a struggle with the advanced and progressive system of human society, the socialistic. With this definition in mind, a glance at the table of contents of the book, Military Strategy, shows that each of its 8 chapters examines one facet of the overall definition. The chapters are 1. General concepts. 2. Military strategy of imperialist countries and their preparation of new wars. 3. Development of Soviet military strategy, 1917 to 1945. 4. Nature of modern war. 5. Problems of the organization of the armed forces. 6. Methods of conducting warfare. 7. Preparing a country for the repulsion of aggression con DMNBW. 8. Leadership of the armed forces. The general concepts of military strategy, as given in this chapter, remain largely unchanged from the earlier 2 editions. The laws of strategy are objective and apply impartially to both hostile sides. An important element, the question concerning the nature of a future war. Major attention still must be given to the scientific basis of planning, which considers political factors, scientific and technical accomplishments, and of the territory of a theater of military operations. As already noted, in defining military strategy, the authors state that military strategy under conditions of modern warfare becomes the strategy of deep nuclear rocket strikes in conjunction with the operations of all services of the armed forces in order to effect a simultaneous defeat and destruction of the economic potential and armed forces throughout the enemy territory, thus accomplishing the war aims within a short time period. The 1968 edition adds the following. Quite naturally, the question here is strategy of nuclear rocket war, and this definition does not reflect the nature and the laws of war without the use of the nuclear weapon. This is of particular interest to military theorists in the United States. In Chapter 2, the authors discuss United States military concepts, such as flexible response and escalation. Also discussed, as foreign concepts, are various types of limited wars. Soviet military writings on their own doctrine and strategy deal largely with nuclear war. There is, however, always the caveat that they must be prepared to fight, with or without the use of the nuclear weapon. It is probable that this first chapter is in considerable part the work of General Lieutenant 1. Zavulov, listed as one of the 14 contributors. In March 1967, after this 1968 edition of Military Strategy already was at the printers, Red Star carried General Zavulov's article on Soviet military doctrine. The article was of particular interest in that reference was made directly to anti-ballistic missile defense. The general noted that we recognize not passive but active defense, built a new technical basis brought about by the appearance of modern means of waging war, defense directed primarily against the means of nuclear attack of the enemy. Another probable contributor to this same chapter is Colonel V.V. Larionov. The discussion of strategic maneuver by simply retargeting nuclear strikes is very similar to Colonel Larionov's article, Means of Fighting and Strategy, which appeared in Red Star in April 1964. In the March 1970 issue of the Soviet journal, USA, Economics, Politics, Ideology, published by Arbatov's Institute of the USA, Colonel Larionov wrote an article, The the strategic debates, Colonel Larionov, who was awarded the degree Doctor of Historical Sciences in 1972, heads a political military section at the Institute of the USA. Chapter 1. General Concepts. General information regarding military strategy. The rise of the concept of military strategy. The modern concept of military strategy as a science did not arise all at once. As we know, the formation of any system of concepts is preceded by a process of accumulation of information. V.I. Lenin pointed out that man goes from experiment to theory. Military experience of many years, which also served as man's source of knowledge of the phenomena of war, was the prime mover in the development of military strategy. When society was divided into classes and professional armies appeared, war became the constant companion of the development of antagonistic society. Often the head of the state was also the military leader. His military expeditions, victories, and defeats were at first simply recorded by chroniclers. As military experience accumulated and factors of military history could be compared, people began to arrive at a conclusion concerning the recurrence of certain phenomena of war. They began to generalize and to formulate certain principles and rules. However, initially these generalizations did not take any definite form or system. Despite the fact that the generals of classical antiquity such as Alexander the Great, Hannibal, and Julius Caesar, as well as others, entertained definite concepts of the art of conducting war, these concepts never went beyond private generalizations and conclusions. The first attempts to systematize the accumulated military experience took place in the 1st through 4th centuries A.D. In ancient Rome and Greece, at approximately the same time there appeared the first military works touching upon the questions of strategy. The word strategy comes from the Greek strategos, general, leader of troops. Among them should be noted the instructions to generals of Onisander and brief exposition of the principles of military affairs of V.D.Sokolovskiy. Even though these treatises dealt mainly with the training of troops and with tactical art and skill, a certain place in them is devoted to the art of conducting war as a whole. The Middle Ages, until the 16th century, contributed little to the formulation and development of military strategy as a science. Engels characterized this as the barren period. In the beginning of the 16th century, the Italian Machiavelli made a serious attempt to put forth the factors pertaining to the conduct of war. Based on generalizations of the experience of generals of classical antiquity, he wrote his Dell'arte della guerra, The Art of War. In this treatise, in the form of a dialogue, he gave recommendations about the organization and the principles of forming a national militia army to replace the mercenaries, about the role and the principles of the formation of cavalry and artillery, as well as some general requirements for generals for whom the author felt it indispensable to be familiar with geography, the theater of operations, and military art. However, in bourgeois military history, the birth of scientific knowledge of war is usually attributed to the middle of the 18th century, when the Englishman Henry Lloyd, serving in Russia, in his introduction to the history of the 7 Years' War systematized and put forth a number of general theoretical concepts and principles of military strategy. From this time on, in military literature, strategy is increasingly frequently described as a system of knowledge including the most general concepts of war and becomes identical with military science. In this manner, similar to philosophy, which at first included the totality of man's knowledge of nature and society, military strategy in its initial development occupied in the area of military knowledge the position of the science of sciences, and until nearly the end of the 19th century is defined as the synthesis and integration of the entire military field, its generalization and philosophy. 1. Kai's time. In other social sciences, the process of differentiation of knowledge was already in full swing. This lag was fully justified for bourgeois military science, which considers any military theories only as a product of the creativity of individual geniuses. The appearance of new methodology in the study of the phenomena of war is connected with the birth of the Marxist dialectic method, which opened new vistas for the determination of laws governing the changes in the nature of war and methods of its conduct. The founders of this scientific method, K. Marx and F. Engels, showed that the development of industry, the construction of railroads, the appearance of new types of weapons and equipment determined the changes in the organization of armies, the development and perfection of theoretical military concepts, and, consequently, the necessity for a more concrete study of the problems of war. Contrary to the concepts of the bourgeois military school, life itself soon showed that all the problems of preparation and conduct of armed conflict cannot be placed within the framework of strategy alone. Already by the middle of the 19th century, independent sciences began to be formed in the realm of military knowledge. As a result of this process, strategy at first evolved from an all-encompassing military science into tactics, artillery, and fortifications. Subsequently, the expansion of the scope of war made necessary the development of military geography as an independent branch of military science. Still later evolved military administration, and, by the beginning of our century, the theory of operational art, which, incidentally, has found clear expression only in Soviet military science. Thus, the limits of research and the series of problems constituting the study of the theory of military strategy were gradually formed, and the concept of military strategy as a science was born. The formulation of military strategy as a system of knowledge was the direct result of generalization of the experience of leadership of the armed forces in the course of preparation and conduct of wars on a strategic scale. However, military strategy is not only the result of generalized experience but also includes theoretical predictions of possible conditions, of methods of conducting armed conflict, and the leadership of war in the future. Therefore, the theory of strategy is today inseparable from practice. On the basis of the experience of practical leadership of the armed forces, changes in the realm of military equipment and means of conflict, and also data of training and maneuvers of troops, the theory of military strategy is constantly enriched and developed. The daily practice of strategy serves for it as a criterion of the correctness of newly advanced concepts and determines the way of its development. In this manner, the unity and interrelation of theory and practice in the realm of strategy have decisive importance in the dialectic process of their mutual enrichment and development. This unity is most clearly expressed in wartime when the theory of preparation and conduct of military operations on the strategic scale becomes fused with the practice of the strategic leadership of war. The role of strategy in military science. The complexity and diversity of the phenomena of armed conflict studied by military science require exact scientific classification of military disciplines, i.e., the relative position of each of them in the overall system of military knowledge. The modern classification of military knowledge is based on the classification of each branch. First, according to the scope of military operations, and second, according to the service of the armed forces. Hence, in the classification of military science, the determining discipline is the theory of military art, whose subject is the nature and methods of military operations of various scopes, both in the aggregate and as applied to each separate service of the armed forces, and each branch of service in particular. The theory of Soviet military art as applied to military operations of various scales is divided into strategy, operational art, and tactics. Bourgeois military art is divided into two basic parts: strategy and tactics. Along with this, bourgeois military literature uses the term grand strategy. In the British Field Service Regulations, grand strategy is defined as the art of most efficient application of the entire powers of the state. Strategy occupies the leading place in military art. The theory of strategy deals with the use of all military forces and means of a country in war. This means that one of the problems of military strategy is the development of general foundations for the utilization of various services of the armed services and the coordination of their efforts aimed at the achievement of a common military and political objective. At the same time, the theory of strategic utilization of each of the services of the armed forces, resting on a common basis of a unified strategy, works out concrete forms and methods of application. Strategy is closely connected with operational art and tactics. As compared to them, military strategy leads, since it determines the general aim of the operations, the forces, and the ways and means for solving the problems at hand. The mutual dependence of all component parts of the theory of military art and the leading position of strategy are explained by the fact that in war each individual success is subordinate to the overall aim. It is for this reason that the tactical principles must correspond to the aims of operational art, which in turn are determined by strategy as a whole. Modern strategy cannot develop without taking into account economical, political, and scientific and technical factors. Its prognosis must be based on modern accomplishments in mathematics, physics, chemistry, cybernetics, and other sciences, without which the problems of preparation and utilization of armed forces in war cannot be solved. Therefore, military strategy is closely connected with other social and natural sciences. The need for a close connection between strategy and other sciences is also determined by the fact that some technical sciences which are more closely related than others to the sphere of military production receive general, and sometimes even concrete tactical and technical assignments from strategy for construction of new types of weapons and other forms of military equipment. The content of military strategy. The content of strategy is not constant. Its nature changes depending on the definition of the subject of strategy which has built up at a given time, the problems put to military strategy by the state policy and possibilities of the material and moral type, i.e., the forces and means placed at the disposal of strategy. In accordance with the political aims of war, one of the problems of military strategy becomes the study of the laws of armed conflict derived from theoretical analysis of military experience on the strategic scale, taking into account the state of military affairs. One of the main problems of strategy is the study of the conditions and of the nature of future war and development of methods and forms of its conduct. Hence, strategy must determine the composition of the forces and the means necessary to accomplish the aims placed before it, and consequently the general direction of the development of the armed forces and their preparation for war. Another problem of strategy is the development of material and technical bases for armed conflict and the leadership of armed forces. All these problems must be examined by strategy in conjunction with a detailed study of the attitudes and potential of the probable opponent. The opponent's strategic views are also included in the study of strategy. From the above considerations, the scope of the theory of military strategy includes the laws governing armed conflict which are inherent in strategy, the conditions and nature of a future war, the theoretical foundation of preparation of the country and of the armed forces and the principles of military planning, the services of the armed services and the basis of their strategic utilization, the fundamentals of civil defense, the methods of conducting armed conflict, the basis of the material and technical support for armed conflict, the basis of leadership of military forces and of the war in general, and the strategic attitudes of the probable opponents. In order to give a more complete exposition of the content of military strategy, we should at least briefly illuminate the problems comprising each of the enumerated subdivisions. Military strategy cannot claim the status of a science if it is not indeed based on the knowledge of the historical development of the laws of war as an armed conflict. The fact that the development of the ways and means of armed conflict is subject to definite laws was proven as early as 1851 by F. Engels, who wrote, 2. A prerequisite of the Napoleonic method of war was increased productive capacity. This will also be the prerequisite of each new improvement in the conduct of warfare. The laws of strategy are objective and apply impartially to both hostile sides. This can be confirmed by the strategic principles formulated in his time by V.I. Lenin. His general principle, stating that war is a universal test of the material and spiritual resources of each nation, that wars are won by those who have greater resources, the greater source of forces and support among the masses, and that in each war, victory in the final count is stipulated by the spiritual state of those masses who shed their blood on the field of battle, applies in the same measure to either of the belligerents. The knowledge of the general laws of armed conflict makes it possible for the military leader to foresee the nature of military events in a future war, and to use these laws successfully in conducting the war, rationally directing the efforts of the armed forces. This is the subjective aspect of the use of objective laws. In this manner, the elucidation and study of the laws of armed conflict have great practical value for military leadership in the preparation and conduct of military operations on the strategic scale. The next important element in the content of military strategy is the question concerning the nature of a future war. Here, strategy examines the conditions and factors which at the given historical moment determine the nature of future war, the distribution of military and political forces, the quality and quantity of the war material, the military and economic potential, the probable composition and potential of opposing coalitions, and their geographical distribution. In studying the nature of the war proper, strategy devotes attention to the basic means of its conduct, the duration, the intensity, and the geographical scope. In accordance with the nature of future war, military strategy examines the questions of preparation of the armed forces for war, where the main attention is given to the scientific basis of planning, taking into account political requirements, economic potential, and scientific and technical accomplishments. The organization of strategic intelligence. The composition of the armed forces required to solve strategic problems. The composition and method of preparation of strategic reserves. The accumulation of material reserves, and the preparation of the territory as a theater of military operations. In examining the services of the armed forces, in regard to their structure and application, military strategy studies the factors which determine the structure and interrelation of the services of the armed forces, the requirements put to them in connection with the changing political and strategic aims of war as well as changing conditions, the tasks and problems of the services of the armed forces in a future war, the principles and perspectives of their future development. An important part in the content of military strategy is played by the study of the methods of conducting war. In studying these problems, the theory of strategy develops general concepts concerning these methods and their dependence on the factors which most strongly influence their change and development. The main attention of military strategy is directed to studying the conditions under which a future war may arise, a detailed study of the peculiarities of the strategic deployment of the armed forces, the methods of delivering the first strike and conducting the first operations, as well as the method of strategic utilization of the different services of the armed forces. The principles of determining the general volume of the material requirements for war as a whole and independence on the forms of strategic operation are studied on the basis of the material and technical supply of the armed conflict. Attention is given to the organization of the strategic rear area, including questions of the location of rear area of the armed forces and the basis for the planning and adoption of concrete measures for the material and technical support for an armed conflict. In examining the basis of leadership of the armed forces, military strategy touches first upon the leadership of the war on the whole. It determines the possible organs of strategic leadership, their organizational structure and function, and the principles and methods employed by each individual country and military coalition for the control of the armed forces. In examining the strategic views of the probable enemy, military strategy turns its attention to what sort of military and political aims he might pursue in future war and what his economic, military, and moral potentials are for this. In addition, strategy studies the view of the enemy on the character and methods of conducting a war, the build-up of armed forces, and the preparation of the economy, population, and the territory for war. Such is the content of the problems examined in the theory of military strategy. The concrete study of each question assures the necessary depth of perception and makes it possible for the study of strategy to develop scientifically based recommendations for the leadership of the armed forces in preparing for war and during its waging. The practical part of military strategy includes the activity of the higher military and political leadership, the Supreme Military Command, and the higher headquarters, concerned with preparation of the country for war, and with the organization and realization of the strategic operations of the armed forces during the entire war, as well as at various stages and theaters of military operation. Starting with the theoretical data of military strategy and based on the actual conditions of the strategic situation, these organs undertake a series of measures aimed at the preparation for and successful conduct of armed conflict. These measures include the development of a strategic concept and practical realization of plans dealing with the preparation of the country for war, practical guidance of the preparation of the armed services for war, the leadership of the armed forces during the war. To sum up, the following definition of military strategy can be given. Military strategy is a system of scientific knowledge dealing with the laws of war as an armed conflict in the name of definite class interests. Strategy, on the basis of military experience, military and political conditions, economic and moral potential of the country, new means of combat, and the views and potential of the probable enemy, studies the conditions and the nature of future war, the methods for its preparation and conduct, the services of the armed forces, and the foundations for their strategic utilization, as well as foundations for the material and technical support and leadership of the war and the armed forces. At the same time, this is the area of the practical activity of the higher military and political leadership, of the Supreme Command, and of the higher headquarters, that pertains to the art of preparing a country, the armed forces for war and conducting the war. The content and nature of military strategy under conditions of modern nuclear rocket warfare. As is known, the development of technical means of armed conflict has considerable influence on the nature of war and military strategy. The appearance of the nuclear rocket weapon radically changed previous concepts of the nature of war. Modern nuclear rocket war in its destructive and death-dealing potential cannot be compared with previous wars. Mass application of nuclear rocket weapons makes it possible within a very short time to force a country from the war, or a number of countries, even those with relatively large territories, well-developed economies, and populations on the order of tens of millions. There is an immeasurable increase in the spatial scope of modern war. The almost unlimited range of the means of delivery of nuclear weapons gives modern war such an infinite scope that the boundaries between the front lines and the rear areas are erased, eliminating the previous concept of the theater of military operation. Military strategy under conditions of modern war becomes the strategy of deep nuclear rocket strikes in conjunction with the operations of all services of the armed forces in order to effect a simultaneous defeat and destruction of the economic potential and armed forces throughout the enemy territory, thus accomplishing the war aims within a short time period. Quite naturally, the question here is of the strategy of nuclear rocket war, and this definition does not reflect the nature and the laws of war without the use of the nuclear weapon. In the light of this definition, a whole series of previous principles, norms, and rules, which had been considered definitive for military strategy as late as World Wars I and II, are now radically revised or lose their significance altogether. The ancient and extant principle of concentrating the forces and means in the decisive direction requires a radically new approach. In all previous wars, the concentration of decisive efforts in the main direction was accomplished by increased concentration of men and equipment on a relatively limited sector of the ground front. Today, this can be achieved, obviously, by mass strikes of the nuclear rocket weapon. Concentration of troops at the areas of breakthrough and the formation in these relatively narrow front sectors of high troop densities, as employed as recently as World War II, now are fraught with grave consequences. Moreover, there is no longer a need for it, since continuous fronts have become a thing of the past, and the concept of penetration has lost its significance. The greatest importance is now acquired not by the direction of the main strike, but by the areas of maximum effort, since nuclear strikes can be simultaneously delivered in many directions throughout the entire enemy territory, and also by the exact calculation of the forces and means on the objectives of the strikes, the sequence, and the time of the strikes against them. Under conditions of nuclear rocket war, the strategic principle of the economy of forces appears in a new light. It is apparent that when the very outcome of the war depends largely on the number and the effectiveness of the application of effort at the very beginning of the war, it is hardly reasonable to count on using the potential capabilities of a country and to reserve a large part of the forces for conducting military operations during later periods of the war. An overwhelming majority of military theoreticians in the highly developed countries of the world are coming to such a conclusion. In the military strategy of previous wars, a large role was always attached to the principle of partial victory. It was considered an irrefutable fact that a general victory in war consisted of a number of local successes on various fronts and in various spheres of military operations. Modern strategic means of armed conflict which are located in direct subordination to the high commands, and which make it possible to achieve decisive results in gaining victory in war often without utilizing the forces and means of the tactical and operational element, speak in favor of the position that now partial success can be dependent on success of a general strategic nature. Thus, strategy, which in the past was nourished by the achievements of tactics and operational art, now is given the possibility to attain, by its own independent means, the war aims regardless of the outcome of battles and operations in the various areas of armed conflict. Consequently, overall victory in war is no longer the culmination, nor the sum of partial successes, but the result of a one-time application of the entire might of a state accumulated before the war. The changes which are introduced into strategy by the appearance of new means of armed conflict touch not only upon the principles and rules of strategy, but also upon the basic strategic categories. Thus, the concept of a theater of military operations has changed completely. In the classic definition, a theater of military operations was a territory or aquatory in which direct military operations took place. The boundaries of such a theater were determined primarily by the aims of the armed conflict in the given theater and by the range of the weapons, which until World War II rarely penetrated beyond the operational rear areas. Thus, The strategic rear area and the entire territory of the belligerent country beyond these boundaries were not part of the theater of military operations. The development of long-range bomber aviation and the appearance of nuclear weapons, especially that of ICBMs, have significantly changed the concept of a theater of military operations. The modern concept of a theater of military operations may include the entire territory of a belligerent or coalition, whole continents, large bodies of water, and extensive regions of the atmosphere, including space. On this basis, the traditional theaters of military operations can be grouped together: Western, Near Eastern, Far Eastern, etc. Thus, the zone of military operations is no longer limited to the firing range of weapons, since the latter is almost unlimited. This zone can be determined, depending on the boundaries of the continent or body of water, as well as on the location of strategic targets subject to attack. Strategic offense and strategic defense, as forms of strategic operations under conditions of nuclear rocket war, have lost their previous significance. They played a major part when the resolution of the main aims and problems of war was accomplished by ground troops with the cooperation of aviation, in coastal areas, with that of the Navy, and the main basis of waging war was ground front operation. Under conditions of nuclear rocket war, the resolution of the main aims and problems of war will be accomplished by strategic rocket troops, by delivery of massed nuclear rocket strikes. Ground troops with the aid of aviation will perform important strategic functions in a modern war. By rapid offensive movements, they will completely annihilate the remaining enemy formations, occupy enemy territory, and prevent the enemy from invading one's own territory. The strategic operations of other services of the armed forces will consist of the following. The national PVO troops will protect the country and groupings of the armed forces from the nuclear strikes of the enemy. The Navy will perform military operations in naval theaters aimed at the destruction of enemy naval formations, the disruption of enemy naval communications, and defense of one's own communications, as well as the coastal areas from strikes from the sea. The strategic offense and strategic defense, as forms of strategic operations, can retain their significance in the event war is waged by conventional means in certain types of local wars, the probability of which cannot be excluded in contemporary conditions. Nuclear rocket weapons have introduced substantial changes in the concept of strategic deployment. The concept, existing up to World War II, of strategic deployment of armed forces as a complex of successive planned carrying out of measures designed to cover, mobilize, concentrate, and deploy the armed forces in the theater of military operations, executed in a time of threat or at the start of the war, has obviously become obsolete. Today, most of these measures can be accomplished beforehand, so that they need only be completed in a time of threat. Thus, the new concept of strategic deployment is a process of creation of strategic formations of armed forces prior to the outbreak of war, according to a war plan and to the conditions of its unleashing. An important part in this process is played by increased military preparedness of the armed forces, perfection of the means of delivery of nuclear weapons to their target, their great range, and the ability to be retargeted in a short period of time from one target to another, changed the previous concept of strategic maneuver. This was previously defined as the creation of the most favorable formations of forces and material in a theater of military operations or a strategic direction. Today, the essence of a strategic maneuver, obviously, consists in the creation of favorable conditions by the shift and concentration of nuclear strikes for the resolution of the main problems and aims of war, as well as for the achievement of strategic results by all services of the armed forces. The realization of strategic maneuver in the past war was accomplished by moving large commands and formations by rail and motor transport from one front or theater of military operations to another. The high vulnerability of communications and the lack of time necessary for such regrouping make these maneuvers difficult to accomplish and in a number of instances inexpedient. Consequently, strategic maneuvers under conditions of nuclear rocket war can be defined as the shift of effort from one strategic direction or objective to another, mainly by fire and maneuver with nuclear weapons. Maneuver in the old sense may find application primarily within theaters of military operation by the ground, aviation, and naval forces. The above basic principles and categories of military strategy confirm the rationality of those radical changes which have been introduced into strategy by the appearance of new means of armed conflict. These are the general principles of military strategy, touching upon the definition of concepts and the position of strategy in military science, its content, and those changes produced by the appearance of nuclear rocket weapons. Strategy and politics. The dependence of military strategy on politics. In determining the essence of war, Marxism-Leninism uses as its point of departure the position that war is not an aim in itself, but only a tool of politics. In his remarks on Clausewitz's book on war, V.I. Lenin stresses 3. That politics is the reason, and war is only the tool, not the other way around. Consequently, it remains only to subordinate the military point of view to the political. The acceptance of war as a tool of politics also determines the interrelation of military strategy and politics, which is based on the principle of the full dependence of the former on the latter. These scientific Marxist concepts are and were opposed by the representatives of the bourgeois metaphysical approach to war, who deny the class nature of war. They are inclined to see the causes of war in the psychological makeup of man, in the overpopulation of the earth, Malthusians and neo-Malthusians, and in racist geopolitics. Such theories always played into the hands of extreme militarists, who deny the dependence of military strategy on politics. This idea was defended, in its time, by the German military writer Friedrich von Bernhardi, who asserted, for example, that politics must adapt its demands to military exigencies and contingencies. 4. The German military ideologists of World War I, von Schlieffen and von Ludendorff, trying to justify their militaristic aspirations, contended that politics, having accomplished its business by starting the war, could retire at the beginning of hostilities to the position of a passive observer. The views of the bourgeois military theoreticians of the past find adherents even among military ideologists of present-day imperialism. Thus, the English military theoretician Kingston McCluffrey writes, 5. With regard to the Clausewitz formula, take his famous statement that war is the continuation of politics by other means, violent means, and examine it in the light of modern conditions. In the event of nuclear war, nothing would be further from the truth than this statement. Such a war, in the event of its unleashing, would mean the end of all politics and complete mutual annihilation. He finds an echo in pursuing the military-political field of West Germany's Ringelich, a former Hitlerite general, who in the article Armament Changes Politics declares that atomic weapons have introduced radical changes into the form of war and its relation to politics. Atomic war has lost its meaning as a tool of politics. It is quite evident that such views are a consequence of a metaphysical and unscientific approach to such a social phenomenon as war, and are a result of idealization of the new weapons. It is well known that the essence of war as a continuation of politics does not change with changing technology and armament. Conclusions to the contrary were resorted to by military ideologists of imperialism in order to justify their preparation for a new war and to subordinate the development of economics, science, and technology to the service of military organization. In their opinion, it is not the civil, but rather the military organization which, hand in hand with science, has taken the leadership into their own hands. At the same time, regardless of such declarations of individual authors, bourgeois military science recognizes the dependence of war and military strategy on politics. True, bourgeois politics in this case is represented as the expression of the interests of society as a whole, which in reality is not the case. Thus, the class essence is removed from politics, and it assumes the form of a national, primarily foreign, policy. However, in a society composed of antagonistic classes, such a policy cannot be pursued, since as V.I. Lenin pointed out, politics outside the classes and politics independent of classes does not exist. The dependence of military strategy on politics finds the most varied expressions. The influence of politics affects the determination of general and particular strategic aims, and the general character of state strategy, and on the selection of forms and methods of conducting war. V.I. Lenin declared that the nature of the political aim has a decisive influence on the conduct of war. Indeed, the political aim determines the just or unjust nature of war, and this influences strategy in a radical manner, since in one case the strategy is supported by a wholehearted endorsement of the war aims by the population, and in the other case these aims cannot be shared by the people, and this changes the relationship of the people toward war, right up to revolutionary withdrawal from it. Depending on the extent of contradictions between the states or coalitions of states, the political aims of a war vary in their decisiveness. The most decisive political and, consequently, strategic aims are pursued in civil or revolutionary class wars. The wars between states with different social systems, the highest form of class struggle, are particularly decisive. In wars between states with the same social system, when there are no class antagonisms between the opponents, the political and strategic aims, as the experience of imperialist wars shows, are usually limited. In the course of such wars, long before economic and military exhaustion of the belligerent states, compromises of various types are possible. A strategy of this nature is characteristic for wars in which both sides pursue predatory aims. The subordination of military strategy to state policy determines not only the nature of strategic aims, but also the general nature of strategy. For instance, the policy of capitalism as an outmoded structure consists of the desire to stave off its inevitable downfall and to prevent the natural development of the world on the road to socialism. Being by nature adventuristic and reactionary, the policy of the imperialist countries gives birth to military strategy founded on adventuristic calculations. Such a nature of strategy causes an underestimation of the laws of armed conflict, of the constantly operating factors, and of the role played by the popular masses, and aims to use the combination of political and strategic factors for the purpose of treacherous attacks in violation of international treaties and agreements. The general nature of military strategy is strongly influenced by the prevailing or general line of state policy. The existence of this idea makes military strategy firm and consistent. For instance, the general line of the policy of the CPSU, whose essence was so graphically expressed in the program of the party, is the building of communist society. On the road to the achievement of this aim, our country must survive various battles, some of them, as shown by historical experience, with drawn sword. Soviet military strategy directed by such a clear and noble idea acquires the necessary direction and consistency. We can cite another example in which politics is unable to provide strategy with a leading idea, or when the idea is reactionary in its essence. This applies to the policy of Tsarist Russia, which in the first half of the 19th century was guided by the reactionary idea of a struggle with a bourgeois revolution. Hoping to preserve the outmoded feudal serf system, Russia appeared as the gendarme of Europe. The doom of the backward social structure of Russia affected not only her politics and ideology, but also her military strategy. The nature of military strategy is often influenced by such factors as the general historically accumulated national and political traditions of a country. For instance, Britain in its foreign policy always adhered to a clearly pronounced policy of watchful waiting, over cautiousness, having someone else do their dirty work for them. This influenced the nature of their military strategy, which avoided decisive engagements, refused to take even reasonable risks, and always looked for devious, indirect roads for the achievement of victory. Apparently, in connection with this, the concept of the strategy of indirect action has wide circulation in England. This, of course, does not indicate that the ruling circles of England did not, and do not, pursue an aggressive policy directed at unleashing war. However, the influence of politics on military strategy is not limited to the determination of the general nature of strategy alone. The solution of many concrete problems of strategy depends directly on state policy. One such problem is the question of the methods of conducting war. The methods of waging each actual war, as well known, are determined by the stage of development of production, the properties of weapons, of combat equipment, and of the composition and nature of the armed forces. Therefore, in its policy, a state must always take into account the fact that the methods employed in the conduct of war must correspond to the military and economic potential of the state, to the level of technical equipment of the armed forces, and to the nature of war. For instance, under modern conditions, if a state does not have nuclear weapons at its disposal, then whatever the method of conduct of war advanced by state policy, it could hardly succeed in achieving victory over an opponent possessing such weapons. However, in spite of this, the influence of politics on the selection of methods of conducting war at times becomes quite evident. F. Engels states that the victorious proletariat will create new methods of conducting war, stressing that the revolutionary change in social structure presupposes creation of new, more progressive methods of conducting warfare. The actual liberation of the proletariat, the complete elimination of all class distinctions, and the total socialization of all means of production are, in his words, the prerequisites of new methods of conducting war. The influence of politics on the methods of conducting war is manifested in various ways. The passive and defensive strategy of the Anglo-French command during the period of the Phoney War in the West, 1939 to 1940, when it acted in accord with the will of imperialist politics to encourage Hitler's aggression against the USSR and the change of the incipient war into an anti-Soviet war, is well known to all. A substantial influence on the methods of conducting war of the Anglo-American troops during World War II was exerted by certain circles in the USA and Britain which strove to achieve an economic and military exhaustion of the USSR and of Germany. This gave rise to the Anglo-American strategy of deploying their troops along secondary fronts and protracted military action. The military strategy of capitalist countries, guided by this policy, in 1942 and 1943 refused to deliver a main blow in France, which would have led to the quick defeat of Germany. In striving to maintain the domination of imperialism in Central and Southeast Europe, the British political leadership by all possible means delayed the landing of the Allied forces and the opening of the Second Front in France, insisting on a landing in the Balkans. The modern doctrines of flexible response, limited wars, the theory of escalation of war, etc., which are advanced in such profusion by bourgeois military scientists, also reflect imperialist policy. This is a further proof of the dependence of the methods of conducting war on politics. Politics creates favorable conditions for military strategy. State policy in its activity usually not only presents strategic aims, but also strives to bring about conditions favorable to the realization of these aims. Having in its hands all the control and the means, politics can mobilize to the maximum extent the human and material resources to safeguard the operations of the armed forces. Politics considers the requirements and reasons of strategy, as well as the potentialities of the state, seeking to make the aims commensurate with the forces and means available. For the successful accomplishment of the assigned aims, the military forces are forced to create favorable conditions with respect to diplomacy, economics, and moral and political factors. The state prepares toward war in all these realms. The preparation of foreign policy for war includes such measures as the signing of treaties, the formation of coalitions, the safeguards of the neutrality of neighboring countries, and others. A vast range of activity for diplomacy is opened here, which, in striving for a strengthening of the international position of its country, constantly takes into account its security in conjunction with the requirements of military strategy. In making one alliance or another, bourgeois diplomacy, as a rule, is guided primarily by the principle of cash and profit. In selecting allies, it usually takes into account their forces, their incentive for war, and their geographic location, which is particularly important for military strategy. The history of bourgeois diplomacy shows that since the main aim of coalitions of capitalist countries is the strengthening of one alliance and the weakening of another, these coalitions, allegedly formed for mutual defense in the event of war, in reality always led to war. Peaceful coalitions, wrote Lenin, having in mind imperialist alliances, pair wars and in turn are products of wars, one causing the other. It is for this reason that the Soviet Union, true to its peace-loving policy, decisively rejects the formation of military coalitions. It is only the creation of aggressive military blocs by imperialist countries, spearheaded against the socialist countries, that forced the Soviet Union to unite with socialist countries in a military alliance strengthened by the obligations of the Warsaw Defense Pact of 1955. It is important for military strategy to assure neutrality of number of countries or of individual countries. This task is also assigned to diplomacy. For instance, the Prussian diplomacy prior to the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 1871 secured the neutrality of Russia, which permitted Prussia, first, to avoid battle on two fronts, and, second, to commit to battle the majority of its forces, leaving only one division in the rear areas of its army. It is well known that in World War II Soviet diplomacy spent considerable effort to assure the neutrality of Japan. This, to a certain extent, made it possible for the Soviet Supreme High Command to transfer a part of the forces from the Far East and to concentrate them on the Soviet-German front. The above examples show that the creation of favorable conditions on the foreign policy front plays an extremely important part in military strategy. Politics prepares war and creates, for the benefit of strategy, favorable conditions in the economic and ideological respects. This is examined in detail in the following sections of this chapter. The features of the interrelations between politics and strategy in time of war. The features of the interrelations between politics and strategy in time of war arise from the fact that in a war period the center of gravity of the political struggle is transferred from non-military to military form. Politics, it is said, exchanges the pen for the sword, and new relations and laws become operative. The military movements on land and on sea have been started. They are no longer subject to the desires and plans of diplomacy, but rather to their own laws, which cannot be violated without endangering the entire expedition. Pointing out the certain independence enjoyed by strategy, Engels did not intend to stress its independence from politics. He only warned that if policy violates or ignores the laws of military strategy, this can lead to the defeat of the army and to the destruction of the state. During a war, strategic concepts often have a reverse effect on policy. Cases even arise when the military factor acquires decisive significance. V.I. Lenin pointed out during the Civil War in the USSR that the outcome of the revolution depended entirely who won the Civil War. Therefore, in time of war, politics must often conform its actions with this fact. To what degree do these actions favor the achievement of strategic results, which in the final analysis lead to the accomplishment of political aims in war? Of course, the diplomatic and economic struggle does not stop in wartime, but these forms of political struggle are entirely dependent on the decisive form, that of armed conflict, and at times are also waged by its means. For example, diplomacy, directing all its efforts to facilitate accomplishment of strategic aims, may enter into an alliance with a country which heretofore had been in the enemy camp. This is undoubtedly an important factor for military strategy, facilitating the tasks it must accomplish. Thus, during the Great Patriotic War, Soviet diplomacy, having concluded agreements with Bulgaria and Romania, put the fascist German army in a very difficult position on the southern flank of the Soviet-German front. But, in order to assure the success of this diplomatic step, first of all the efforts of the Red Army were necessary in delivering a crippling blow to the German fascist Editor's Note 1 armies, placing them on the brink of a military catastrophe. Thus, only as a result of the mutual efforts of Soviet strategy and diplomacy were such successes achieved. This is a striking example of complete coordination of action between diplomacy and strategy, unified by a single aim. In time of war, the economic struggle also becomes dependent on military strategy, which in a number of cases is conducted by military means for which strategy even carries out special strategic operations. If we turn to the lesson of the Great Patriotic War, we can see that shortly before the capitulation of fascist Germany, its economic condition was still fully capable of supporting successful military operations. This is evidenced by the production index of the main armaments of Germany in January 1945, 3 months before surrender. Despite the fact that on the whole it had a tendency to drop, still, as compared with the production index in January 1942, taken arbitrarily as 100, the production index of 1945 was quite high. As these data show, 9. The economic capabilities of Hitler's Germany 3 months before surrender were higher than the index for that phase of the war when the German fascist armies were successful. However, the destruction of Hitler's armed forces by the Red Army and insufficient manpower reserves led fascist Germany to catastrophe. Thus, it was not so much the economic struggle and economic exhaustion that were the causes for the defeat of Hitler's Germany, but rather the armed conflict and the defeat of its armed forces. The heroic Soviet army not only accelerated the economic exhaustion of Hitler's Germany, but was the cause and the main force which exploded the economic foundation of the enemy. Under conditions of modern war, when mass application of nuclear rocket weapons can lead to destruction and annihilation of important industrial objectives, economic regions, and to the undermining of the economy of the opposing country or coalition, an entirely different picture emerges. The country which finds itself in a catastrophic situation as the result of mass nuclear rocket strikes may be forced to surrender even before its armed forces have suffered any decisive defeat. But we must remember that such results can be accomplished only by means of violence, by means of armed conflict. Politics, from an evaluation of military and political factors, selects the most propitious moment to start a war, taking into account all the strategic considerations. How important is the proper selection for the beginning of war can be judged from the fact that in those cases when it was well-selected strategy usually achieved greater military results, while politics reaped the greatest advantages from it. Thus, in 1866, The Prussian Chancellor Bismarck started the war with Austria at a time when Austria, not having as yet recovered from the unsuccessful Italian campaign of 1859, was conducting a reform of its entire military system. As a consequence of the Hungarian desire for separation, the Austrian internal position was also rather unstable. Prussia at this time had a well-organized army and a strong ally in Italy. All these circumstances enabled her to achieve victory almost entirely because of the fortunate timing of the moment. Another example from the history of the Russo-Turkish War also proved the important part played by politics in the timing of the outbreak of hostilities and for the creation of favorable conditions for military strategy from the very beginning of the war. By the middle of the 19th century, in the countries of the Balkan Peninsula subjugated by Turkey, movement of national liberation arose, which found support in Russia among the Slavophiles and on the part of the Tsarist government, which was pursuing its capitalist interests in the Balkans. The repressions of the Turkish government against the local population added fuel to the fire of this movement. A war was brewing between Russia and Turkey. Britain assumed the part of mediator, all the time pursuing its own selfish aims in the fear that a Turkish defeat would lead to the capture of the Bosporus and the Dardanelles by Russia. Allegedly supporting Russia, Britain at the same time encouraged an uncooperative attitude on the part of Turkey. Russian diplomacy was unable to resolve the Balkan contradictions under these circumstances, and on November 1, 1876, Russia declared a partial mobilization. If this had been followed immediately by the beginning of military operations, then this would have been at a time which was most unsuitable for Turkey and Britain. The former was tied down in a war with Serbia and Montenegro and urgently needed a reform of its army. The latter, because of its military weakness, was unable to dictate any terms to Russia. Turkey also had to prolong the conflict until the beginning of the winter storms in the Black Sea, which would hinder the operation of the Russian Navy. Under these conditions, Turkey and Britain resorted to diplomatic procrastination. When on April 12, 1877, Russia was nevertheless forced to declare war on Turkey, the favorable moment had been lost. Britain had gathered its strength, and Turkey, having concluded a peace treaty with Serbia, had put through a reform of its army. Thus, as a consequence of the poor political timing for the outbreak of war, effective use of strategy was prevented, and politics was unable to reap all the gains of military successes since, in the ensuing peace treaty, despite the fact that Russia had been victorious, she was not able to achieve her political aims as formulated in the beginning of the war. Strategy was also hindered by the limitations stated in the treaty. Instead of attempting to achieve a complete destruction of the Turkish army and the occupation of Constantinople, which was completely within its capabilities, the Russian army was limited to just the liberation of Bulgaria, at that time part of the Turkish Empire. An example from the recent past can be given. The timing of the attack by Hitler's Germany in 1941, extremely unfavorable for our country, to a certain degree was conducive to the initial success of the fascist German troops. Our army, which was not fully mobilized, was in the process of reorganization and rearmament. All these examples point up the close connection between strategy and politics at the beginning of war. The role and influence of politics on military strategy at the end of a war is exceptionally great, since the situation in which a country finds itself at the final stage of the war has great effect on its post-war international position. The features of the interrelation of politics and strategy in coalitions. In a coalitional war, the interrelation of politics and strategy has its own peculiarities. To achieve victory, the states allied in a coalition must perforce have a coordinated strategy. However, such strategy can arise only from politics strengthened by a unity of purpose on the part of the coalition members, which is very difficult to achieve in coalitions of predatory imperialist countries. Moreover, it must be taken into account that the strategy of each individual country is determined by its economic potential, its geographic situation, national character and traditions, etc. Consequently, in each country, strategy has its strikingly expressed national traits. At the same time, Allied strategy cannot be a mechanical combination of the strategic views of the various countries. Because of these conditions, the development of a unified plan of strategic conduct of capitalist countries in a coalitional war can be achieved only at the expense of compromises, mutual concessions, or dictation on the part of the stronger countries. It is by diktat on the part of the USA that the unified strategy of a modern imperialist coalition is developed, which is designed first and foremost to achieve the military and political aims of the USA. It is evident that the irreconcilable contradictions inherent in a capitalist society make it impossible to achieve complete unity of strategy in imperialist blocs and coalitions. Experience indicates that with respect to the development of a unified allied strategy, each country tries to get as much from the coalition as possible and to contribute fewer efforts than the other countries. V.D.Lenin remarked that in capitalist coalitions, there are two tendencies, one, which makes the coalition of all imperialists inevitable, and the other, which makes for opposition among the imperialists. Two tendencies, neither of which has any firm basis. These words are confirmed by the acute contradictions existing within the modern aggressive military blocs of imperialist countries. Centrifugal forces, overpowering this product of the policy of anti-communism, are placing before its fathers a mass of problems of a political, economic, and military order. Some time ago, most bitter debate was produced in the NATO Council by the discussion of the strategic plan for the defense of the West. The French and the West German military leaders insisted upon the idea of continental strategy and demanded that the United States participate in the defense of the European continent. The peripheral strategy propounded by the military leaders of Britain and the USA did not provide for the defense of Europe by the non-continental countries and propounded a defensive belt on the periphery of the European continent, on the islands of the Atlantic Ocean, on the Mediterranean, and on the North Sea. Even though it would seem that the proponents of the continental strategy had won, subsequent events show that the agreement reached in 1955 was ephemeral. In the course of the regular session of the NATO Council in 1959, the basic disagreements of the Allies reappeared with new strength. The USA refused to finance, to the extent previously accepted, the armaments of the West European armies and demanded increased contribution to armaments from the Allies, which the Allies rejected. The political and military command of NATO constantly strives to somehow smooth out the contradictions within that aggressive bloc, to work more or less unified strategic concepts, and to obtain agreement on fundamental trends in the construction of national armed forces. This is understandable, since it is inconceivable that such a bellicose coalition as NATO could be built on a regional basis. However, up to now, the persistent endeavors to obtain complete agreement on the bloc's military policy, not to mention strategy, did not lead to comforting results. This can be explained by the fact that NATO is a union of imperialist plundering states, each of which strives to derive as much gain and advantages as possible from its membership in the union, placing on others the burden of expenses and the more dangerous obligations. With reference to this, naturally, it must not be forgotten that the entry of the imperialist states into this war bloc was conditioned, above all, by their class solidarity and enmity toward countries in the socialist camp. The insurmountable nature of contradictions within the military bloc of the imperialist state stems from the law of their uneven development, discovered by Lenin and confirmed with each passing year. All new shifts which take place in the Western alliances change to some degree the distribution of forces. The hopes of the ruling circles of Great Britain to continue to play the part of major partner of the USA are more and more subject to doubt. Now West Germany is competing economically and militarily against Great Britain. Though France left the military organization of the Union altogether, she did remain, it is true, in NATO, when considered as a political organization. An ever-growing struggle is being continuously waged between the United States and their Western European allies for spheres of influence in the various areas of the world, for a predominant role in one or another field of armaments, and for the leading role in determining military policy and strategy. All these examples confirm that British Field Marshal Montgomery was correct in declaring that instead of Sea of Unity, the West has approximately 30 political puddles. This was also noted by the message of the late President Kennedy. Our alliances in Europe have not materialized and are in a state of disorder. The unity of NATO is weakened by economic rivalry and partly undermined by national interests. In a coalition of socialist countries, the achievement of an agreed military strategy is determined by the unity of political aims, which unites all the countries into a union of equal partners. In Lenin's words, "We shall unite and merge the nation VOT with the power of money, nor with a big stick or force, but by voluntary agreement and the solidarity of the workers against the exploiter." The lack of contradictions between the politics and strategy in the socialists coalition assures a harmonious combination of mutual international traits and national characteristics of military strategy of the different countries. The unity of problems of defense of the socialist camp from an attack by imperialist aggressors is based not only on the combat cooperation of the armies of the socialist countries, but also on the unity of strategic concepts. The defensive military Warsaw Pact signed by the socialist countries unites the participants with the single aim of defending the accomplishments of socialism in these countries from the aggression of imperialists. Its freedom-loving aims assure tremendous advantages to this coalition in the case of war, since the time-tested principles of Marxism-Leninism, the principles of proletarian internationalism, are the foundations of the relations between the countries of the world's socialist system and of all communist and workers' parties. Strategy and economics. The role of the economic factor in war. Every war is a product of social and economic relations. F. Engels, in his proof of the mutual dependence of war as a form of force and the material basis of this force, weapons and troops, stated that war is not the simple act of volition. The victory of force is based on the production of weapons, and the production of weapons in turn is based on productivity in general and consequently on economic strength, on the situation of the economy, and on material means at the disposal of that for. 14. Economic conditions determine not only war in general, but also the combat methods of the army, i.e., those forms and methods by which war is conducted, in other words, strategy. Initially, this dependence was not very noticeable. In the slave-owning and feudal societies, and in the initial development of capitalism, the influence of economics on war and strategy was not very strikingly expressed. In the time of the small-scale wars, countries could go to war even while the state of their economy was poor. This is evident by many examples from military history. Before the First Bourgeois French Revolution, the Bourbon dynasty brought France to the limit of economic exhaustion, so that Napoleon was forced to undertake his initial campaigns with a literally empty treasury. However, in spite of a 20-year period of continuous war, the Napoleonic Empire in 1811 had a 200 million franc surplus. Another example is pre-revolutionary Russia, which, in spite of the backward economy and complete dependence on foreign capital, was militarily a rather strong nation due to the vast human resources. This was true until the beginning of capitalism, which gave impetus to the development of trade, industry, and means of communication. This provides the basis for wars of increased scope and, consequently, increased material requirements. This law was more and more clearly confirmed with each new war, and World War I showed a sharp increase in the cost of material expenditures as compared to preceding wars. For example, the cost of 1 year of those wars, which were conducted by Russia in the 19th and 20th centuries, increased progressively from war to war. In millions of rubles, gold, it was as follows. In wars of the era of monopolistic capitalism, the percent of expenditures for military technology as compared to the total cost of war increases regularly. For example, in the Russo-Turkish War, this percentage for Russia was 25, whereas in World War I it increased to 60. World War II shows an even larger increase in the role of equipment. While in 1914, an average of 1/3 of 1 horsepower per soldier was estimated, in World War II this amounted to 20 horsepower. Undoubtedly, in modern war these indexes will be much higher. The increasing material requirements for waging war naturally lead to a requirement for greater productive strength of industry of the belligerent countries. The table shows the increase in the growth of yearly production of the basic weapons and military equipment among the main participants of World Wars I and II. This indicates that the growth of production and the development of productive forces naturally lead to an increasing role of the economic factor in war. The nature of the interrelation of strategy and economics. The interrelation of strategy and economics is characterized by the fact that the developments and the changes in strategic concepts depend completely on economic conditions and the level of productive forces achieved at a given time. A characteristic feature of these interrelations is also the fact that although economic development is subject to its own laws, the direction of this development is chosen from strategic considerations, and in time of war is almost completely determined by military requirements. The interdependence of strategy and economics is not direct, but rather through the organs of governmental administration. Let us examine in order how these traits and peculiarities are manifested in the various aspects of the interrelation of strategy and economics. The entire history of the development of the theory of strategy is a striking proof of the dominating influence of economics on the nature of military strategic concepts. Regardless of the era, whose features these concepts always bear, and regardless of the national affiliation of the strategy, one general regularity formulated by F. Engels exists. Armaments, composition, organization, tactics, and strategy primarily depend on the level of development of industry and means of communication achieved at a given moment. This dependence is manifested as a result of evolutionary development and gradual change of industrial methods, as well as because of radical revolutionary changes. Strategy is influenced by the change in the social-economic structure as a whole, as well as by individual discoveries and inventions in the technical field. For instance, the invention of gunpowder and of firearms led to the creation of the scattered formation on the battlefield. Rifle artillery pieces led to deep formations in the combat order and the ability to hit the enemy deep behind the front lines. The invention of radio and the creation of the first radio telegraph companies, providing communication at distances of 80 kilometers or more, made radio communication at times into a means of strategic leadership. The appearance of aviation marked the birth of the strategic theory of air superiority and changed previous concepts of ground operations. The nuclear weapon marked the beginning of a new stage in the development of strategy, based on entirely new principles. It should be noted that changes in the concepts of military strategic views are influenced not only by discoveries and inventions in some narrow field, but also by the general level of technical progress, encompassing all the leading branches of the economy. For instance, the gradual increase in the tonnage of ocean-going vessels increased the possibilities of transportation and concentration of troops by sea. This in turn made the Navy a means of strategic concentration and deployment. Or another example, the perfection of metallurgical processes led to higher quality steel, which made it possible to construct and build rapid-firing artillery pieces and machine guns. The introduction of these weapons into the Army influenced not only the methods of solution and tactical and operational problems, but the methods of warfare as a whole. Radical changes in military strategic concepts were made by the mass introduction of automobiles and tanks into armies, which caused the elaboration of maneuverable methods of conducting war. Strategy was influenced immensely by the rapid construction of railroads, which accelerated and increased the volume of transport, making possible rapid troop concentration. Further extension of the railroad system, the perfection of railroad equipment, the increased load capacity of moving stock, and the increased passability of the track made it possible to amass, within a short time, large troop concentrations in theaters of military operations, and expanded the possibilities of strategic maneuver. All this, to a great extent, had an influence on the changes of strategic concepts. The density and shape of railroad networks began to influence the formulation of strategic war plans as well as individual operations, since they determined the timetable of mobilization and deployment of armed forces. For instance, Germany and Austria, which have a highly developed network of railroads and railroad lines running parallel to the eastern border, before World War I planned to complete their strategic deployment according to the following timetable. Germany, 13 days after the proclamation of mobilization, and Austria, 16 days. At the same time, Tsarist Russia, due to the absence of a well-developed railroad network or a system of railroads running parallel to the western border, could complete its deployment only after 24 days according to the calculations of the Russian General Staff. This is the general picture of the first feature of the interrelation of military strategy and economics. In spite of the fact that economy develops on the basis of its own specific laws, its development has certain peculiarities which arise from its responsibilities toward strategy. The economy of a country cannot develop without taking into account the strategic considerations and interests of the most efficient use of the country's resources for defense. It is for this reason that the requirements of military strategy are taken into account in the formulation of economic development plans. In addition to this, a country must be able to change its economy to a war footing at a moment's notice in the event of war. For this purpose, the economic structure of a country usually is adaptable to some degree to make the switch of the economy to a war footing easier. The most careful strategic considerations are taken into account by the organs of the economic leadership in formulating plans for the geographic distribution of industry, regions of agricultural production, and the building of means of communication. In speaking of the relationship between military strategy and economics, we cannot neglect the responsibilities of military strategy toward the economy. Military strategy in presenting definite demands to the economy must outline very clearly the entire course of economic mobilization of the national economy, the actual possibilities, and the conditions of deployment of military industries, as well as the difficulties which may arise. Strategy must supply to the economy accurate data on the requirements of at least the first year of war, as well as the rates of consumption, losses, and replacement of material and technical means. It must develop and realize measures aimed at the protection of its economic units, as well as take measures to affect the economy of the enemy by means of armed conflict. In order to execute military attacks against the economy of the enemy according to strategic plans, frequently special operations are executed to capture and destroy strategically important regions or raw material sources. In this sense, we can refer to Hitler's Operation Fox, whose main purpose was the capture of the nickel deposits of the Kola Peninsula. Each state usually reorganizes its economy on a military footing in the event of war. Depending on the economic structure of the society, the economic reorganization in different countries can take different courses. However, as shown by military experience, it must include the following measures. A. The mobilization of industry, agriculture, transportation and communications. B. The development of the construction of new military industrial centers and the evacuation of regions threatened by military action. The construction of a highway system. D. The organization and redistribution of manpower and the training and retraining of industrial manpower. E. The mobilization of all food resources of the country and the introduction of a strict food rationing. F. The conduct of financial operations of the country, the issuing of bond certificates, the levying of additional taxes and internal loans. G. The rearrangement and redistribution of foreign trade, and H. The reorganization of economic control. With the outbreak of military hostilities, the influence of strategic plans on economic development grows considerably. At the same time, strategy develops its plan always on the basis of material and technical possibilities. Historical military experience shows that the beginning of many large-scale military operations had to be timed to the appearance of new military equipment at the front. This is especially clearly characterized by the counterattack of the Soviet troops during the period of the Battle of Stalingrad, 1942 to 1943. The material safeguards often influence also the most long-range plans of strategic leadership. For example, the Russian High Command in 1915 was forced to stop the successfully developing offensive in the Carpathians and withdraw its troops because of a lack of ammunition. We must delve briefly into the forms of the interrelations of strategy and economy. As previously pointed out, this interrelationship is most often manifested not in direct relations, but rather through the organs of state administration. This is understandable, since military leadership cannot issue orders directly to the various trusts, combines, or factories. This would produce anarchy in industry. Therefore, even the capitalist state strives to achieve some agreement and coordination of action between its strategy and economy through the organs of state administration, even though it is not always successful. The centralization of economic administration in time of war makes it possible for military leadership to deal with only one responsible agency or organ, which takes into account military and economic interests. The organization and functions of state organs dealing with the fulfillment of strategic requirements and providing the necessities of the armed forces have different structures in different countries. However, in design, the organs have a common denominator. They usually perform the following functions. Take into account the possible economic resources of the country and probable requirements of war. Develop plans for the economic preparations of the country and the supply of the armed forces with all the necessities in the event of war. Tie in the current economic measures with the requirements of military strategy. Eliminate discrepancies in the economy, should these arise. Prepare and execute the mobilization of industry, transportation, and communications. Distribute material between the front and the rear areas. Strategy and economy in socialist and in capitalist countries. The social and economic conditions exert a substantial influence on the interrelation of strategy and economy. This becomes particularly evident in the imperialist era. In 1905, in the article The Fall of Port Arthur, V.D.Sokolovskiy states, "The connection between the military organization of the country and its entire economic and cultural structure has never been as close as it is today. In the socialist state, the relation between strategy and economy in many respects is determined by the socialized ownership of the means of production, by the planned basis in the development of the national economy and the leadership of the Communist Party. Public ownership of the means of production excludes all unhealthy competition in the economy and permits all efforts to be concentrated on the achievement of the general aims of the state. The absence of private ownership of the means of production enables Soviet military strategy to be based exclusively on the scientific analysis of the nature of modern war in its determination of the specific weight and the directions of development of one or another service of the armed forces, without considering the interests of large monopolies, as is done in capitalist countries. Planned economy furthers the economic organization of society and makes it possible to utilize all the productive resources of the country more rapidly and efficiently, so that the strategy of a socialist state and its plans can always find support in the known possibilities and clearly defined perspectives of economic development. The unified leadership of the Communist Party assures agreement of the aims and actions of strategy and economy. The decisive advantage of the Soviet socialist state over the bourgeois states is the fact that the socialist structure assures a more perfect economic organization of society. This is of decisive significance for the defensive power of a state. Better economic organization made it possible for the Soviet government during the Civil War, under conditions of total destruction of the economy, to utilize effectively those meager material resources at the disposal of the young Soviet Republic and to organize successfully the defense of the country. The leadership of the Communist Party in the defense of the country and the strong organization of the nation made it possible even in those days to realize Lenin's slogan, "Everything for the front, everything for victory." The strong economic organization of the Soviet society played an even more important part during the Great Patriotic War. The reorganization of industry according to a war program was accomplished in the Soviet Union twice as fast as in the capitalist countries of the anti-Hitler coalition. The rate of growth of military industry exceeded by many times those previously known for socialist economy. Thus, by December of 1942, the production of airplanes in the USSR, in comparison with December 1941, increased by a factor of 3.3, that of tanks by a factor of 2. These high rates of production, combined with effective organization of labor and industry, made it possible for the Soviet economy to produce yearly more airplanes, tanks, artillery pieces, and mortars, in spite of the fact that the enemy produced more steel, cast iron, coal, and other materials. During the 4 years of the Great Patriotic War, the Soviet Union produced an annual average of 11.3 million tons of steel, 7.8 million tons of cast iron, and 113.7 million tons of coal, while Germany together with its satellites produced 33.4 million tons of steel, 24.5 million tons of cast iron, and 537.7 million tons of coal. At the same time, the Soviet Union produced an annual average of 27,000 airplanes and 23,774 tanks and self-propelled guns, while Germany produced 19,720 airplanes and 12,400 tanks and self-propelled guns. One of the principles of socialist economy is the agreement between the interests of development of national economy and the goal of satisfying the requirement of the growing needs of the population and the problems of strengthening of the defense of the country. V.D.Sokolovskiy, in 1924, in the article "The Front and the Rear in Future War" described this principle. In every new undertaking, economic, cultural, etc., one must always ask the question, how will the results of this undertaking jibe with the defense of the country? Is there any chance of securing definite military aims without detriment to peaceful requirements? The principle of combining the interests of development of the national economy and the reinforcement of the defensive strength makes it possible to strive simultaneously for decreasing the distance between industry and the sources of raw materials and between industry and consumers, the economic development of the backward regions of the country, a planned territorial distribution of the labor force among the economic regions in accordance with the plan of complex development of economy. Within each economic region, the convenience of strategic deployment, the material and technical support of the armed forces, and their constant high combat preparedness. These are, in brief, the features of the interrelation of strategy and economy in a socialist state. The situation is quite different in a capitalist state where the economic development is to a great extent subject to the unbridled forces of competition. Private ownership of the means of production gives rise to a bitter fight for profits, which has a serious effect on military production, and consequently on the development of different services of the armed forces, and on the development of strategic concepts and theories. Private capitalist interests often retard the development of those branches of military industry whose production is of little profit, even though it is indispensable from the military point of view. The attempts of a bourgeois government to assume coordinating role are not always successful, since the statesmen try to favor the monopolies, the arms manufacturers, whose interests they represent before the government. To prove this, it is sufficient to consider the new American administration. The present Secretary of State, Dean Rusk, is the president of the Rockefeller Foundation. The Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, is a former president of the Ford Motor Company and a director of the Scott Paper Company. The Postmaster General, Edward Day, is a former vice president of the Prudential Life Insurance Company. And the Secretary of the Treasury, Douglas Dillon, is one of the heads of the Dillon, Reed and Company. To satisfy business interests in a bourgeois government, even strategic plans are built on economic advantages. War experience shows that private capitalist interests often guide military actions. Thus, during World War II, the American companies, General Motors and Ford, closely connected with the automobile and tank companies of Germany, succeeded in pushing through their demands that the plants of the latter companies not be subjected to bombing by the American Air Force. For profit's sake, the capitalists are ready to justify and support any military doctrine. The Rockefellers netted $450 million profit during World War I. As a result of World War II, the capital of the Rockefellers increased to $2,127 million. The profits race does not even stop capitalist monopolies from betraying the national interests. It is known that more than 60 American companies located on German soil during the war produced arms for Hitler's armies, which were then used against the Allied armies. The American firm General Motors, through the German Opel Company, produced one-half of all the automobiles manufactured in Germany during the war for use of the German army. During World War II, the Rockefellers gave to the German Farben industry patents for the preparation of synthetic rubber, indispensable to Hitler's armies, and withheld these patents from American industrialists. One cannot completely deny the influence of bourgeois governmental organs on the interrelation of strategy and economics in capitalist countries. For example, in the countries of the fascist totalitarian regime, as shown by experience, the state played a strongly regulating part. This was especially evident during the war. However, one should not forget that the influence of a bourgeois state on the economy in the interests of strategy can often assume the ugliest forms. Thus, in the past war, the governments of Germany and Britain through their legislatures achieved a concentration of industry, forcibly liquidating small and medium-sized businesses. A German government decree forbade development of any industry with a capital less than 500,000 marks. In Britain by the middle of 1943, allegedly because of shortage of labor, equipment, and raw materials, 3,200 small companies were forcibly closed. That is, one-third of those in existence at the beginning of the war. In the final analysis, these measures produced some benefits with regard to effective industrial organization and increased the military production of necessary items. But again, this was done to favor the large monopolists, who in their competition with the smaller firms were aided by the government. The only course open to bourgeois government in the coordination of strategy and economy is to take into account the peculiarities of development of the capitalist economy, and to use this as a basis for the development of their strategic plans. The governments of imperialist countries can do nothing to bring about a more rational geographic distribution of the economy. It is not by chance that in capitalist countries almost the entire economy is concentrated in large administrative and industrial centers, and nothing is done for the undeveloped regions. For example, in the USA, the Northeastern Industrial Region, comprising 30.9% of the territory of the USA, contains 80% of the production of ferrous metals and two-thirds of the production of electrical energy. In Britain, 55% of petroleum products, 63% of the steel and cast iron, and over 60% of all military equipment is produced in 15 large industrial regions. In West Germany, the Ruhr Valley alone accounts for the production of 90% of coal and 85% of the production of steel, chemicals, and military equipment. Thus, in spite of the fact that the capitalist economy as a whole is aimed at a preparation for war, bourgeois military strategy cannot be based on economic planning and often lacks a clear perspective of economic development, since everything is basically subject to the unbridled forces of competitive struggle. Strategy and moral political factors. The role of the moral factor in war. Marxism-Leninism defines the moral factor as one of the decisive elements of any war, since victory, in the last analysis, depends on the morale of the masses who shed their blood on the battlefield. This acquires special significance in conditions of nuclear rocket war, in the fire of which not only the political and moral foundations of the state as a whole, but also the moral steadfastness of each soldier, his ideological convictions, and his psychological traits are subjected to a cruel test. Examining these traits, not from the point of view of abstract morals, but understanding them as the result of the influence of the sum total of ideological and political stimuli on armed forces personnel, the possibility of a profound moral shock, which a person may experience after the first destructive and devastating nuclear strikes, should not be ignored. It goes without saying that high morale of troops engaged directly in military operations is inconceivable without a high political morale of the entire nation. This becomes especially evident today, when the sphere of armed conflict encompasses vast masses of the population of the belligerent countries, when the borderline between the front and the rear is erased. Modern war is waged by mass armies, and their morale is an outgrowth of the attitude of the entire nation, that is, of the ideas which emanate from the rear areas. Any military strategy which does not take into account this most important factor, and which is based only on the superiority of material means, runs the risk of losing a lot. In time of war, as pointed out by F. Engels, the moral factor is immediately transformed into material strength. The moral state of soldiers and the social-political aspect of the army were considered by F. Engels to be the most important factors affecting military strategy. He stressed that the victories of the French Revolution were substantially aided by the fact that the ranks of the Revolutionary Army were composed of people liberated from feudal oppression, which was not the case with the enemies of France, who maintained discipline only by means of a big stick. Engels also points out that a member of the socialist society will always fight with inspiration, fortitude, and courage. In the face of these, the mechanical training of the bourgeois armies is of no avail. In discussing the reasons for our victories in the Civil War, Lenin wrote, "Our proletariat, weak in numbers, worn out by misfortune and privation, was victorious because of its strong moral force." To evaluate correctly the role of the moral factor in war, it is necessary to start with an objective analysis of military history and of the conditions and nature of modern war. Military strategy is weakened as much by underestimating as by giving this factor a dominating role in war. It is necessary to keep in mind that in various periods and by different military leaders, the role of the moral factor in war was evaluated differently. The significance of the moral factor in war has been known to generals for a long time. Napoleon said that victory in battle depends 75% on moral elements and only 25% on other conditions. Modern bourgeois military theoreticians and writings are inclined at times to overestimate the significance of these elements in war. For example, British Field Marshal Montgomery in one of his speeches said, "I consider morale the greatest and the only factor in war. Without high morale, no success can be achieved, no matter how good the strategic and tactical plans and all the rest." Many examples can be given indicating recognition by bourgeois ideologists of the important role of the moral factor in war. However, it is necessary to recognize what is meant by the moral factor and what elements in the opinion of the imperialist military ideologists take part in the formulation of moral forces. The bourgeois concepts of the moral force of the army are usually reduced to a collection of subjective psychological and biological qualities of soldiers and officers. Therefore, the basis for the moral potential is taken not from social and economic conditions and class interests, but rather from the biological, racial, and psychological peculiarities of man, which are a result of the national customs and habits. British Field Marshal Slim in the article "What is Morale?" gives the following definition. Morale is the intangible spirit of men and women. Like bravery, morale is a state of mind, a mixture of feeling and reason. In line with this, bourgeois military ideologists consider that the sources of morale are not conditions of the material life of society and the social structure, but rather the national peculiarities of the psychology of the people. Certain bourgeois theoreticians insist that the source of morale is the striving of man for self-preservation, the herd instinct, racial solidarity, etc. It is quite evident that the national characteristics play an important part in the creation of the morale of an army, just as do individual characteristics of each man: heroism, self-sacrifice, initiative, and spirit. However, this is not the main source of the moral potential. History shows that not only strong patriotism and the readiness of a people for self-sacrifice, but all material, political, and spiritual forces of a people, taken as a whole, determine the course and the outcome of war. Lenin stressed that the moral factor has an economic basis. They refer constantly to the heroic patriotism and the marvelous military spirit of the French in 1792 to 1793, but they forget the material and historical economic conditions which alone made these wonders possible. The social and state structure is the most important source of the morale of an army. The social and state structure of a belligerent country plays a decisive part not only in the creation of the moral forces of a nation and army, but also in maintaining these at the necessary level in time of war. What is the moral political factor? The moral political factor, in its military significance, is the totality of moral factors expressing the ability of the people and of the armed forces to withstand all the trials of war, even those requiring the maximum exertion of physical and spiritual strength at the same time. It is the ability of the government, Editor's Note 2, to maintain a constant high morale of the army and the people. In the creation of the moral political factor, a decisive part once played by politics, which provides the necessary ideological and economic conditions. However, raising the morale even to the highest level does not guarantee victory, but merely provides better prospects for it. These prospects still must be converted into reality. This is the problem of the military and political leadership during a war. Editor's Note 3. The interrelation and interdependence of strategy and the moral political factor. From the point of view of strategy, the assurance of success of military operations requires not only a high moral political level of the entire nation, but particularly a combat morale of the troops engaged directly in combat. High combat morale of the armed forces makes victory possible with equal, and sometimes even with smaller forces than the enemy has, as shown by many examples from military history. Thus, the interrelation between strategy and the moral political factor in war is most often manifested as a mutual dependence of strategic successes and the morale of the troops, as one of the elements of the moral political factor. All this testifies to the fact that in the working out of strategic plans, consideration of the moral and political state of the people and, consequently, of the moral and combat qualities of the troops becomes an extremely necessary condition for their reality. The moral political factor influences not only the nature of the strategic concepts, but also the methods for their realization. Strategic leadership cannot but consider the moral and political state of the entire population of the country and of the armed forces when selecting one or another method of strategic action. The most important sources of high morale of the armed forces are the social and political homogeneity of the rear areas and the unity of spirit of all the levels of the population. It is not by accident that the most stable morale belongs to that army whose rear areas are marked by class unity. However, it should be noted that in individual cases, high moral stability can be achieved in an army even in the absence of such unity. This is the situation when the rear areas of the belligerent country are held together by a feeling of national unity, and when the class contradictions become less pronounced, for a certain time, than the ideas of national independence and sovereignty. In other cases, a short-lived, relatively high stability of the troops, in the absence of a class unity of the people, may result from false but purposeful propaganda. It is impossible to overestimate the ability of the ideological apparatus of an imperialist country to make fools of its people, to intoxicate them with the drug of nationalistic ideas, and to work them up psychologically in order to achieve its selfish imperialist aims. It is well known how shamelessly Hitler's propaganda played on the national and racist feelings of the German people during World War II. However, experience indicates that such a boost to morale is not long-lived. The nationalistic fervor of the German people, who were intoxicated by their first military successes in the West, disappeared as soon as fascist Germany came face to face with defeat on the Eastern Front. Here, the interrelation and interdependence of strategy and the moral political factor were manifested with great strength. As seen from this example, military successes or defeats decisively affect the morale of the army and the people. The victories of the Red Army at Moscow and Stalingrad are also indicative. They serve to raise the morale not only of the Soviet people, but of the peoples of all the countries of the anti-Hitler coalition. In spite of all the efforts of the bourgeois falsifiers of the history of World War II to minimize the psychological significance of these victories, they will remain the most prominent victories with regard to their military and moral significance throughout World War II. Even the German military historian K. Tippelskirch refuted the statement of Anglo-American historians who ascribed first-place significance to the events in Africa during World War II. In spite of the fact that, within the framework of the war as a whole, the North African events received greater attention than the Battle of Stalingrad, the Stalingrad catastrophe shook the German army and German people far more, because it hit closer to home. Something had occurred there, something inconceivable, that had not been seen since 1806. The annihilation of an army surrounded the enemy. Thus, military successes have a substantial influence on the morale of the people and the army. Morale, in turn, determines the nature of strategic plans in general and of individual operations in particular. The moral factor has an important place in strategic planning. Thus, if the policy on the whole corresponds to the interest of the popular masses, then the strategic plans reflecting the policy will find the support of the people and the army. Otherwise, they are built on sand. For example, the leaders of the countries of the Triple Entente initially thought it possible to defeat the young Soviet Republic with 20 or 30,000 well-armed troops. However, the high morale of the young Red Army, as well as the popular resistance within the Entente countries, showed the complete failure of these plans. Because the Red Army during the Civil War showed an exceptionally high revolutionary fortitude and enjoyed the moral support of the majority of the population, the interventionists, Editor's Note 4, even having superiority in military equipment, could not accomplish their rapacious aims. The dependence of strategic plans on the morale of the army is manifested also in the fact that these plans must often be coordinated with the current attitudes of the troops. History shows us many examples where low morale of the troops forced strategic leadership to renounce planned offensives. To properly estimate the combat potential of an army, it is necessary to have a clear conception of its morale. That is, as Engels stressed, one must know what can and what cannot be demanded from the army without risking its demoralization. Strategic plans must take into account not only the pre-war morale of the army, but also the morale as war began, since the morale of the army changes substantially with the onset of war. This occurs because war makes the contradictions much more acute, especially those of rear areas where there are class distinctions. In capitalist countries, as Lenin pointed out, in time of war the contradictions between the government and the people and the army and the government become more acute. In a socialist country, on the other hand, the government, the people, and the army, in the fire of war reach even greater unity, which gives rise to new moral political qualities of the entire society. Past military experience shows that the harder the trials of a country, the more boldly are manifested the opposing tendencies. It is for this reason that modern bourgeois military theoreticians, fearing a disruption of the equilibrium between the social strata of their country, which, even in peacetime, is achieved with great difficulty and only in very few capitalist countries at that, strive for methods of warfare and strategic concepts which would guarantee the quickest conclusion of war and preclude popular objections to war. In fitting their military strategy to limited moral resources, bourgeois military theoreticians advance various theories such as those of limited war and small professional armies. The political scheme of these theories is to convince the public that the war will require few sacrifices and will be limited as to scope, methods, and aims, so that it can be won by a small professional army without involving the entire nation. In addition to this, certain capitalist military strategists are not loath to advocate a blitzkrieg. The reasons advanced for this are that in a short war the moral political advantages of the socialist camp will lack the time to manifest themselves with the same force as in a protracted war. The military strategists of imperialism are interested not only in the moral political preparation of their people and army for war. An important part in the strategic plans of imperialism is given to the ideological work among the troops and the population of the opponent, to the so-called psychological warfare. This method of warfare, together with the actions of the ground forces, the Air Force, and the Navy, is considered to be an independent type of operation. The theory of psychological warfare often degenerates into the principle of delivering a demoralizing blow, which, according to bourgeois military theoreticians, should lead to final victory within a short time. The concept of the demoralizing blow was hatched by Hitler, who from the experience of the fascist German operations in the West tried to induce panic in the rear areas of the Red Army. However, by the admission of the Germans themselves, that which was easily accomplished in France and Belgium proved to be impossible on the Soviet-German front. This indicates that the concept of a demoralizing blow and an expectation of good results from psychological warfare can yield positive results only in single combat with a morally unstable enemy. Strategy and military doctrine. Military doctrine is the expression of the accepted views of a state regarding the problems of political evaluation of future war, the state attitude toward war, a determination of the nature of future war, preparation of the country for war in the economic and moral sense, and regarding the problems of organization and preparation of the armed forces, as well as of the methods of waging war. Consequently, by military doctrine one should understand the system of officially approved, scientifically based, views on the basic fundamental problems of war. Military doctrine depends directly on the social structure, the state problems with regard to domestic and foreign policy, and the economic, political, and cultural state of the country. Military doctrine exploits the conclusions of various sciences. The doctrine rests upon the conclusions of military science, particularly as regards determining the nature of a future war and the methods for conducting it, and for determining the structure and preparation of the armed forces. Military doctrine is formed on the basis of the entire vital activity of the country and is the result of an extremely complex and prolonged historical process of the origin and development of state ideas in the field of defense. The basic principles of doctrine are determined by the political leadership of the state. Therefore, military doctrine is state doctrine. There can be no single military doctrine for all states, since military doctrine is determined by the general political guideline of the social class ruling each state and by the economic and moral resources at its disposal. In addition, doctrine depends on the concrete conditions in which the state finds itself. Speaking of Soviet military doctrine, it must be said that its political aspect was formulated by V.I. Lenin. The Leninist theses on the attitude of our state toward war, the nature of our military tasks, and the political aims of war are still valid today. They were further developed in the decisions of the Congresses of the Communist Party. The particular feature in the development of the military doctrines of the imperialist states is that their drafting takes place not only, and not so much within, the national frameworks of individual states as much as mainly within the framework of aggressive blocs. Kingston McCluffrey in the book Global Strategy writes, "The existence of NATO and SEATO, despite their deficiencies, means that since the time that World War became a characteristic feature of history, we are the first to have or may have at our disposal a ready military machine of allies, capable of developing the necessary strategy. Despite the fact that antagonism exists between imperialist countries, and that these blocs are torn by internal contradictions, the imperialist military theorists are trying to develop an overall, if one can say, common military doctrine. Attempts to develop a common military doctrine for aggressive blocs are directed to the creation of coordinated points of view on the structure of the armed forces and the conduct of war. In the opinion of the same Kingston McCluffrey, such a doctrine represents the result of a compromise combination of individual elements of national strategy of the Allies. The unity of interests and aims, without doubt, should comprise the basis of Allied strategy. The first prerequisite for the solution of the great number of problems is the display of a certain flexibility of thought in political and military leaders, as well as a spirit of mutual adaptability. Therefore, in the formulation of an Allied strategy, many national interests must be abandoned. Consequently, the first prerequisite for the development of a common doctrine for the capitalist countries is the rejection by the countries, participants in aggressive blocs, of their national interests in favor of the imperialists of the USA. The development of the armed forces of the countries participating in a bloc is determined not so much by their national, economic, and geographic position as by the striving of the ruling circles of the USA to hold their allies in complete political and economic dependence. Of late, some countries as, for example, Editor's Note 5 West Germany, have been striving to develop their armed forces independently. However, their practically complete dependence on the United States in the field of armaments, especially in nuclear rocket weapons, forces the governments of these countries to follow the USA in questions of the structure of the armed forces. The content and nature of military doctrine is influenced to a certain extent by the geographical location of a country and the national characteristics of its population. The influence of the geography of a country cannot be examined without taking into consideration other factors of economic and political nature, as well as the position of the neighboring states and the interrelations with them. The influence of national characteristics of the people on the formation of military doctrine in a capitalist society at the present time loses its former significance. In its struggle to suppress the democratic forces of a country and to strengthen its position, the bourgeoisie of one country will come to terms with the bourgeoisie of another, stronger capitalist country, often to the detriment of its own national interests of the people. Military strategy occupies a subordinate position with regard to military doctrine. Military doctrine determines overall policy and principle, while military strategy, starting from this overall policy, develops and investigates concrete problems touching upon the nature of future war, the preparation of a country for war, the organization of the armed forces, and the methods of warfare. Class essence of bourgeois military strategy. In speaking of the class essence of bourgeois military strategy, one cannot ignore the problem of the nature of the foreign and domestic policy of imperialist countries, since the class interests of imperialism find their expression in them, and they also determine the content of military strategy and its essence. At the present stage, the supremacy of monopolies and, in particular, the monopolies of the United States of America provide the economic and ideological foundation of imperialism. It sets the tone and in many respects determines the foreign policy of all imperialist countries. American imperialism strives for world domination, as evidenced by the pronouncement of ex-President Eisenhower, that the vital interests of America are connected with the entire world, encompassing both hemispheres and all the continents, and the United States feels it must assume an important role in world affairs, a role of energetic leadership. 26. In its desire to mask the predatory, aggressive nature of the foreign functions of the present American government, the ruling circles of the United States resort to lies, declaring that they extend economic aid to underdeveloped countries and mutual assistance to their partners in various blocs and alliances in defense against communist aggression. Former President Kennedy, in his speech in Vienna in June 1961, hypocritically asserted that economic assistance to underdeveloped countries is a historic opportunity for the United States to aid these countries in building the respective societies, and that for this reason we can train and equip their troops. In the same speech, Kennedy stated that the U.S. even now supports many countries from the north of Europe to the Middle East to Saigon. In essence, this speech again confirmed that the United States aims at world domination and proved that the economic relations of American imperialism with other countries have a sharply pronounced military and political taint. The policy of the United States, Britain A. Editor's Note 6, and West Germany reflects the desire of reactionary militarist circles to impose their will upon other countries by means of economic and political pressure, of threats and provocation. This policy has been called a policy from the position of strength. It gives expression to the desire of the most aggressive circles of modern imperialism for world domination, the suppression of labor, democratic and national liberation movements, and for the preparation of military ventures against the socialist camp and, first of all, against the USSR. It is not by accident that the American military and political literature devotes special attention to the cult of force as the most important means for the realization of its foreign policy. In numerous military and political publications which have appeared in the USA in recent years, the principle of force is regarded as the only possible principle of United States relations with other governments. Thus, the American military theoretician, Eliot, insists that the only realistic American policy is to maintain its strength at an incomparable level, and that foreign policy must be based on an actively aggressive principle. Another author, J. Spickman, in his book American Strategy in World Politics, attempts to prove that international problems can be solved only by means of force, and that only force can serve to accomplish the aims of foreign policy. In International Society, he writes, all forms of coercion are permissible, including destructive. Spickman calls upon the government to impose its will upon those who have no strength and force concessions from those with little strength. The main component of the policy from the position of strength is international provocation, espionage, and sabotage, the disruption of international economic and cultural ties, and artificial straining of international relations. According to official pronouncements of political leaders of the USA, the policy from position of strength is a policy of pressure, a policy of dictation, supported by the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy. Nuclear weapons are its basic factor and fulcrum. Among Western statesmen, there is a widespread opinion that this policy makes a new war impossible since it will assure balance of power in the world. Appearing in Chicago, former Secretary of State John Foster Dulles outlined two directions of American foreign policy, that of military blocs and that of an armaments race. The armaments race in the USA has already assumed gigantic proportions. An increasingly large part of the national income is expended for the maintenance of huge armies and for the armaments race. The military and strategic forms of enacting the foreign policy of modern imperialist countries are manifested in the capture of bases, the occupation of foreign territories, and the knocking together of aggressive military blocs and groups. In pursuing its aggressive aims and fulfilling the requirements of military strategy, the government of the United States of America has created large military bases on the territories of countries thousands of kilometers away from the borders of the USA, bases for military operations against the Soviet Union and other socialist countries. American military bases are springboards for aggressive war against the countries of the socialist camp, and at the same time create conditions for interference in the internal affairs of the countries in which they are located. The USA, in locating its military units on the territory of its allies and equipping them with atomic weapons, pursues aims of provocation and attempts to divert from itself the retaliatory blow in the event of an attack on the Soviet Union and other countries of the socialist camp. The ideologists of American imperialism do not hide the true purpose of these bases. For example, Kiefer writes, tomorrow's battlefield will be the whole world. Today's problem is to secure the maximum number of points of strategic importance in the world and to train our troops to hold these positions. A more complete characteristic of the aims in forming these bases is given by Hanson Baldwin, military reviewer of the American magazine Saturday Evening Post. He writes that the military bases of the USA serve many purposes. They are important as a springboard for an attack against the central areas of Russia. At the same time, the economic necessity which forces us to look beyond our borders is conceivably even more serious than the military necessity. We must have access to raw materials in other countries of the world, and we must be able to export a part of our production surplus. In practice, the creation of numerous military bases on foreign soil becomes, in fact, an occupation of these countries. Thus, for example, in accordance with the American-Greek agreement concerning military bases, the government of the United States can bring in, quarter, and maintain American personnel in Greece. American armed forces and their equipment can be brought into Greece, taken out at will, and moved freely within the country. Moreover, they will have free access to the airspace over Greece and its territorial waters. New military blocs and alliances are being formed in preparation for a new world war. Participation of small countries in military and political blocs and alliances often leads to direct occupation of these countries. In following the aggressive policy of their countries, bourgeois military theoreticians formulate the military strategy of capitalist countries, which directs the genius of man against man himself, turning scientific discoveries into terrible weapons for waging destructive war. Thus, scientific discoveries dealing with the fission of the atom were immediately utilized by the military strategy of the USA to make atomic bombs. To serve the militaristic desires of the American imperialists, inhuman theories of reactionary scientists, which differ but little from Hitler's mad dreams, were conceived in the USA. Thus, the dean of the University of Tampa, Dr. Nance, declared, "I believe that we must engage in thorough preparation based on the law of the jungle. Everyone must learn the art of killing. I do not believe that war should be restricted to armies, navies, and air forces, or that there should be any limitation with regard to method or weapons of destruction. I would approve of bacteriological warfare, the use of poison gas, atomic and hydrogen bombs, and ICBMs. I would not ask mercy for hospitals, churches, schools, or any other population groups. Reactionary theories find practical application in the military strategy and in the foreign policy of the USA. The operations of the colossal apparatus of the White House, the Pentagon, NATO, CENTO, and all the practical activity of the U.S. government are directed toward the realization of these theories. Reactionary scientists in various disciplines, sociologists, economists, and military theoreticians, in reflecting the desire of imperialists for world domination, develop various theories and doctrines of military strategy. Like flashes in a kaleidoscope, we see in the pages of the bourgeois press, brinkmanship, the strategy of deterrence, the doctrine of containment, doctrine of liberation, and finally, in recent years, there has appeared a special interest in the problem of so-called limited wars and the theory of escalation of war. The emergence of the theory of limited war was not accidental. With the colossal success of the Soviet Union and other countries of the socialist camp in economics, science, technology, and culture before them, the imperialists have become convinced not only of the impossibility of crushing the socialist system, but also of the inevitable catastrophic consequences for capitalism in the event of a new world war. However, political aims under conditions of capitalist society cannot conceivably be achieved without war. Military theoreticians of imperialism scurry around in search of such methods of solution of military and political problems, which, on the one hand, would avoid the destruction of the capitalist system and, on the other hand, lead to the attainment of expansionist aims. Limited war, in the opinion of American military theoreticians, corresponds best to these aims. In advocating the theory of limited war, American strategists strive to secure the safety of the USA from retaliatory nuclear strikes, to suppress movements of national liberation, to preserve the colonial system, and to create additional stimuli for the economy in order to extract maximum profits. Moreover, the imperialist military theoreticians consider that the theory of limited local wars allows convincing the American people and the people of the Allied countries that war would not be so terrible even if nuclear weapons were to be used, that the war could apparently be softened, normalized. In the opinion of American military theoreticians, the value of the doctrine of wars with limited aims consists of the fact that they apparently exclude the use of strategic nuclear weapons and, at the same time, fully preserve the possibility to implement aggressive plans in Europe, Asia, and Africa. The imperialist plans also give special importance to limited wars as a pretext for unleashing wars against the countries of the socialist camp. Bourgeois strategy is reactionary in its social-political aims, since it serves the interests of imperialist aggressors, conducting wars which are unjust and predatory, aiming to seize foreign territories, to suppress movements of national liberation, and to subjugate peoples of other countries. Bourgeois military strategy is reactionary, not only in its political essence, but in its ideological, theoretical, and philosophical foundations, since it interprets a social phenomenon such as war on the basis of anti-scientific bourgeois sociology and on the basis of ideological and metaphysical philosophy. The military strategy of imperialist governments is directed toward the preservation and strengthening of the outmoded capitalist system, at the preservation of the rotten system of colonialism, and at the struggle of the most advanced and progressive system of human society, the socialist system. Class essence of Soviet military strategy. The peace-loving policy of the Soviet Union, constantly pursued by the Soviet government in international relations, is determined by the nature of the social system which has triumphed in the USSR and by the action of the basic economic law of socialism, whose essential characteristics and requirements are the assurance of the maximum fulfillment of the constantly growing material and cultural requirements of society as a whole by means of the constant growth and perfection of the socialist economy. The basic economic law of socialism is the objective law of development of the socialist society. It functions as the fundamental principle, which in the final analysis determines the essence of the foreign policy of a socialist state. The decisive role of economics with regard to politics consists in the very fact that social ideas and theories have their roots in the material life of society, and that they must be sought in economics, since new political ideas and institutions arise from the existing problems of development of the material life of society. V.I. Lenin adapted the Marxist theory of foreign policy to the new historical conditions. Leninism, starting with the objective economic laws of development of human society, long before the victory of the proletariat in Russia, provided a thorough foundation for the peaceful foreign policy of the future proletariat state. Its point of departure was the new social structure as well as the new objective laws which arose from the victory of the socialist revolution. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union is the great directing and guiding force of the Soviet state. It is guided by Marxist-Leninist theory, by the knowledge of objective economic laws, and can scientifically solve the most important tasks of building communism. In the field of domestic policy, the party considers one of its most important problems to be the constant effort to completely satisfy the constantly growing needs of the Soviet people, while in the field of foreign policy, the Communist Party and Soviet government consistently follow a course of preservation and consolidation of peace between nations and of development of cooperation and trade with all countries, observing the principle of maintenance of mutual interests and equal rights. In all the years of its existence, the Soviet Union has never conducted one war with aggressive aims. In the congresses of the Communist Party and in the decisions of its plenums and conferences, it is constantly stressed that the basis of the foreign policy of the Communist Party and the Soviet government is the struggle to eliminate war from the life of society and to preserve world peace. The entire practical activity of the Soviet government in the international arena stems from these decisions. To the Communist Party and the Soviet government, and to all the Soviet people, the cause of the strengthening of peace and the safeguarding of the security of nations is not a question of tactics and diplomatic maneuvers. It is the general guideline of Soviet foreign policy, which has been consistently expressed by the Soviet state for the many years of its existence. The efforts of the Soviet government in this direction are bearing fruit. The nations of the world believe more and more in the possible liberation of mankind from world war. The elimination of world wars from the life of society is a real problem. All the necessary objective conditions for it have become ripe. Karl Marx wrote, "Humanity is never faced with problems which cannot be solved, since on close examination it always appears that the problem itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution already exist, or at least are in the process of being formed. The real possibilities for the solution of this problem consist in the fulfillment of the economic plans of the Soviet Union and other socialist countries, thus securing and increasing their defensive potential. Despite the growth of its military might, the Soviet Union is increasing its struggle for the cessation of the armaments race, for the prohibition of atomic weapons and testing, for complete and general disarmament, for the liquidation of foreign military bases and the removal of troops from foreign territories, and for the elimination of world war from the life of society. The new scientific discoveries and engineering achievements of the socialist society are used to strengthen peace and security. The mastery of nuclear energy and the creation of ballistic rockets under the Soviet regime are used for the benefit of mankind and for the conquest of nature. The first atomic power stations and the first atomic icebreaker were designed and built in the Soviet Union. We launched the first artificial Earth satellite, the first interplanetary stations, and the first man into space. It is quite evident that the Soviet Union has left the United States far behind in the mastery of space. However, this advantage is used by the Soviet Union in peaceful and scientific ways for the benefit of all mankind. The Soviet Union has had intercontinental rockets since 1956. It is difficult to overestimate the strategic importance of these rockets. They can reach any point on the globe carrying atomic or thermonuclear warheads of essentially unlimited destructive power. However, the Soviet government did not utilize this advantage to solve any problems of foreign policy. On the contrary, the Soviet government insists upon outlawing war, emphasizing the utter folly of solving international disputes by means of war under modern conditions. Peaceful coexistence or catastrophic war. This is the only choice offered by history. The high and noble aims of the Soviet government and its armed forces determine the nature and essence of Soviet military strategy. Soviet military strategy serves the interests of the most advanced and progressive socialist system. Its efforts are directed toward the solution of problems of increasing the defensive potential of the Soviet government and toward the organization of its armed forces for successful repulsion of aggression. This is the class essence of Soviet military strategy. Soviet military strategy is guided by progressive, rational, and completely scientific theory of Marxism-Leninism, by the philosophy of dialectic and historical materialism, which makes possible scientific investigation and appropriate utilization of the objective laws determining victory in modern war. Editor's Comments, Chapter 2. The major changes in the third edition of Military Strategy are found in this second chapter. These changes are significant and have many implications. At the same time, they should be interpreted with caution. Military theoreticians in the USSR stress the requirement for all officers to have a thorough understanding of their probable opponents. One of the 17 books of the Officers' Library series is The Organization and Armament of the Armies and Navies of Capitalist States. /N Soviet military bookstores, books and pamphlets can be purchased for a few kopecks discussing in detail the military equipments and forces of the United States, West Germany, or Great Britain. Soviet perceptions of the military forces, strategy and doctrine of the armed forces of non-communist nations reflect, to some extent, their own concepts. This chapter, of course, may not give their true perceptions, but could be indicative of their views of the intentions of the political military leadership of the West. Since most readers are familiar with United States military forces, individual judgments can be made as to the accuracy and the objectivity of the Soviet views. The editors of Military Strategy probably have used this chapter for many purposes. The obvious reason is for the education of the Soviet officer. The section on preparation of new wars by the capitalist nations may be intended to make the Soviet officer more conscious of his responsibilities. Also, the authors may discuss military concepts which, for reasons of policy, cannot be acknowledged as being considered for adoption by their own forces, but which can be attributed to foreign nations. Also, the Soviet political military leadership may want their officers to become familiar with principles and concepts of non-nuclear warfare. Soviet military writings on doctrine and strategy discuss essentially nuclear concepts. Even a book such as Tactics, the 8th book to be published in the Officers' Library series, and which was reviewed as the first writing of its kind since 1941, still discusses only the basic question of combined arms battle and nuclear rocket war. A discussion of non-nuclear war, except in the context of wars of national liberation, apparently is not permitted, except when attributed to foreign sources. Finally, there may be a dialogue of some sort between defense intellectuals of the Soviet Union and the non-communist world. Conceivably, this chapter could have as a purpose that of modifying strategic thinking in the United States. Assumptions of a dialogue should be carefully made and firm conclusions are most difficult to reach. The changed treatment the Soviet editors have given to the possible military use of space between this edition and the two previous editions is most interesting. The earlier editions had considered the military use of space in Chapter 6, entitled Methods of Conducting Warfare, in a section on problems of using space for military purposes. Although all of the examples given were from United States sources, the editors did acknowledge that Soviet military strategy takes into account the need for studying questions on the use of outer space and aerospace vehicles to strengthen the defense of the socialist countries. In this 1968 edition of Military Strategy, all discussions of space programs are placed in Chapter Military Strategy of Imperialist States and Their Preparation of New Wars. The space discussion concludes with the statement, "The facts stated are evidence that the American imperialists have taken the path of direct use of space to realize their aggressive intentions." Later, in Chapter 6, the Soviet editors are very careful to give an impression of Soviet supremacy in space. Here the following addition is found. It must be assumed that in the near future radical corrections will be able to be introduced into this system as a result of the incorporation of various cosmic means. All of this in turn conditions the nature of a future war, the methods of waging it, and the principles of organization of the armed forces. This could be interpreted that the Soviets are taking a very active interest in the military use of space, while practicing traditional Russian secrecy. In another publication, Soviet military spokesmen have noted that the creation of a weapon that is new in principle and secretly nurtured in scientific research bureaus and constructors' collectives can in a short time sharply change the relationship of forces. The surprise appearance of one or another type of weapon is advancing as an essential factor, especially in contemporary circumstances. In the discussion of nuclear war, the Soviet reader may be confused by the Soviet interpretation of the views of the United States political military leadership. The editors at one place attempt to show that the United States is seriously considering a surprise nuclear attack on Soviet Union. In another paragraph, the Soviet authors conclude with an acknowledgement that the leaders in the United States recognize that all-out nuclear rocket war, no matter how it is unleashed, will be destructive for both sides. Then, an alternative to general nuclear war, the imperialist aggressors have promoted the concept of limited wars. In the Soviet view, limited war is a type of armed conflict, which on the one hand the USA participates in directly or indirectly, usually through their allies, and on the other, the USSR. The characteristic feature of such a war is that during its course, the strategic bombing of objectives on the territories of the USA and the USSR is supposedly not resorted to, and further, as a United States definition, limited warfare includes all types of wars using both conventional and tactical nuclear weapons, as well as local wars. The Soviets, professing to give United States views, further emphasize that a limited war is characterized by deliberate mutual restraint, but it also is impossible to determine accurately that limit at which a further relaxation of escalation's restrictions will lead from a limited war into an all-out nuclear war. Essentially, however, it is the essence of the predetermined restraints on the belligerents which result in the war acquiring a limited character. The use of nuclear weapons in a limited war always remains a primary danger. Soviet discussions of this problem are fairly realistically approached in this chapter. They acknowledge that very little actually is known about the effects of such weapons, especially their political, military, and psychological consequences. If a nuclear weapon is introduced into a limited war, what are the conditions which make it tactical or strategic? Can this be determined from its power alone, and how is this power measured? There also is the problem of determining what means of delivery for tactical nuclear weapons can be used in limited war. And can these means be used when located outside the zone of the limited war? With what might be considered as an attempt at a dialogue, the Soviet editors assert that the Pentagon officials, as well as Western military theoreticians, understand the problem of limiting a limited war, especially if even tactical nuclear weapons are used. Henry Kissinger is quoted as authority who believes that limited war will automatically escalate into general war because the losing side will continually commit new resources in order to restore the situation. After a continuation of this particular discussion, which supposedly is the American view, the Soviets conclude the section thus. In spite of all these theories and concepts, one can state with assurance that the strategy of limited warfare based on the use of only tactical nuclear weapons will involve the dangers analogous to those connected with the strategy of massive retaliation. It is also conceded that a limited war is fraught with the tremendous danger of escalating into general war, especially if tactical nuclear weapons are used. This is also recognized by American theoreticians. The Soviet editors note that the area for military maneuver in the NATO zone is very restricted, and because of this the forces might be required to use nuclear weapons from the very beginning of a conflict. Further, it is considered that the NATO forces must be in constant readiness to conduct an all-out nuclear war, which from the very beginning will be conducted with massive and unlimited use of nuclear weapons. An all-out nuclear war springing up as a result of the expansion of the scale of a conventional, limited armed conflict. Armed conflicts, during which only conventional means of destruction are used, or both conventional and tactical nuclear weapons are used. The end result of the first two conditions postulated by the Soviets and NATO would be the same, an all-out nuclear exchange. The third suggests a limited conflict, with or without the use of tactical nuclear weapons. However, according to Soviet theory, if nuclear powers are engaged in a limited war, the war must surely escalate to general nuclear war. Under the heading, Preparation of New Wars by the Imperialist States and Basic Trends in the Development of the Armed Forces, the Soviet authors give their readers a summary of United States strategic goals and force posture. They assert that the USA tries to have such a quantitative superiority over the USSR that, under any conditions including the most unfavorable, the USA would be in a position to deliver an effective blow with adequate force. Facts and figures are given on the strategic offensive weapons system of the United States with relatively few polemics. The authors become less objective when they return to discuss the military space program of the United States. They claim that the United States is creating space-supporting systems of satellites and systems for prohibiting the use of space by other countries. The size of this space program is such that the facts stated are evidence that the American imperialists have taken the path of direct use of space to realize their aggressive intentions. Soviet discussions of United States, defense and anti-missile defense forces, present, seemingly dispassionately, the view of the former Secretary of Defense, Mr. McNamara, on defense limitations. The Soviets note the American premise that, with each additional increase in defensive forces, effectiveness of defense increases ever more slowly. They also note that the American command has concluded that in the next decade the USA will actually be incapable of assuring complete defense of its territory whatever the forces available, offense and defense, for the conduct of a nuclear war. The Soviets have added an interesting paragraph. The United States exerts great efforts in the creation of anti-missile and anti-space defense. This is conditioned first of all by the fact that according to the views of the military-political leadership of the USA and a number of other countries of NATO, the side which first creates an anti-missile, anti-space defense will have a most important strategic advantage which would allow the threatening of war or its unleashing without danger from the enemy's retaliatory strikes. According to the Soviet perception of United States military posture, the United States military chiefs consider that success in modern war is only possible through the coordinated efforts of all services of the armed forces, among which the most important role is played by the ground forces. The Soviets indicate the Americans believe these forces as indispensable to an all-out nuclear war as they are to a limited war. The Soviet editors discuss the role of tactical aviation, the capitalist countries, and note that, spite of the increased role and potential of nuclear weapons of the surface-to-surface class, tactical aviation is being further developed in most of the capitalist countries. Also noted is that the significance of tactical aviation in the conduct of limited wars is increasing. The effect of the revolution in military affairs upon the United States Armed Forces JS also discussed. According to the Soviets, plans and programs must be formulated in the United States to satisfy military and political objectives in the light of the strategy of flexible response. This strategy requires constant combat readiness of the armed forces to conduct one or two local wars in various regions of the globe, with or without the use of nuclear weapons. Consequently, the armed forces must be ready for all-out nuclear war. The final summary of this chapter is most interesting. Nothing has been added, and it remains unchanged in this respect since 1962. The deletions from the previous editions make it significant. For example, in the next to the last paragraph, there is a very curious omission from the earlier editions. The Soviet editors assert the standard phraseology about the preparation for war by the United States against the socialist camp. Previously, the last sentence in this paragraph had been as follows. They, the U.S., see the possibility of such an outcome of a war, surprise attack, and in the creation of strong and the most combat-ready armed forces which technically, especially with respect to space means, would be considerably superior to the armed forces of the enemy. In 1968, the phrase, especially with respect to space means, has been omitted. This is an interesting chapter, and at the same time probably easy to misinterpret. How much of it simply is to inform the Soviet officers of the armed forces of the so-called imperialist nations? How much is to conduct a dialogue with the West? Also, what might the Soviet editors expect the Chinese communists to read into this chapter, as well as in the entire book? The chapter ends with a change which might give some slight cause for optimism. Previously, the closing paragraph had contained the standard threat that American aggressors are being forced to reckon with the might of the armed forces of the Soviet Union and the persistent demands of the peoples of the world who protest against nuclear war and actively support proposals for the prohibition of nuclear weapons, for general and total disarmament, for achieving peace on Earth. The Soviets have dropped the meaningless phrase for achieving peace on Earth and substituted the more realistic for creating a sure system of international security. This suggests that Soviet leaders may be ready at last to come to some meaningful agreement which will prevent the catastrophe they have so accurately described. At the time this work was at the printers, the Soviet leadership was making tentative agreements to begin talks with the United States on the subject of strategic arms limitations. Chapter 2. Military Strategy of Imperialist Countries and Their Preparation of New Wars. Contemporary Military Strategy of the USA and NATO. The destruction of German fascism and Japanese militarism had an immense influence on the progressive development of the peoples of Europe, Asia, Africa, and Latin America. It created favorable conditions for further strengthening and expansion of the influence of socialist forces. Socialism transcended the framework of one country and became a worldwide system encompassing more than one-third of the world's population. Substantial changes also took place in the capitalist world as a result of World War II. Britain emerged from the war considerably weakened, having lost its previous might. France and other European countries, having endured German occupation for a long time, were almost totally devastated. The other capitalist countries who had participated in the war on the side of the anti-German coalition, with the exception of the USA and Canada, found themselves in bad economic straits. The United States of America, having reaped unbelievable profits from the war, used the post-war situation to strengthen its economic, political, and military positions. The political aims of the American imperialists were and are to enslave economically and politically the European and other capitalist countries and, having turned them into obedient instruments, to unite them into various military and political blocs and groups aimed against the countries of the socialist camp. All this follows the main goal, the achievement of world domination. Editor's Note 7. In the first post-war years, the military and foreign policy of the ruling circles of the United States was expressed primarily in an attempt to surround the countries of the socialist camp by a system of inimical military and political groups and blocs of capitalist states, and to unite them into a single anti-communist coalition. This policy was most clearly manifested in the organization of numerous military, air, and naval bases around the countries of the socialist camp, in the ratification by the American Congress of the essentially expansionist Truman Doctrine and Marshall Plan, which made it possible for the United States to establish control over the economy and the politics of European countries, and in the Eisenhower Doctrine, aimed at the enslavement of the countries of the Near and Middle East. Aggressive military blocs were formed with the direct and active participation of the United States, NATO in 1949 in Europe, SEATO in 1954 in Southeast Asia, and CENTO in 1955 in the Near and Middle East. In 1954, at the 14th session of the NATO Council in Paris, the United States succeeded in reaching military agreements favoring the rebirth of West German militarism and its conversion into a NATO striking force. In particular, this session examined and approved the decisions of the London and Paris conferences of the Western powers concerning the end of military occupation of West Germany, its remilitarization and inclusion in NATO. In addition to this, the Americans concluded a series of military and political agreements with vassal states, Japan, South Korea, the Kuomintang clique and others. Thus, soon after the conclusion of World War II, the dollar formed aggressive military groups against the Soviet Union and the other countries of the socialist camp. As a result, the American imperialists obtained the right to use the territories of the signatory countries as military springboards. They also assumed control over almost the entire military and economic potential of these countries, including construction, preparation, and possible use of armed forces, making obedient puppets of their partners. The formation of aggressive military and political blocs under the aegis of the United States leads to the loss of political sovereignty by the countries participating in these blocs, as well as a significant loss in the national features of their foreign policy and strategy. As opposed to the pre-war years, when the strategies of the main capitalist countries had their own clearly expressed national features, the post-war period was characterized by a tendency toward a leveling of national military strategies and their unification into a single, global military strategy designed to implement foreign policy. In working out a united strategy, each country, participating in one aggressive bloc or another, introduces its own proposals, addenda or changes, stemming from its own national interests. This, of course, causes sharp conflicts among the different countries. However, in dealing with the political or ideological aspects of the struggle against the Soviet Union and other countries of the socialist camp, the imperialist circles, motivated by a hatred of the socialist countries and by fear of the future, always find common ground for the acceptance of the coordinated decisions. This is evident, if only from the declaration of Sticker, former Secretary General of NATO, to the effect that the only disagreements and contradictions in NATO are those of tactical problems. As regards the struggle against the Soviet Union, our alliance is firm, The end of World War II coincided with the appearance of atomic weapons, and thermonuclear weapons followed. This fact greatly facilitated the consolidation of imperialist forces led by the United States and exerted a significant influence on the formulation of a single imperialist military policy and of a strategy dictated by the American ruling circles. The initial post-war period was also characterized by an imperialist policy on the part of the United States from a position of strength toward the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries. The influence of this policy on strategy was reflected in official manuals, where military strategy is defined as the art and science of using the armed forces of a country to secure the aims of national policy by application of force or threats of force. 2. Editor's Note 8. Until nearly the end of 1960, U.S. leaders adhered to the strategy of so-called massive retaliation, resulting from a policy of deterrence, and recognized only the possibility of waging a general nuclear war against the Soviet Union. The strategy of massive retaliation, or as it was also called massive retribution, was more clearly formulated by the government and the military command of the United States in 1953 with the beginning of the Eisenhower administration. Its official acceptance was announced on January 12, 1954, by then Secretary of State Dulles, who, appearing before the Council on Foreign Relations in New York, declared, "The basic decision must be based primarily on our strong capability for delivery of an immediate retaliatory strike by such means and at such points as we may choose." The phrases massive retaliation and massive retribution serve to mask the aggressive essence of American strategy. The imperialists of the United States, hiding behind similar phrases and terms, are in reality preparing for a surprise nuclear attack against the Soviet Union and the other countries of the socialist camp. American political and military leaders have repeatedly stated this, directly or indirectly. General Taylor, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, wrote in 1960 that in the opinion of the U.S. Air Force Command, strategic air warfare, a strong offense is the best defense. 4. Taylor states further that, if we take into account the possibility of an unsuccessful application of our forces, that is, of American forces, the retaliatory actions of the opponent, our emphasis, This clearly shows who will attack first. Former SAC commander, General Power, in May 1959, was even more frank. Must never find ourselves in a position where we cannot begin a war ourselves. We must have the ability to deliver the first blow. The strategy of massive retaliation, as is known, was based on the assumption that the United States then had, supposedly, an overwhelming superiority over the Soviet Union in nuclear weapons and chiefly in strategic aviation. Therefore, the attainment of the outlined political and military aims of the United States could be assured from their point of view only by threatening to start a general nuclear war, assuming that the countries of the socialist camp would not dare to take this step because of their unfavorable position with respect to offensive nuclear forces. In accordance with this strategy, the U.S. government put the main emphasis on the development of nuclear weapons of strategic and operational tactical designation, de-emphasizing the conventional armed forces, especially the ground troops. Editor's Note 9. The strategy of massive retaliation was accepted not only by the United States, but also by the other NATO countries. In December 1954, they first began to plan military operations using nuclear weapons, and later officially accepted the above strategy, according to which the armed forces of the North Atlantic Aggressive Bloc were to use nuclear weapons in any case, regardless of whether or not the enemy would so. It was assumed that NATO would not wage limited war against the Soviet Union in Europe. The possibility of limited, local wars was examined only for the less developed areas of the globe beyond the confines of Europe. Thus, according to the designs of American aggressors and their NATO allies, the mere threat of the use of nuclear weapons was allegedly a sufficient factor of intimidation, and their use in any conflict was presumed to nullify the offensive capability of the armed forces of the Soviet Union. However, these hopes were in vain. As a result of the great successes of the USSR in the fields of nuclear weapons, rocketry, and the mastery of space, the strategy of massive retaliation failed. Completely unrealistic in its foundations, it was soon rejected by its very creators. As early as October 27, 1957, Dulles declared that the United States and its allies must take the necessary action in the event of the arising of local conflicts, without provoking a general nuclear war. Thus, during 1957 to 1960, the United States and other Western countries began a period of research for reasons and for failure of the strategy of massive strike, and to search intensively for a new strategy which would correspond, from the point of view of the American aggressors, to the changing balance of power between the East and the West. This study was undertaken by various military and civilian agencies and organizations, and this problem is also dealt with by individual American and West European military leaders. As a result, in the United States, Britain, and other countries, there appeared a large number of reports, books, and articles dealing with the problems of the foreign policy, war, and strategy. In December of 1959, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee published a special report, The Development of Military Technology and Its Effect on the Strategy and Foreign Policy of the United States, prepared by the Johns Hopkins Washington Center and serving as an official document of Congress. In addition, in the United States, books appeared by R. Osgood, Limited War, B. Brodie, Strategy in the Missile Age, General Maxwell Taylor, Unreliable Strategy, Henry A. Kissinger, The Necessity for Choice, a group of authors, A Forward Strategy for America, and in Britain the book of Air Marshal Kingston McCluffrey, Defense, Policy, and Strategy, and a number of others. The authors of these books and reports are unanimous in their negative evaluation of the strategy of massive retaliation and in the proposed preparation for aggressive war against the countries of the socialist camp in the changing situation, as well as in plans for aggression in other regions of the world. Many of the above investigations were conducted by direction of governmental and military agencies of the United States, and therefore to a significant degree influenced the formulation of the official views of the American ruling circles. The main reason for the decline of the strategy of massive retaliation was the overestimation of the forces and possibilities of the United States and the obvious underestimation of the economic, technical, scientific, and military possibilities of the Soviet Union. As a result of the achievement of considerable superiority of the USSR over the USA and ICBMs, a real threat for American territory was created. Therefore, the political and military leadership of the United States was faced with the need for re-evaluation of its strategic position and possibilities. The report of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee noted that the ending of the American nuclear monopoly and the growth of the strategic possibilities of the Soviet Union increased the difficulties connected with the maintenance of the military position required for the attainment of the established American aims. This report gives a rather sober evaluation of the capabilities of the United States and the Soviet Union with regard to territory and population, as well as loss of previous advantages of the United States in continental security and in size of industrial potential. The committee stated that the military position of the United States had deteriorated. The country, which previously enjoyed undeniable security, is now open and vulnerable to a direct and devastating attack. An even more depressing evaluation of the United States' position was given by H. Kissinger, who decisively rejects any illusions as to the invulnerability of the United States. Characteristically, in his book Nuclear Weapons and Foreign Policy, which appeared in the United States in 1957, Kissinger was still in favor of a strategy based on the threat of unlimited use of nuclear weapons, that is, the unleashing of a general nuclear war. However, the events of the last 4 years have forced him to arrive at diametrically opposed conclusions as to the necessity for choice, in his words, between humiliation and general nuclear war. The increased military strength of the Soviet Union and loss of Editor's Note 14 superiority of the United States in strategic means of armed conflict had to be recognized by President Kennedy himself, who in November 1961 declared in Seattle that the United States is neither omnipotent nor omniscient. Thus, under conditions which had taken shape when, in the West's estimation, there is a balance, in the sense of parity, in strategic means of destruction and a superiority of the USSR in conventional armed forces, American strategists were forced to re-evaluate their previous position with regard to general war. There has been created, as they say in the West, nuclear stalemate. On the one hand, a tremendous increase in the number of nuclear rocket weapons, and on the other, the incredible danger in their use. Under these conditions, according to the political and military evaluations of the USA and NATO, both sides had attained the position of so-called mutual deterrence. All this led to the conclusion that the strategy of massive retaliation proved to be inflexible and could no longer guarantee the achievement of the political aims of the American imperialists. While previously the United States could, with almost complete immunity, threaten the unrestrained use of nuclear weapons in any incident, even in local military conflicts which might possibly arise, the changed balance of power has made it dangerous to engage in nuclear blackmail and to risk the security of the country. These circumstances had an especially strong effect on the European satellites of the USA. In particular, even by the end of 1959, it was noted directly in the decisions of the Western European Alliance that the European countries can no longer rely exclusively on the strategic nuclear forces of the United States, as was previously the case, since there are no grounds for assuming that the Americans will be automatically involved in war in the case of any military conflict springing up in Europe, not wishing to risk nuclear attacks from the Soviet Union. From an evaluation of the new conditions, the political and military leadership of the United States began to recognize the strategy of so-called flexible response as the most acceptable and expedient one. This, in their opinion, makes it possible, if necessary, to conduct either a general nuclear war or a limited war with or without the use of tactical nuclear weapons. The strategy of flexible response was formulated by General Taylor in the above book The Uncertain Trumpet, where he discloses the nature and the mode of realization of this strategy. The strategic doctrine which I would propose to replace massive retaliation is called the strategy of flexible response. This name suggests the need for a capability to react across the entire spectrum of possible challenge for coping with anything. In other words, the strategy suggested by Taylor is, in his opinion, expedient in all contingencies and provides a way out of any situation. The American journal Foreign Affairs of January 1961, in the article Unity Will Not Wait, gives the following basic tenets of this strategy formulated by Taylor, as well as the general military program of the United States government. A. The formation of invulnerable strategic rocket forces, with the capability of delivering a paralyzing blow to the enemy, following a surprise nuclear attack by the enemy. B. The formation of satisfactory and well-equipped mobile forces for limited wars, that is, armed conflicts on a smaller scale than general nuclear war between two blocks of nuclear powers. Formation of an effective system of military alliances. D. Assurance of the most favorable use of the resources allocated for carrying out the military program. The new strategic concept of the USA was, in effect, already determined by the time the Kennedy administration came into power. A number of official documents of the United States government, published in 1961, explained quite clearly the aspects of the new strategic concept and the military program of the United States. The strategic concept, a message of the President of March 28, 1961, stressed, must be at the same time flexible and decisive, and envisage the preparation for waging any type of war, worldwide or local, nuclear or conventional, large-scale or small-scale. This concept is based on the same idea of a retaliatory strike, the only difference being that previously this term, regardless of the scale of the possible conflict, implied the threat of the unrestricted use of nuclear weapons, that is, general nuclear war, whereas now the retaliatory strike should correspond to the nature of the possible conflict. In connection with this, it is noted that the United States must increase the capability of its armed forces to respond quickly and effectively to any action of the enemy. Under conditions of a world war, this means that the part of the armed forces which survives the initial strike must retain this capability. It is most important to guarantee the possibility of surviving the enemy's first attack and of delivering a retaliatory strike of destructive force, which shall cause him unacceptably greater losses. In addition, it was stressed that the ability to force the enemy to refrain from attacking depends not only on the number of missiles and bombers, but on the degree of their preparedness, the ability to survive in case of attack, and the flexibility and reliability of their guidance for the achievement of strategic goals. With regard to the conduct of limited wars, the message states that the United States and its allies must have the capability of conducting such wars with conventional weapons. However, if the troops with conventional weapons cannot fulfill the assigned tasks, nuclear weapons can be used. At the same time, the probability of a limited war escalating into a world war is not denied, but it is stressed that all measures must be taken to localize the conflict and to prevent a general nuclear war arising because of it. Thus, the strategy of massive retaliation, which existed for the USA and NATO until 1961, and provided only for the preparation and waging of a nuclear war against the Soviet Union and other countries of the socialist camp, had outlived its time and has been replaced by the strategy of flexible response, which provides for preparation and conduct against the socialist countries both of a general nuclear war and limited wars with or without the use of nuclear weapons. It is characteristic that the strategy of flexible response, which is suitable for general nuclear war, is now being further developed. On June 16, 1962, the American Secretary of Defense, McNamara, defined the essence of the strategy of counterforce, or exclusion of cities. Fearing a retaliatory nuclear strike against military economic and military political centers of the United States, he announced, "The United States came to the conclusion that we should approach the basic military strategy in a possible general nuclear war to a considerable extent, just as we approached more conventional operations in the past. This means that the main military task in the event of nuclear war should be the destruction of the enemy's armed forces, and not the civilian population." The American military clique came to such a conclusion as a result of a lengthy study of how to conduct nuclear war as a whole. It was necessary to determine the destruction of which objectives could lead to the rapid defeat of the enemy. Various points of view were expressed on this score. Some recommended concentrating the main efforts on inflicting strikes on the most important military objectives, in the first place, on the locations of strategic weapons. Others recommended strikes against large populated places. In the opinion of the American military command, the solution of this problem was of basic significance. The launching of nuclear strikes against enemy strategic weapons is a more difficult task in comparison with the launching of strikes against large cities. These difficulties are caused primarily by the fact that, first of all, there are significant numbers of such weapons and, secondly, by the fact that the majority of them, especially rocket weapons, in modern conditions are an absolute weapon, located in underground bases of low vulnerability, on submarines, etc. In this connection, there is a growing tendency toward the increase of their invulnerability. The decision as to which objectives should be the ones against which nuclear strikes are launched, against strategic weapons or cities, depends to a considerable degree on the weapon system on hand and on its quantity. If the weapon is so inaccurate that it cannot be used to destroy small-dimension targets such as ballistic missile launching pads or airports, and there is not enough of them, it can only be used against large objectives, for example, cities. According to press reports, over a number of years the American command conducted war games with the use of computer machines, during which computations were performed of the different variations for launching strikes with strategic weapons against the Soviet Union and other countries of the socialist camp. These calculations led the military leaders of the United States to come to the following conclusion. The launching of strikes against cities does not remove the threats of powerful retaliatory strikes by the enemy, because in this case his strategic weapons remain practically untouched, and strikes against cities may lead to the destruction of a tremendous number of people and to the destruction, not only of the cities, but of the country as a whole. With the launching of strikes against enemy strategic weapons, its possibilities for destroying American cities and the population are reduced considerably. On the basis of these very calculations, the command of the USA came to a final conclusion concerning the necessity to destroy the enemy's armed forces, first of all his strategic weapons, about which the Secretary of Defense spoke in his speech. The American press notes that the strategy of counterforce has been approved by the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the White House and interprets it as some kind of recommendation to the Soviet Union concerning rules for the conduct of nuclear war. The political implication of this strategy is that by conducting a so-called controlled nuclear war, the destruction of the capitalist system can be prevented. However, the illusory nature of these hopes is too obvious. If nuclear war is unleashed by the militarists, then no strategy, however it may be called, will save imperialism from destruction. As a matter of fact, how can everyone be convinced of the necessity to adhere to the new rules that nuclear strikes should be launched only against military objectives and not against cities, when the majority of such objectives are located in large or smaller cities and populated places? If these rules are followed, then, as noted in the press, the United States and her European allies must carry out an extremely expensive shifting of all military objectives from the large cities. This task is considered as unrealistic, however. The press stresses that if the United States and her allies set about moving military objectives from the cities, the USSR will draw the conclusion that the United States is preparing for an attack. Moreover, in the opinion of the American press, The strategy of counterforce assumes the necessity for construction of a wide network of shelters for the population, the role and significance of which are extremely problematical for a future war. It is considered that the reality and the effectiveness of a strategy of counterforce depend on a number of factors, the primary of which are 1. The presence of a sufficient number of reliable reconnaissance means. 2. The presence of a large number of rocket weapons of great accuracy and reliability and capable of operational use, since military objectives are considerably more numerous than cities. 3. The presence of a reliable system of guidance, warning, notification, and communications. 4. The careful planning of nuclear rocket strikes and of operations of the armed forces of the imperialist coalition as a whole, based on the wide use of computers. 5. Surprise. The command of the United States intends to solve the reconnaissance problem primarily by launching a large number of special reconnaissance satellites. Editor's Note 19. Thus, Kissinger, analyzing the dependence of counterforce strategy on the possibility of reconnaissance means, wrote in the periodical Foreign Affairs for June 1962, that for the strategy of counterforce to remain successful to some degree, it is necessary to know the locations of the targets ahead of time. This is especially true with respect to rockets which cannot find objectives for a strike. In the future, he stresses, Soviet rockets will be more and more dispersed and well protected in special underground structures, shafts. A significant number of rockets will be mobile or be based at sea, which makes their discovery even more difficult. With respect to rocket weapons, basic reliance is placed on second-generation rockets, that is, on solid-fuel rockets such as the Intercontinental Ballistic, Minuteman missile, and the intermediate-range Polaris, or its prototypes. It is assumed that space weapons will occupy an important place in the future. However, the requirements of a strategy of counterforce are not answered by atomic submarines armed with Polaris missiles. According to the conclusions of a number of American military specialists, the contemporary Polaris missile does not operate with sufficient accuracy for use in strikes against small military objectives. These specialists believe that the primary mission of the Polaris missile will be to inflict a crushing blow against cities and industrial complexes. Some military specialists of the United States consider that the difficulty of collecting intelligence information on military objectives and, first of all, on nuclear rocket weapons of the countries of the socialist camp, and the continuously increasing amount of strategic weapons for conducting war which both sides have complicates to a significant degree the planning and organization of a rocket attack by the United States of America. All this, taken together, places great doubt on the effectiveness of a strategy of counterforce for, in their opinion, there can be no counting on the complete destruction of the enemy's strategic weapons, especially if the growing number of mobile launchers of strategic rockets and nuclear rocket-carrying submarines in their inventory is taken into account. It is considered that the uncertainty in the solution of this problem leads to a lowering of the political value of the counterforce strategy, possibly even more rapidly than the military value, because the representatives of the command of the armed forces will find it ever more difficult to convince political leaders of the absolute reliability of their calculations and plans which have been prepared on the basis of incomplete intelligence data of enemy objectives. The strategy of counterforce primarily stems from the necessity for preventive war and the achievement of surprise. It is believed that as a result of a forceful surprise attack, the enemy might be paralyzed in all respects, and that his fate would be decided in the course of the very first days of the war. An evaluation of the role played by the element of surprise in modern war was made by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, which, rejecting all pretense of peacefulness, appealed directly for carrying out a first surprise nuclear attack against the Soviet Union and the other countries of the socialist camp. Its report states, the advent of the nuclear rocket age led to a fantastic reduction in time necessary for the delivery of a nuclear warhead from one continent to another, and to a corresponding reduction in the time to receive a warning of an attack. And with the fact that until the present time there was no defense against ICBMs in flight, this led to a strong temptation to deliver the blow first in a nuclear war. It is not accidental, therefore, that American theoreticians are carefully studying the pros and cons of preventive war and of first and preemptive strikes. The theory of preventive war was first advanced by the most reactionary representatives of the U.S. political and military leadership at the end of the 1940s. Editor's Note 27, however, subsequently, Editor's Note 28, the propaganda for this theory abated somewhat. Under present-day conditions, the official agencies of the military leadership and the military scientists of the United States have again returned to the question of preventive war, considering it one of the possible and permissible alternatives. What is preventive war? B. Brody, in his book Strategy in the Missile Age, gives the following definition. I am using the term to describe a premeditated attack by one country against another, which is unprovoked in the sense that it does not wait upon specific aggression or other overt action by the target state, and in which the chief and most immediate objective is the destruction of the latter's overall military power, and especially its strategic armed forces. Naturally, success in such an action would enable the former power to wreak whatever further injury it desired, or to exact almost any peace terms it wished. The case for preventive war, in Brody's opinion, has rested primarily on two premises. First, that in a strategic aerospace war using nuclear weapons, the country that strikes first undoubtedly has crucial advantage, which with reasonably good planning will almost certainly be a decisive one. And second, that total war is inevitable. Without exaggeration, it can be said, states Brody, that our plan for strategic offensive, whatever it is, would have its best chances of being successful if we struck first, and that those chances would be brought to a very minimum if the enemy struck first. If we thought only about maximizing our chances of survival, the above circumstances might be considered reason enough for going ahead with preventive war. American theoreticians are frankly in favor of preventive war and surprise attack. Public officials, even though they always speak of the incompatibility of preventive war with the principles of American democracy and morality, in effect fully share these views. It follows that the threat of unleashing preventive war by American imperialists against the Soviet Union and the other countries of the socialist camp is quite real. The slogan, "That which is inevitable had better come early rather than late, because it would be less devastating that way," is fraught with many temptations, because the time for the beginning of a preventive war is selected by the aggressor to coincide with the most favorable time. Certain American military ideologists, Kissinger, for example, replace the expression preventive war with the expression surprise, first, strike. The distinction is purely formal and pointless since the first strike can also herald the beginning of preventive war. No matter what this strike is called, its main aim is the maximum achievement of surprise. They say that surprise can and must be achieved in striking a preventive blow. Such a blow, in the estimation of American military theoreticians, is allegedly defensive, since it is delivered to an enemy who is preparing for attack, either for the initiation of a preventive war or for the delivery of the first blow. It is considered to be the final and only means of avoiding catastrophe. This is the evaluation of the surprise factor, which can be achieved by starting preventive war, by striking the first or preemptive blow. Among other U.S. strategic concepts, the concepts of guaranteed destruction and damage limiting are of interest and were put forth by the U.S. Secretary of Defense R. McNamara in March 1965 in his appearance before the Armed Services Committee of the House of Representatives. The essence of the concept of guaranteed destruction, according to McNamara's statement, is that the USA must have the ability of destroying a potential enemy as a viable society even after the U.S. armed forces have been subjected to a well-planned and successful attack. In this concept, the forces for guaranteed destruction must include part of the intercontinental ballistic missiles, Polaris-type missiles launched from atomic submarines, and a fixed part of the manned strategic bombers. It is believed that the primary, vitally important task of the strategic nuclear forces of the USA is their ability to assure the guaranteed destruction of the military potential of an enemy, including the destruction of 1/4 to 1/3 of the enemy's population and approximately 2/3 of his industrial power. Such damage, according to the plans of the Pentagon, is unacceptable to any industrialized country and consequently will serve as an effective deterrent and vouchsafe the execution of an aggressive policy by the USA. According to the intentions of the military political leadership of the USA, in the event a war breaks out and guaranteed destruction of a probable enemy becomes a reality, he will not be able to regain his status as a powerful state over the course of many years. The concept of damage limiting, according to McNamara, means the capacity of the U.S. to weaken the force of a blow by a probable enemy by using strategic offensive and defensive forces, as well as by taking measures to assure a certain degree of protection of the population from the consequences of the enemy's nuclear strikes. According to the plans of the political and military leadership of the USA, damage-limiting forces must include the remaining strategic offensive means, intercontinental ballistic missiles, Polaris-type missiles on atomic submarines, and strategic bombers, which must contribute to the damage limiting by crushing the enemy's nuclear means of attack at the launch sites and bases if they can intercept them before they are launched against objectives in U.S. territory. The defensive forces, surface-to-air missiles and interceptor airplanes, anti-missile and air defense means, anti-submarine warfare forces used to destroy enemy aircraft and rockets on their way to objectives, as well as in regions where those objectives are located. Thoroughly planned measures on a national scale for constructing shelters, assuring a reduction by about 3 times of the losses among the population from the consequences of the enemy's nuclear strikes. Thus, the strategic concepts of guaranteed destruction and damage limiting, considered together, suppose the delivery by the strategic strike forces of the U.S. and their allies of massive nuclear strikes on a whole complex of objectives that make up the military-economic potential of the enemy, and at the same time an active and passive defense of the U.S. so as to limit to a maximum degree the damage from a decisive retaliatory strike by the enemy. The realization of these strategic concepts, according to the military-political leadership of the USA, requires a balanced combination of strategic offensive forces, defensive forces, and means of passive defense. This fact is characteristically acknowledged in the West that an all-out nuclear rocket war, no matter how it is unleashed, will be destructive for both sides. In this connection, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, McNamara, already stated in February 1964, in the pages of a journal, Army Information Digest, "We could not again create, at whatever price, a situation in which strategic bombings would be a one-sided act." I believe that this factor should be considered one of the decisive factors when determining our policy. As an alternative to general nuclear war, the imperialist aggressors have promoted the concept of limited war. Although the theory of a limited war became widespread soon after the end of World War II, the military strategy of the U.S. and NATO did not acknowledge the possibility of applying the concept of limited war to the zone of the North Atlantic Bloc, inasmuch as in that zone, in their opinion, vitally important interests of the West and of the socialist bloc countries are encountered. According to the American General Taylor, a limited war is an armed conflict in which the existence of the U.S. is not directly threatened. Consequently, under conditions when U.S. territory is no longer invulnerable, General Taylor and his successors are attempting, under conditions advantageous to them, to keep the war within a geographical framework which would not embrace the American continent and above all the U.S. In other words, such a war must be limited only with relation to the U.S. For the other European countries of NATO, whose territories will be fully embraced by a limited war, it will be an unlimited total war with all the consequences. The concept of a limited war is an adventuristic calculation of the U.S. imperialist circles for conducting war on foreign territories. It is a concept for assuring the safety of the U.S. by excluding their territory from the possible zone of limited warfare. And finally, it is one of the methods of preparing an unlimited nuclear war against the Soviet Union and all the socialist countries. A limited war, according to the U.S. and NATO command, occupies a middle, intermediate position between the Cold War and an all-out nuclear war. While war in the true sense of the word is neither war nor peace, but is a continual struggle for the supremacy of power, which is conducted by political, psychological, and economic means, as well as with the aid of various military and paramilitary measures, and an all-out nuclear war is an armed conflict in which the belligerents use to a maximum degree all the available forces and means. Then limited war is characterized by premeditated restraint by both sides with respect to one or more factors characterizing war in general, for instance, the political aims, character, and size of the forces and means used, the size of areas for military operations, the number of participants in the war, etc. It is believed that the term limited war is inapplicable to naturally limited armed conflicts, in which one or both of the belligerents do not have the possibility of transforming the war into an all-out war. Limited war is not necessarily a small or short war, conducted for the attainment of political aims of small importance which involve insignificant forces and means. According to the military leadership of the West, Limited war is that of armed conflict, in which on the one hand the USA participates, directly or indirectly, usually through their allies, and on the other hand, the USSR. The characteristic feature of such a war is that during its course the strategic bombing of objectives on the territories of the USA and the USSR is supposedly not resorted to. Limited warfare includes all types of wars using both conventional and tactical nuclear weapons, as well as local wars. Thus, limited wars can be armed conflicts on a most varied scale without the use of nuclear weapons, however, with the threat of their use present. On the other hand, such wars could be conducted using only tactical nuclear weapons. The scope, intensity, and duration of a limited war can vary greatly depending on the degree of limitation used by the belligerents. Although the characteristic feature of a limited war is considered to be deliberate mutual restraint on the part of the belligerents, it is nevertheless impossible, before or during such a war, to determine accurately that limit at which a further relaxation of the restrictions will lead to the escalation of a limited war into an all-out nuclear war. Most essential from the standpoint of determination of limited war is the fact that a limited war is any armed conflict, in which all available forces and means of the belligerents are not used. It is considered that a limited war, to achieve the desired political and military aims, does not require a maximum military effort of the belligerents. To conduct such a war, the belligerents need only part of their human and material resources. In contrast to an all-out war, which usually ends with the unconditional surrender of one of the sides or for mutual exhaustion, a limited war usually is not developed to extreme limits, and the participants come to an agreement before military operations exceed a definite limit. The political and military leadership of the West believes that the most important prerequisite in conducting a limited war is the capability of the USA and NATO as a whole to conduct an all-out nuclear war, for without this capability, it is impossible to terminate a limited war successfully and achieve desired political aims. While supporting the concept of a limited war, Brody nevertheless writes, "We shall consider all proposed limitations very critically and accept only those which suit us." US and NATO officials are of the same opinion. This means that only that kind of limited war is acceptable to the West which is conducted according to the rules proposed and accepted by the West. What then, according to the military theoreticians of the USA and NATO, is the essence of the deliberate restraints on the belligerents, which results in the war acquiring a limited character? The U.S. Army field regulations indicate that since military strategy results from national strategy and is a composite part of it, military strategic aims in a limited war must be subordinate to national aims, and military operations must be conducted within the restrictions established by national policy. The American theoretician R. Osgood, in his book Limited War, indicates that to limit war means above all to limit its aims, since the very fact that a war remains limited, in spite of the physical capacity of the belligerents to inflict much greater damage on the enemy, attests to the fact that neither side sets aims for itself that so threaten the status quo as to justify a significant broadening of the scale of military operations or risk the unleashing of an all-out war. When, however, the war's political aims are essentially not limited, the magnitude of violence and destruction is determined chiefly by the physical possibilities of the belligerents to deprive one another of the capability to continue the war. However, while expressing the aggressive intentions of American imperialism, Osgood at the same time indicates that in a limited war the U.S. will not necessarily restrict its military aims to the definite limits and political conditions that existed before the war. An example of this might be the aggressive activities of the U.S. in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. It is believed that inasmuch as it is not possible more or less accurately to predetermine the possible causes and character of limited wars which will have to be waged by the USA and their allies in the aggressive blocs, the concrete aims of a limited war can be finally determined only at its beginning by taking into consideration the peculiarities of the situation under which the war broke out. However, according to the military theoreticians of the West, the general form of these aims must be predetermined on the basis of political goals established before the start of the war and which express definite interests of the Anglo-American coalition in the various areas of the world. Moreover, attention is being turned to the fact that the war can retain a limited character in the event that the essence of its most important political aims be made known to the enemy sufficiently in advance, so that the belligerents would conduct military operations in accordance with their limited political aims. According to a majority of the foreign military theoreticians, the problem of restricting the means for conducting a war, when both the opposing coalitions have available tremendous reserves of nuclear weapons and means of delivering them on target, is directly dependent on its political aims. Therefore, R. Osgood writes in his book, Limited War, in weighing these two factors, the states must give the decisive role to political interests and know how to correctly evaluate what significance a potential enemy attaches to one goal or another, and what efforts he is ready to make in order to attain these aims, or for averting the threat of their attainment. The problem of the use of nuclear weapons in a limited war is highly complex. As is known, the military strategy of the USA and NATO foresees the conduct of limited wars with the use of the so-called tactical nuclear weapons. The necessity of employing tactical nuclear weapons in a limited war is based, first, on the fact that the preparation and conduct of limited wars using such weapons will be cheaper for the West, and secondly, it will make it possible to compensate for the insufficiency of conventional armed forces in those numerous regions of the globe where limited warfare may arise, and thirdly, the resoluteness of the West to use nuclear weapons in a limited war will supposedly have a powerful moderating effect on an enemy and will force him to seek a compromise. At the same time, as most military specialists of the West admit, the use of nuclear weapons in a limited war is possibly the most critical problem now confronting the military leadership of the USA and NATO. This is explained by the following circumstances. First, many proceed from the assumption that very little is known about the effectiveness of this weapon on the battlefield, or the possible political, military, and psychological consequences of its use. The role and influence of this weapon on the situation as a whole is being based chiefly on assumptions. Second, it is believed that it is extremely difficult to foresee how an enemy will react to the very fact of the use of a tactical nuclear weapon even on a limited scale. Various decisions by the opposing side are possible, declining a limited retaliatory strike, which will result in a loss of prestige and possibly capitulation, carrying out retaliatory strikes with nuclear weapons on the same or on a much greater scale, and finally, the possibility of miscalculation is not excluded. The delivery of a powerful blow by strategic and operational tactical means, thus unleashing an all-out nuclear war and its consequences as a result. Third, the difficulty of recognition by both belligerents of the classification of a nuclear weapon from its power as tactical or strategic. Fourth, the difficult problem arises as to what means of delivery for tactical nuclear weapon can be used in a limited war, and can these means be used when located outside the zone of the limited war. Regarding the use in such a war of conventional forces and means, under certain circumstances, operations by the Navy or the delivery of strikes by tactical aviation located outside the limits of the territory of a limited war are considered possible. In addition, it is believed that the tactical nuclear weapon is not good for irregular military operations, suppression of revolts, struggle with guerrillas, etc., as well as during intervention by the USA and its bloc partners in a war between non-communist states. Territorial limitations, as opposed to other types of limitations, are considered to be most effective from the point of view that it is easier to bring them into play when an armed conflict occurs, and for the belligerents to observe and mutually control. Precise geographical limitations must be considered depending on the political and military intentions of the belligerents, the character and scale of the military operations, and the geographic, economic, and other characteristics of the region where the armed conflict occurs. Many in the West consider, for instance, that it is easier to localize a war on islands, peninsulas, and in underdeveloped economic regions than in highly developed continental regions, where there are no clear natural boundaries such as, for instance, in Europe. At the same time, the fact is recognized that the presently existing military-political alliances of states to a large extent complicate the possibility of limiting an armed conflict to a certain territory, inasmuch as all the alliance treaties indicate that an attack on one of the countries participating in the treaty will be considered by the other participants as an attack on the alliance as a whole. In order to keep the war within a limited framework, it is considered necessary to restrict the delivery of strikes, also with nuclear weapons, to strictly define military objectives, troops in the zone of military operations, control points, air and naval bases, military depots, transport structures, junctions and lines of communication, etc., while not destroying strategic objectives and large populated points, even if they are in the geographic area of the limited war. However, even here, many complex and difficult-to-solve problems arise. The United States considers the basic problems to be the following: the difficulty of differentiating, in theory and in practice, tactical and strategic objectives, and the recognition of such differentiations, even if found, as legal by both of the belligerent sides. The difficulty of destroying tactical objectives which are territorially related to strategic objectives, without destroying the latter and thus violating the accepted restrictions. The ability of the belligerents to demonstrate a tolerant attitude toward accidental destruction of strategic objects. By its character, a limited war contains two problems. On the one hand, such a war must be conducted decisively and with the best methods, using the necessary forces and means to achieve the set political and military goals. On the other hand, in a limited war, the armed forces must be used in such a way as to reduce the risk of a limited armed conflict escalating into general war to a minimum. The contradiction of this situation is clearly seen, if only because the need for success in a limited war is incompatible with the requirement for limiting the scale of combat operations, as regards territory, forces and means, the number of participants in the armed conflict, etc. In the opinion of Pentagon officials and a number of Western military theoreticians, in the event a limited war breaks out, especially if even tactical nuclear weapons are used, danger of the emergence of a general nuclear war will appear. Thus, the well-known military theoretician Kissinger points out that limited nuclear war will automatically escalate into a general war because the losing side will continually commit new resources in order to restore the situation. The American theoretician, Brody, writes on this problem: in the event of the use of any type of nuclear weapon, it will be probably much more difficult to preserve a limited character in the war, if only for the simple reason that it is much easier to draw a line between the use and non-use of nuclear weapons than between use above or below some arbitrarily established limit. The moral aspect of this problem stems from the impossibility of determining the consequences of the use of nuclear weapon. The most candid statement of opinion by the military political leadership of the USA on this question was the statement of the former Deputy Secretary of Defense of the United States, Gilpatrick, who in one of his press conferences in June 1961 announced, "As for me, I never believed in a so-called limited nuclear war. I simply do not imagine how one can establish such limitations once any sort of nuclear weapon is launched." Regarding the NATO zone, the command of that bloc, while working out the principles for conducting a limited war in the European theater of military operations, has put forth a concept of so-called gradual restraint or of a nuclear threshold whose application, in their opinion, must reduce the risk of a limited war growing into a general one. According to this concept, the armed forces of the bloc must first use only conventional means and attempt to solve problems within a limited armed conflict. However, if troops with the conventional armaments are unable to solve the set problems due to the numerical superiority of the enemy, for instance, it is planned to use tactical nuclear weapons on the battlefield so as to attain the desired military goals regardless. Finally, NATO armed forces must be prepared to use tactical nuclear weapons on a broader scale, while at the same time taking precautions to keep the armed conflict within limits. In spite of all these theories and concepts, one can state with assurance that the strategy of limited warfare based on the use of only tactical nuclear weapons will involve the dangers analogous to those connected with the strategy of massive retaliation. Various limitations are mostly forced and conditional. A limited war is fraught with a tremendous danger of escalating into general war, especially if tactical nuclear weapons are used. This is also recognized by American theoreticians. Characteristic features of the military strategies of the main West European countries belonging to NATO. The military strategy of the main imperialist countries, united in closed military political groups, was formed under the influence of an essentially uniform aggressive policy of imperialist circles in those countries spearheaded against the socialist camp. Because of this, and also because of the dominant position of the United States in the military blocs, the strategies of the majority of countries which are members of the aggressive blocs have much in common. Editor's Note 33. The military strategy of each country is also characterized by its own specific peculiarities arising from the political, economic, geographical, national, directly military, and other conditions of one country or another. Editor's Note 34. In spite of the presence of interests in common with USA, The military strategy of the Western European countries in the post-war period developed and changed depending on the distribution of forces in the world arena, changes in the foreign policy of the ruling circles, economic resources, scientific technical achievements, and other causes. It is characteristic that, beginning with the 1960s, the Western European countries tended toward a definite independence in solving political and economic, as well as military problems. In recent years, they have been criticizing ever more sharply the basic concepts of the military strategies of the USA and NATO. The military strategy of the Federal Republic of Germany is formed under the influence of the military strategy of the USA and NATO, taking into account the political and military position of West Germany. It is a reflection of the revanchist policy of the West German imperialists, those maniacs of particular variety, who, in spite of the complete defeat in 2 world wars, continue pedantically, openly, and secretly, to plan, and methodically and persistently to create an extensive system of political, economic, military, and psychological measures in preparation for a new war. The military-political leadership of the Federal Republic of Germany is attempting by all possible methods to make utmost use of the NATO bloc to accelerate a rebirth of their military-economic potential and the creation of a modern army whose power would exceed the armies of the other countries in Western Europe. It is precisely through the aggressive NATO bloc that the Federal Republic of Germany has taken, in a relatively short time, the most important measures of a political, economic, and military power. It is not by accident that the former West German Chancellor Erhard, when presenting the government's program in the autumn of 1965, stated that the NATO bloc, as before, is the basis of the military policy of West Germany, i.e., the type of organization through the use of which the Federal Republic of Germany can most effectively achieve the desired revanchist aims. West Germany is exerting all her efforts to use the principle advanced by the military-political leadership of NATO for so-called integration by equipping the Bundeswehr with the most modern weapons and combat equipment, especially the nuclear rocket weapon, equipping the Federal Republic of Germany territory as a theater of military operations, creating West German military bases on the territory of other NATO countries, and also gradually increasing her influence on military construction in NATO and other countries. Right now, the Bundeswehr has the most powerful ground troops within NATO equipped with various operational tactical nuclear rocket weapons and large air and naval forces. West German territory is the most well-prepared NATO springboard with a far-flung network of air and rocket bases, pipelines, stockpiles of nuclear and conventional weapons, control points, communications, etc. West German military bases, training centers, and stockpiles of various types are in Belgium, the Netherlands, Spain, Portugal, England, Italy, and Greece. The Bundeswehr has penetrated into North Africa, the USA, Canada, Norway, Denmark, and the Near and Middle East. As a measure of growth of the Bundeswehr and the increase of the Federal Republic of Germany's contribution to NATO, West German military-political leadership is attempting to capture the key posts in the political and higher military organs, and also in the joint staff of the armed forces, so as to have a decisive influence on all the military planning and in implementing practical measures in NATO, transforming that bloc into an instrument of West German policy. The building of a massive army on a modern military technical base has led to the organization and expansion of Germany's own war production. Although in the beginning years, the development of the Bundeswehr occurred in an unfavorable political climate for the Federal Republic of Germany with insufficient technical and economic resources and basic military production supplies coming from abroad, especially from the US, presently, the situation has radically changed. The Federal Republic of Germany has created her own military-industrial base, which makes it possible to develop the production of various types of arms and military equipment, a large scale, and to satisfy the needs not only of the Bundeswehr but also the armed forces of other countries belonging to NATO. The point of departure in the military strategy of West Germany is the recognition of the coalition character of a future war between the East and West. The former defense minister of the Federal Republic of Germany, von Hassel, wrote in regard to this in the American journal Foreign Affairs, January 1965, that, for us, i.e., West Germany, ed. There cannot be any question of conducting a war with our own forces and means. The views of the military-political leadership of the Federal Republic of Germany as to the character of a future war are manifested first in her relation to the American strategy of flexible response, Recognizing the basic positions of this strategy and its global character, the West German Military Command nevertheless believes that certain positions of this strategy as applied to Europe, and especially to the Federal Republic of Germany, must be changed. The concept of flexible response in Europe should not be interpreted, either from a political or a military point of view, in such a way that the so-called nuclear threshold might be raised to a significant limit without regard for political considerations, wrote von Hassel in the same journal, Foreign Affairs. In his opinion, this means that the nuclear threshold must be very low as opposed to other regions of the world, i.e., nuclear weapons must be used at the very beginning of a conflict inasmuch as Western Europe, as part of the NATO zone, is only a strategic springboard with no depth, and thus not permit any loss of space or weakening of its military potential. The demands of West Germany for the use of nuclear weapons from the very beginning of a military operation have especially intensified since the French withdrawal from NATO, and as a result of the significant decrease in the depth of the Central European theater of operations and the worsening of the strategic position of the main grouping of the armed forces of the bloc in West German territory. In the opinion of the West German military political leadership, the most important principle of strategy should be considered as flexibility both in the planning of a future war, in operations, and in the use of the available armed forces, taking into account the actual existing military strategic situation. In this connection, it is believed that West Germany, together with her NATO allies, must be in constant readiness to conduct an all-out nuclear war, which from the very beginning will be conducted with massive and unlimited use of nuclear weapons against a whole complex of military power and military economic potential of the probable enemy. An all-out nuclear war springing up as a result of the expansion of the scale of a conventional, limited armed conflict. Armed conflicts during which only conventional means of destruction are used, or both conventional and tactical nuclear weapons are used. Taking into account that the territory of West Germany touches the frontiers of the countries of the Socialist Bloc, the Bonn military chiefs believe that the main ground operations will occur first on German territory. Therefore, on the initiative of the West German Command, the so-called concept of forward area, which presupposes the deployment in peacetime of the basic groupings of NATO troops directly on the frontiers of the countries of the Socialist camp, was developed, approved by the NATO chiefs, and adopted on September 1, 1963. In contrast to the views of the U.S. and NATO military command element, which allow for the possibility of withdrawal from the frontier to the rear, with a loss of part of the territory in the event of an unsuccessful culmination of a border conflict, the leadership of the Federal Republic of Germany does not concede this but stresses the necessity of unrolling offensive operations by NATO front groupings from the very beginning of the war, and carrying ground combat operations into the territory of the Warsaw Pact countries. To implement the concept of forward areas, the West German Command has developed and is actually building near the eastern frontier of the Federal Republic of Germany a belt of nuclear landmines, while calculating on obtaining control over the use of these nuclear weapons. This belt must serve as a sort of nuclear barrier, with the support of which the NATO troops will be able to form the necessary groupings along decisive lines to conduct attacks, and in case of a failure, to go over to the defense directly along the frontiers. The chiefs of the Bundeswehr believe that the character of modern means of armed conflict, the possibility of a sudden outbreak of war, and the decisive role of its initial operations require having even in peacetime the type of armed forces, regarding composition, equipment, and combat readiness, which could handle the problems of the first stage, and possibly of the whole beginning period of the war without significant reinforcement. It is believed that the period from beginning of mobilization to the beginning of the war will be extremely short. That is why, should not expect that during the war it will be possible by mobilization to assemble a sufficient quantity of forces. Those forces which we shall assemble immediately after the beginning of the war will not have time to participate in its most decisive first phase. The times of classical mobilization are past, wrote the former commander of the joint NATO ground forces of the Central European Theater of Operations, the West German General Speidel, in the November issue, 1964, of the NATO Journal Revue Militaire Générale. In the opinion of the West German Command, the principle of integration, unification, of the efforts of all the members of the North Atlantic Bloc must be made the basis of the planning, preparation, and conduct of the war and operations. The basic practical advantage, wrote General Speidel, resides in the uniformity of command of troops and their combat training, in the unity of the organization, armament, and supply, in unified principles and research work, in a common direction of the development of the NATO armed forces, and in a community of problems of psychological defense, proceeding from general and their own particular view on the probable character of a future war in Central Europe and methods of its conduct. The West German military political chiefs are advancing a series of demands for the organization of the NATO armed forces. In particular, the following measures are believed necessary: to review the structure of the military leadership in NATO in order to intensify the influence of the Federal Republic of Germany in that bloc, to permit NATO commanders to decide for themselves when to use nuclear weapons independently from decision by political organs, to increase the combat personnel of the ground forces in the Central European Theater of Operations to 30 divisions, improve their combat capability now, in peacetime, and substantially improve the support of the troops by commensurate air forces, to improve the deployment of armies by sending units directly to the eastern frontiers of the Federal Republic of Germany to those positions which they must occupy at the beginning of a war, to create the necessary reserves, to adopt uniform programs of military training, develop uniform lengths of service in the Army for all NATO members, to introduce a single system of material technical supply, to reduce the time period of mobilization, to introduce a unified chain of command in alerting the NATO command of all units and formations. The cornerstone of the military policy of the Federal Republic of Germany remains its attempt to obtain access to nuclear weapons, or at least to have a decisive influence on the political control of their use and the development of operational plans for using nuclear rocket means. The military strategy of Great Britain, like its military doctrine, has lost its former independence and is forced to gravitate towards the strategic concept of the USA and NATO. This situation has come about as a result of Great Britain's loss of her colonies and, consequently, of military bases, the reduction of human and material resources, the weakening of the economic position of the country, which led to a decrease in her military potential with the constant increase of costs of the modern types of arms and combat equipment. A most important factor, having an influence on the military policy of Great Britain as a whole, is the disparity between her expanded military obligations in NATO, CENTO, SEATO, and to several colonial countries on the one hand and rather limited economic resources of the country on the other. Such a situation has forced Great Britain either to withdraw as a second-class power, or to follow the military-political course of the USA, remaining their chief ally in the military blocs. This is the course that the political chiefs of Great Britain are following. British strategy is based on the use of nuclear strike forces, as well as on small, regular, non-nuclear armed forces, which are scattered over various regions of the world. In Europe, the Near and Far East, Southeast Asia, and Africa. Great Britain attaches great significance to national strategic nuclear forces, but does not intend to use them independently, only together with the strategic nuclear forces of the USA. Therefore, the Bomber Air Command is completely integrated with the Strategic Command of the USA with relation to the assignment of targets, in the organization of communications, and material technical supply. While recognizing in principle the concept of limited war, the British military political chiefs are incapable of creating and supporting, on an appropriate level, the armed forces needed for such a war. That is why she has repeatedly raised the question of reducing the number of her own forces in the Federal Republic of Germany, and also of the necessity of creating joint armed forces, with the participation of the USA, New Zealand, and Australia, in the British Zone of Responsibility, east of Suez. The most important principles of the military strategy of Great Britain are the mobility and flexibility of the armed forces, especially if their limited personnel and the scope of the British Zone of Responsibility are taken into account. To assure the mobility of the armed forces, the military chiefs are forced to support a strategic reserve at home, modern means of air and naval transport, and also to have an organized system of unified commands, located in overseas territories. Thus, putting into practice the principles of modern strategy adopted by the British command will entail great difficulty. Preparation for new wars by imperialist states, status and basic trends in the development of the armed forces. The chief measure of the coalition of imperialist states in the general system of preparation for war against the Soviet Union and the other states of the socialist camp is the creation of powerful armed forces, the basic instrument for realizing their aggressive policies. The basis upon which the armed forces of the imperialist coalition is built is the strategy of flexible response and the so-called principle of interdependence in political, economic, and military spheres advocated by ruling circles of the USA as early as 1950, immediately following creation of the NATO bloc. The fundamental principles of the strategy of flexible response, which, as is known, presupposes the creation and training of armed forces capable of conducting both total nuclear war and limited wars, are considered by the countries of the American coalition when solving problems and developing armed forces, notwithstanding the fact that the political leadership of the NATO bloc has not as yet officially approved the strategy of flexible response. Regarding the principle of interdependence, which in addition to NATO has subsequently been extended to the countries making up the CENTO and CETO blocs, its basic purpose is to create within the framework of aggressive blocs of the American coalition balanced armed forces, to determine the responsibility and contribution of each country to the quantitative and qualitative development of such national troops, which are required by and correspond to the aggressive military and political plans of American imperialism. In this connection, the USA and in part England, who possess the greatest scientific, technical, and military economic potentialities, have taken upon themselves the task of creating the chief means for armed conflict. The strategic means of attack as well as the means for air defense and operational tactical nuclear rocket weapons for all the services of the armed forces in the coalition. The remaining countries of NATO and of the other military blocs must, upon order and with the assistance of the USA, develop ground troops and air and naval forces for so-called tactical purposes. The principle of interdependence put forward by the USA is designed to assure the USA a dominant position in the military blocs created and to secure the use of the economic and military resources of the countries belonging to NATO, CENTO, and CETO for realization of the aggressive policies of the USA ruling circles. However, such an interdependence, leading to the loss of national sovereignty, is rejected by some countries, notably France, which strive to have at their disposal modern means for armed combat, including strategic weapons. Other countries, primarily West Germany, strive either to have such means or to participate actively in planning their use in a future war. The ultimate objective of these and other countries is to possess modern means for waging war, above all strategic means, so as to have a direct influence in the solution of political and military problems within the framework of the existing blocs. To satisfy to some extent the claims of their allies in NATO, the USA and England initially tried to create within that alliance multilateral, American variant, nuclear forces, and then Atlantic, English variant, nuclear forces in NATO. However, sharp contradictions within the Atlantic bloc on a series of essential political, economic, and military problems prevented solution of the problem of creating united nuclear forces, but so far this problem has not yet been removed from the agenda. Editor's Note 35. Since 1962, the buildup and preparation of the armed forces of NATO and of the other aggressive military blocs have been conducted in the interests of simultaneously waging total nuclear war and limited wars. In spite of the fact that the main efforts, as before, have been directed toward preparation for total nuclear war, much more attention has been paid in the last 4 to 5 years to the development of so-called conventional armed forces. This is evidenced by their quantitative growth and certain qualitative changes that have occurred in recent years or are projected for the near future. Editor's Note 36. The accelerated development of strategic offensive forces and means, which continue to form the basis of the military power of the American coalition as a whole, the tremendous efforts in the area of creating an air defense and anti-missile defense, as well as the much greater attention paid to the strengthening and increasing of conventional armed forces have led, naturally, to a sharp increase in military spending in many capitalist countries and to a further arms race. Thus, from 1960 to 1966, the direct military spending of NATO countries increased from $61.2 billion to $74.2 billion, i.e., by 16%. As a result of measures introduced during the last 4 to 5 years, as well as in connection with the aggressive war of the USA and her allies in Southeast Asia and other regions of the globe, individual countries, especially the USA and West Germany, have increased the number and combat personnel of their armed forces, have increased the complement of military formations and units, and have re-equipped them with improved weapons and military equipment. As a consequence, the general combat readiness of the land, air, and naval forces was increased, especially those assigned to NATO. At present, the countries of the imperialist coalition have at their disposal large armed forces numbering about 8.8 million men. In addition, in each country are numerous formations of territorial and border troops, internal security troops, police and constabulary troops, numbering 1 million men, and also organized reserves totaling more than 1 million men. In working out problems on the development of the armed forces, the military political leadership of the USA and NATO holds to a so-called long-range strategy, which is based on an analysis of all factors, political, economic, scientific, technical, etc., determining the development of the armed forces or having an influence on the solution of problems of military structure. Placing great emphasis on the time factor, the USA and NATO leadership proceeds from the fact that the basis of long-range strategy, calculated for the coming 5 to 10 years and aimed at securing the achievement of the political objectives of the USA and her bloc allies, must include the following basic principles. 1. Long-range strategy must provide for unified planning, the concentration of scientific technical potentialities, financial and economic means, and also centralization of command of the military establishment. It was with these aims in mind that the USA, beginning with 1962, abandoned its previously held traditional principles of developing its armed forces according to the type of service, i.e., ground, air, or naval forces. Judging by the statements of Pentagon officials, this is conditioned above all by the necessity for effective use of the military resources of the country, abolishing parallelism in the activity of the departments of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, most particularly when designing weapons systems, and also in centralizing and unifying operational planning, and the use of the services of the armed forces under the direction of unified commands, and other considerations of a strategic character. In this connection, the organization of the armed forces is patterned after their specific mission. In this, the responsibility for recruiting and training personnel, as well as the provision of the services of the armed forces with combat equipment, is done by the respective departments of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. The responsibility for the operational planning and the employment of formations and units of different services trained and transferred to the operational command is delegated to the unified commands in the zones, European, Pacific, Atlantic Ocean, Alaska, Central and South America, and also Air Defense Command in continental U.S. and the Strike Command, and Special Commands, Strategic Air Command, Naval Command Eastern Atlantic and Mediterranean. The development of the U.S. Armed Forces for specific missions is realized through the following structural components. Editor's Note 39. Strategic Attack Forces composed of ICBM units, nuclear missile submarines, with Polaris, missiles, heavy bombers, strategic reconnaissance and tanker aircraft. Strategic Defense Forces, including air defense systems, surface-to-air missiles, piloted interceptor aircraft, and also the warning and control systems connected with them. Defense capability against ballistic missiles and anti-submarine forces. Defense capability against attack from space, interceptor rockets and systems of space identification and tracking. General-purpose forces, including ground troops, tactical aviation, and naval forces, excluding nuclear missile submarines and anti-submarine forces. Forces and means for strategic transfer of troops, including transport aviation of the Transport Aviation Command and Air Force Reserves, airborne transport aviation of the Tactical Command, and naval transport means, intended for the rapid transfer of units, arms, and supplies from the USA to other regions of the globe. Armed Forces Reserves. 2. Long-range strategy, according to the military political leadership of the USA, is, first of all, a strategy of supremacy in the area of weapons systems and equipment, which qualitatively and quantitatively must always be superior to the military power of a potential enemy. If the rate of modernization of arms of one country is lower than that of another, the former, in the military sense, will be weaker than the latter. And on the other hand, the country that is able to modernize its means of waging war more rapidly and is able to outstrip its opponent in one or several cycles in the creation of basic armament systems, that country will win the arms race and will weaken the power of its opponent. The country lagging in such a decisive area of competition may find itself in the position of being unilaterally disarmed. It is considered that the constant and ever-accelerating technological progress is the main factor in the development of the means of armed conflict. Superiority in equipment can be maintained only under conditions where the accomplishment of many technical advances occurs, one after the other. Proceeding from this, the U.S. attempts to assure itself of a general technical superiority which would permit them to be far ahead of the probable enemy insofar as the creation of basic types of weapons and their firepower are concerned. In this, the USA proceeds from the fact that weapons systems being created, with respect to their combat capabilities, must, first of all, constitute such a threat to the enemy that it would be difficult for him to counteract, and second, these systems must be capable of neutralizing, repel, any enemy threat. In this connection, the U.S. tries to have such a quantitative superiority over the USSR that, under any conditions including the most unfavorable, the USA would be in a position to deliver an effective blow with adequate force. With regard to this, it is considered that superiority of means for attack over the means for defense does not obviate the necessity of the latter. That is why the USA is attempting to create an effective means of anti-missile and anti-space defense, so as to reduce losses in men and material resulting from enemy nuclear strikes. 3. The economic field is considered by the USA military political leadership as the most efficacious area for long-range strategy, in which the following goal is pursued: to force their rival into a constant struggle for leadership on a global scale in order to weaken his military economic potential by means of precisely calculated long-term pressure. The American military political leadership considers that the USA must do everything possible to slow down the economic development of its adversary. Following this goal, Pentagon specialists try to compile the greatest number of variations in the arms programs and in strategic conceptions. Inasmuch as the cost of scientific research and development of weapons systems has turned out to be extremely high, the pooling of the efforts of the Western powers in this area was suggested. Along with this, it is considered extremely necessary to unify, within the framework of military blocks, most of the weapons systems and combat equipment so as to accelerate their development, lessen the cost of production, and simplify modernization, maintenance, and supply. It is not difficult to understand that all these outwardly rational measures have as their ultimate goal the placing of the majority of the military bloc countries in complete military economic and, consequently, political dependence on the principal imperialist powers, above all the USA and West Germany. This is why the military political leadership of the USA and West Germany so consistently strives to integrate all areas, especially the economic and military. The status and the immediate future for the development of the armed forces in the imperialist coalition are characterized by the following basic indices. Strategic attack forces. Editor's Note 40. The political and military leadership of the leading countries of the imperialist coalition considers strategic attack forces the chief means for waging general nuclear war. Therefore, basic efforts are concentrated on the still more complex development and perfection of strategic nuclear forces and weapons. Hence, particular attention is paid to designing and producing weapons systems of practically unlimited range, great accuracy, high viability, the capability to overcome the PVO and PRO, air and anti-missile defenses, of the adversary, and high technical reliability and combat readiness. The interrelation of components of the strategic attack forces is being changed by the military political leadership of the USA on the basis of comprehensive study, evaluation, and comparison of the effectiveness of individual systems of strategic weapons, especially for the future. Understanding of the word effectiveness involves the inclusion of the most important technical and combat characteristics of the weapon systems, which makes it relatively simple to subject them to comparative analysis. The basic characteristic of effectiveness in the USA is considered to be the combat reliability, which U.S. Secretary of Defense McNamara has determined to be the combination of combat readiness, technical reliability, viability, and the capability of successfully overcoming a anti-missile defense system. The combat readiness of a weapons system is determined by its condition at the moment of commitment to combat and is expressed by a relationship between the quantity of means, missiles, planes, ready for launch according to plan, and the overall quantity of means available within a given system. The chief factor hampering an earlier attainment of high combat readiness in previous types of rockets was the time required for it to attain momentum and go over to the gyroscope system of missile guidance. The limited operational capability of the gyroscopes did not allow keeping them engaged during the entire time the missile was on combat alert. The use at present of gyroscopes on air suspension makes it possible to keep the missile on ready for an immediate launch over a period of many months. Technical reliability. as one of the factors determining combat reliability is the relationship of the quantity of means, missiles, planes, in good technical repair to the overall quantity of a given type. The degree of viability is determined by the relationship of the quantity of means, which under combat conditions, according to computed data, can survive after a first strike by the enemy, to the overall quantity of a given type of means. The possibility of overcoming the enemy's PVO and PRO is determined by the relationship of the quantity of means, which, according to computed data, can actually reach the targets and destroy them, to the overall quantity of means, missiles, planes, committed. Such are the basic factors by which American military specialists determine the qualitative state of strategic means of attack, their combat capability, and combat readiness. Strategic means of attack, which, as is known, include ICBMs, nuclear rocket-carrying submarines, and heavy and medium bombers, are for the most part in the hands of the USA and, to a much lesser extent, England and France. Only the USA possesses ICBMs. The experimental design work for creating rockets began in the USA as early as 1946. Convinced of their own technical superiority, for about 10 years the Americans conducted that work relatively slowly, staking their hopes on strategic aviation and the winged rockets, Snark and Navajo. Successes of the Soviet Union in rocket construction forced the USA in 1956 to accelerate design of the medium-range ballistic missiles, Thor and Jupiter. Simultaneously, the design and adoption of ICBMs, Atlas, Titan I, and later Minuteman I-A and Polaris Alice armaments were accelerated. Taking into account the extremely insufficient technical reliability, low operational characteristics, vulnerability, and insufficient combat readiness of the missile systems, as well as a series of other significant defects of the so-called first-generation missiles, the American command came to the conclusion of the necessity to increase the technical reliability of the missile system and thus reduce to a minimum the instances of combat alert breakdowns and the number of defects affecting the missiles while in flight. To increase the range of missiles in order to hit targets in any region of the Eurasian continent and increase the yield of their nuclear warheads. To decrease the vulnerability of the missile complexes by means of a wide dispersal of the locations of the launch pads and silos and improve their viability. To do away with systems of flight correction by radio and change over fully to improved autonomous inertial flight control systems, and thus increase the firing accuracy of the rockets and the operational reliability of the systems. To improve the combat readiness of the missile systems by using chiefly solid fuels and engines, making it possible to keep these missiles on alert a long time and decrease the time of the pre-launch preparation. To lengthen service life and increase the operational scope of all the missiles' equipment, especially the gyroscope. To provide missiles with a means of overcoming PRO and make it possible for ballistic missiles to maintain the role of an absolute weapon for many years. As a result of the work carried out in the USA, the strategic missiles, 2, Minuteman I-B and Minuteman II, Polaris, A2 and Polaris, have been designed and adopted. The introduction of these missile systems led to the removal of the Thor in 1963 to 1964, Jupiter in 1964, Atlas and Titan I in 1964 to 1965, and Polaris AL in 1966 from the armament system. Adopted in 1963, the ICBM Titan II is the most powerful American missile, with a starting weight of about 150 tons, a warhead with a power of 10 to 18 megatons, and a range of 23,000 kilometers. In spite of the fact that the missile operates on liquid fuel, it can remain a long time on the launch pad completely fueled, which reduces the time of the pre-launch readying to 1 to 2 minutes. The launch pads for Titan II are of the silo type with autonomous underground control points, located at great distances from one another at 3 missile bases. On each base are 2 squadrons, with up to 9 launch pads each. The ICBM Minuteman is the basic American missile. Adopted at the end of 1962, there are 3 versions, Minuteman I-A, Minuteman I-B, and Minuteman II. The most modern is considered to be Minuteman II, with an increased range of firing, 11,000 kilometers, a more powerful nuclear warhead, about 2 megatons, a more perfect pro-jamming system, and greater accuracy. The USA Military Command believes that Minuteman II will form the basis of the strategic missile forces until 1970 and even later. The wide dispersion of Minuteman missiles in underground reinforced concrete silos, the duplication of the communication and control lines making it possible to launch missiles from underground as well as from air control points, the use of retargeting equipment, and many other improvements assure a high viability and effectiveness of strategic rockets in a nuclear war. The Polaris ballistic missiles aboard nuclear submarines are second in significance as a component PHRT of a strategic means of attack. These missiles are considered an extremely promising strategic weapons system because of their purported invulnerability to enemy missiles and shore-based anti-submarine defense, which results from the capability to launch missiles from a submerged position, from the autonomy of crews, high mobility, and from the excellent camouflage of submarines. The nuclear submarines of the U.S. Navy are armed with Polaris A-2 and Polaris A-3 missiles, 16 combat-ready missiles on each submarine. The more perfect is considered to be Polaris, adopted in 1964, with a more powerful nuclear charge, 1 megaton, and a greater range. Altogether, by mid-1967, the American command planned to commission and have ready for combat 41 nuclear submarines with 656 Polaris missiles. This was to include 13 submarines with 208 15A2 missiles and 28 submarines with 448 Polaris missiles. It should be noted that although the Polaris is more perfect than the Polaris, AL and Polaris A2, the American command does not consider them to have a future after 1970 to 75, mainly due to poor accuracy and low-yield nuclear charge. In this connection, the USA is at present working on the Poseidon missile, a Polaris B-3 with a range of about 4,600 kilometers, a more powerful nuclear warhead, and increased launch weight, which is to replace the Polaris A-2 and possibly Polaris. The U.S. Navy Command has decided to organize the rocket-carrying nuclear submarines into 5 squadrons of 7 to 9 submarines each. 3 are to be kept in the Atlantic and Mediterranean, 1 in the Pacific and 1 at bases in the continental USA. Simultaneously with the construction of nuclear rocket-carrying submarines, the U.S. Navy Command is developing a system for base deployment, creating shore bases in various sea and ocean regions, and is accelerating the tempo in building special floating bases. A characteristic of the nuclear rocket-carrying submarine base system is that it includes fixed naval bases on U.S. territory and forward bases in other capitalist countries in Europe and Asia. The fixed bases on the Atlantic coast in the U.S. are Charleston, South Carolina, New London, Connecticut, and Norfolk, Virginia, and in the Pacific Basin are Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, Bremerton, Washington State, and San Diego, California. In American military strategic plans related to the organization of bases for nuclear rocket-carrying submarines, particular significance is given to forward base areas facing countries in the socialist camp. These areas must assure the maintenance of the nuclear submarines in a high state of combat readiness and, to a certain degree, divert the threat of a retaliatory nuclear strike from U.S. territory. The forward bases are Holy Loch, England, where the 14th and 18th Squadrons are located, and the Spanish base, Rota, supporting the combat activity of the 16th Squadron of nuclear rocket-carrying submarines in the Mediterranean basin along the southern and southwestern parts of the Soviet Union, Bulgaria, Romania, and Hungary. Realizing that as a result of an enemy retaliatory strike, the fixed and forward bases would be destroyed, the American command is building floating bases for nuclear rocket-carrying submarines, 1 per squadron and 1 in reserve. The accelerated creation of a nuclear missile fleet and a base system for it is evidence that the American imperialists are creating, around the USSR and other socialist countries, a network of mobile, strategic nuclear strike forces. Strategic aviation. In spite of the intensified development of strategic rocket weapons, the command of the imperialist states continues to retain strategic aviation within the makeup of the strategic strike forces, and to improve it, planning to use it chiefly to deliver a subsequent attack, especially against hard and mobile missile sites and also against targets, which, in its opinion, there is no need to destroy in the first minutes of the war, for example, ammunition and fuel dumps, military-industrial targets, etc. The strategic aviation of the USA includes heavy bombers, strategic reconnaissance planes, tanker aircraft, and subunits for supply and material technical service. The principal grouping of the American strategic aviation is located in territorial USA. Up to 50% of the combat-ready strategic bombers are constantly kept at the air bases on a 15-minute alert, for delivering strikes against targets predetermined for them and also ready for quick withdrawal in case of an enemy strike. At the same time, whenever necessary, there is round-the-clock air patrolling by heavy bombers, carrying nuclear bombs, along the northern coasts of Greenland, Canada, and Alaska, as well as above the Mediterranean Sea area. Editor's Note 41. In connection with the increase in the number of ICBMs and the introduction of nuclear rocket-carrying submarines, the quantity of strategic bombers in the U.S. Air Force in the last 5 to 6 years has been greatly reduced, chiefly because of the removal of the obsolete B-47 medium bombers from the armament system. Within the next few years, the B-58 medium bombers and part of the B-52C and B-52F heavy bombers are also slated for removal from the armament system. By 1971, they plan to have about 450 strategic bombers, including 255 B-52GS and B-52HS with a flight range of up to 19,000 kilometers having, besides a bomb load, 2 guided missiles of the air-to-ground class, Hound, and about 210 B-111 heavy bombers which are designed after the F-111 tactical fighter, and which should go into service of the Strategic Air Command in 1968-71. To counteract the enemy's air defense means, the bombers are provided with equipment for creating active and passive radio interference, as well as with Quail radio countermeasure missiles having a range of 320 kilometers. Much attention is paid to inclusion of equipment on strategic bombers that would permit operation at low level, thereby reducing losses from enemy anti-missile defense means. The American command attaches great significance to the development of strategic reconnaissance aircraft. Strategic reconnaissance aircraft, which are variants of corresponding strategic bombers, RB-52 and RB-58, and the military transport aircraft, RC-130 and RC-135, are found alongside the specially built high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft U-2 and RB-57F. Also designed and, according to the American press, being commissioned for service in strategic reconnaissance aviation units is the new supersonic aircraft state Route 71. According to an announcement by the U.S. President, this aircraft, as well as the Strategic Reconnaissance Aircraft RF-111, should become the basic aviation reconnaissance system of the Strategic Air Command. Tanker aircraft assure an increase in the radius of operation of the combat aircraft. The basic tanker aircraft for the strategic bombers of the U.S. Air Force is the KC-135A, maximum reserve of fuel transferred in flight during refueling, 43.5 T. Thus, in the creation of strategic offensive forces, the main course followed was an accelerated development of Minuteman ICBMs and Polaris nuclear submarines. As regards strategic aviation, the number of heavy bombers in the next few years will remain approximately at the present level, although their role within the strategic strike forces will be gradually reduced. England and France also have strategic nuclear offensive forces. England, experiencing serious financial and economic difficulties, nevertheless tries, at least theoretically, to maintain independent nuclear forces in the makeup of the Bomber Aircraft Command, so as to have the right to a decisive voice in the various organs of NATO. However, most of the political and military figures of the West, including Americans, consider that the British strategic nuclear forces are already obsolete and have lost their significance as an instrument of British foreign policy. During the last 4 years, the number of aircraft in the British Bomber Aircraft Command has decreased by about 30%. At the present time, it has about 80 medium bombers of the Vulcan and Victor type, armed with blue steel missiles having a nuclear warhead of megaton power and a range of about 300 kilometers. The British military political leadership, judging by the Western press, does not intend to increase the number of strategic bombers in the coming years. On the contrary, their further reduction as compared with the existing level is possible. England intends to realize a build-up in the strength of the strategic nuclear forces basically by construction and introducing by 1974 nuclear submarines equipped with a total of 64 Polaris missiles which the USA will deliver to her. Thus, with some reduction in the makeup of the Bomber Aircraft Command and with the fulfillment of the construction program for nuclear missile submarines, England, by 1970, can have 140 to 150 missiles and rocket-carrying aircraft of strategic designation. Military Space Program. Editor's Note 42. The imperialists plan to use the great achievements of modern science and technology in the mastery of space for their aggressive military purposes and, from year to year, allocate billions for the military mastery of space. From 1957 up to 1966, the U.S. imperialists allocated about $40 billion to the national space program. Other capitalist countries such as England, France, the Federal Republic of Germany, Italy, and Japan have begun work on their own national space programs. However, work in these countries has not yet reached the proportion of that in the USA due to the high cost of modern space devices and the inability of the economies of these countries to conduct large-scale space programs. To unite the efforts of a number of European capitalist countries regarding space mastery, two organizations have been created in Europe, for example, ELDO, the European Organization for Designing Missile Carriers, and ESRO, the European Organization of Space Research. They are working on programs financed by the participating countries, England, France, the Federal Republic of Germany, Italy, and Belgium, on an equal basis. Japan is preparing to initiate space research under her own program. In addition, in many capitalist countries, work is being conducted on space research and mastery of space under joint bilateral agreements and programs with the USA. The militarist circles of the USA are the principal aggressive force nurturing insidious plans for using space for military purposes and transforming space into new theater of military operations. They consider space the most suitable for implementation of global military operations. To support the National Space Research Program and the military conquest of space, a Council on Aeronautics and Space Research headed by the Vice President has been created under the President of the USA. The principal organizations responsible for the development of the military and scientific space programs are the U.S. Department of Defense and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA. To avoid duplication in the area of long-term research and design of space apparatus, ships, and stations, and also of powerful missile carriers for putting useful payloads into orbit, the Department of Defense and NASA have created a special coordinating committee, headed by the Director of NASA and by the Director of the Administration of Scientific Research and Experimental Design Work of the Department of Defense. The principal organization in the Department of Defense responsible for designing and testing air and space weapons systems is the Weapons Systems Development Command, KRSV, within the U.S. Air Force. NASA and KRSV are the chief recipients of budget appropriations for space research and the mastery of space for military purposes. The number of personnel in these organizations increases annually. The problems of research and the military mastery of space are widely and quite openly discussed in the American press, where it is emphatically stressed that is the strategic theater of tomorrow. At present in the USA, large-scale research on the mastery of space is being conducted according to NASA plans, and Earth satellites and other space vehicles are launched allegedly for a scientific purpose. However, the American press does not hide the fact that due to the close coordination of efforts by the U.S. Department of Defense, about 80% of all NASA work and projects are used for purely military purposes. The military mastery of space in the USA is proceeding in three basic directions: toward creating space weapons systems that will assure high combat operations effectiveness for all services of the armed forces, toward creating space systems that will prohibit the other countries from probing and mastering space, means of anti-space defense, toward developing strategic offensive space systems to conduct armed conflict in space and to strike Earth targets from space. At the present time in the USA, there have been developed and continue to be developed a series of space weapons supporting systems which are primarily designated for conducting strategic reconnaissance operations, securing communications and control for the benefit of all the services of the armed forces, and for securing navigation of military ships and planes. With the aid of the reconnaissance satellites, the coordinates of strategic objectives and targets are located and determined, military industrial objectives, launch sites for intercontinental missiles, military bases, airports, radio and radar communication systems and detection systems, and other objectives within the territory of socialist countries. Precise geodetic maps of the Earth's surface are compiled and tied to geodetic nets of strategic objectives and targets. Weather reconnaissance for the Air Force and Navy is carried out. Also global photo reconnaissance from space. Each year, the Americans put 15 to 20 Discoverer-type satellites and 8 to 10 SAMOS-type satellites into orbit. Satellites have been designed and are being used to conduct radio and radar surveys from space, making it possible to determine the basic technical characteristics of radioelectronic systems, as well as their disposition and methods and tactics of application. To construct a global geodetic net and tie in the positions of intercontinental missiles and strategic targets, the Americans used the Starfish and Pejos geodetic satellites, which are tracked by ground-based optical devices, and the Secker satellites, the measurements from which are conducted by ground-based radio range-finding equipment. The U.S. Army, Air Force, and Navy, and also NASA, participate in this work. Since 1964, the U.S. Navy has been equipped with a system of transit radionavigational satellites consisting of 4 to 5 operating satellites. The system is used for navigation of Polaris nuclear submarines and surface ships. The operation of transit satellites is assured by an extensive network of ground tracking and control stations and by their onboard equipment. For weather reconnaissance on a global scale, the USA has created a network of TIROS weather reconnaissance satellites equipped with TV cameras allowing transmissions to the ground stations of pictures of cloud cover over the Earth, over continents and oceans. These data, together with meteorological observations from terrestrial, marine, and aerial aircraft, weather stations are used to accurately forecast the weather on a global scale in the interest of the armed forces and the country as a whole. A network of military radio communication satellites is in the process of construction. From 1960 to 1966, the USA conducted experimental and test work on designs for communication satellites both in the form of passive reflectors and active relays of electromagnetic radiation. During that period, Echo, Courier, Telestar, Relay, SYNCOM, and Earlybird type satellites were put into orbit, the last 2 types in synchronous orbits. With these satellites, numerous experimental radio communication sequences were conducted in searching for ways to design the most reliable systems for military radio communications. The system of SYNCOM satellites is used by the 1.5 Department of Defense to secure military radio communications with American troops in Southeast Asia. A decision has been made and construction started on creating a temporary military radio communications system consisting of 16 to 24 communications satellites placed in polar orbits at altitudes to 30,000 kilometers and launched by a Titan 3C military launch vehicle. The temporary military communications system will be used until 1970, when the Americans proposed to replace it with a permanent system of military radio communication satellites. The chief advantage of communication systems using satellites is their operational stability under conditions influenced by the effects of thermonuclear explosions in the ionosphere when other means of communication are incapable of guaranteeing the reliable transmission of information and the commands necessary for control. For purposes of detecting nuclear weapons tests in other countries, conducted on the Earth's surface, in the atmosphere, and in space, the USA has created an experimental space system comprising the Villa Hotel satellite and a net of ground stations to receive reconnaissance information. The experimental system includes 6 Villa Hotel satellites located in orbits at a height of about 100,000 kilometers and equipped with detectors of X-ray and neutron radiation resulting from nuclear explosions. Before 1970, they intend to build an operative system of 6 to 10 Villa Hotel satellites and a special network of ground stations to receive information. In the USA, much attention has been paid to the MIDAS project, in progress since 1960, which envisages the creation of a space reconnaissance system for the detection of the launch of enemy ballistic missiles with the aid of onboard infrared equipment 25 to 30 minutes before the missile approaches the target. This is considered an extremely important factor in organizing anti-missile and civil defense. The creation of a space reconnaissance system for ultra-long-range detection based on infrared technology is considered by the Americans to be feasible by 1970. Since 1965, a new tendency has appeared in the area of military supporting space systems, the construction of multipurpose satellites. This is caused by the great expenditure of means on rocket carriers, each of which puts 1 to 2 satellites into orbit. With the aid of multipurpose satellites, it is proposed that the following problems will simultaneously be solved: reconnaissance of ground targets from space, detection of launches of ICBMs and ballistic missiles, launchings from submarines, detection of nuclear explosions in the atmosphere and space, registering the detonation of nuclear ammunition in the target areas, and evaluation of the degree of destruction of objectives by nuclear weapons, weather reconnaissance, navigation of ships and aircraft, and also communication with remote regions of the globe. It is also considered possible that such satellites can be put into orbits up to altitudes of 1,100 kilometers and into synchronous orbits at about an altitude of 36,000 kilometers, Americans estimate that they will have great strategic importance and, with a payload weighing about 1 ton, they can be placed in synchronous orbits by Titan III-C launch vehicles. With regard to the fact that reconnaissance satellites moving along definite orbits are vulnerable and can be destroyed by anti-space defense weapons, the creation is being planned of maneuverable, manned spaceships with complex reconnaissance equipment on board. For reconnaissance of the most important regions, such a ship should be able to descend to an altitude of 130 to 160 kilometers and maneuver in space to avoid interception. Anti-missile and anti-space defense satellites for intercepting ballistic missiles and prohibiting other countries' access to space were developed through the years in experimental design stage in the Bambi, Sortie, and Saint projects. As a result of experimental work, the Americans came to the conclusion that these projects were unacceptable because of their complexity, high cost, and low effectiveness. The Department of Defense decided to develop a piloted variant of the satellite interceptor for gaining practical experiences in rendezvous of satellites in orbit. For these purposes, it combined its efforts with NASA in working on the Gemini project with the purpose of extending these tests to Project MOL, which calls for the building of a military orbital laboratory. The MOL laboratory is being built to conduct experiments in using piloted space means to solve purely military problems in space. The supporting space systems of satellites and systems for prohibiting the use of space by other countries is only part of the space program of the USA to master space for military purposes. Its main link is the creation of offensive space systems of strategic designation based on the use of aerospace aircraft, orbital rocket planes, or other types of spacecraft carrying nuclear charges. For many years, the American press has published information on the building of space-manned and unmanned bombardment systems under projects, Dinosaur, Boss, etc., whose basic purpose was the destruction of ground targets from space. Several projects were continued to the experimental design stage only to be temporarily discontinued as a consequence of a discrepancy in the technical possibilities set forth in tasking and the lack of powerful military launch vehicles. Nevertheless, with the development of powerful military launch vehicles, in particular the Titan III series with various modifications, the U.S. government has allocated $1.5 billion for the Military Orbital Laboratory MOL project. On this basis, the possibilities of building military manned space weapon systems will be studied, the technical requirements for them worked out, and the onboard equipment for the military space systems also built. This does not at all mean that the USA has abandoned the idea of building a strategic offensive system. The predictions of specialists, and in particular those of Dornberger, who works in the USA, directly indicate that the trend in the USA is to shift the center of gravity of all efforts for mastery of space to the solution of military problems. Dornberger, as early as 1961, proposed that hundreds of nuclear bombs should be placed in orbits passing over the USSR and other socialist countries with the rockets then available and keep those bombs in orbit and constantly ready to make nuclear strikes on objectives within the territory of these countries. It was noted that with the aid of such combat means, one can transfer the arena of combat operations from the Earth to outer space. This trend is also confirmed by tasks which the U.S. Department of Defense is raising in the course of the development of the Military Orbital Laboratory MOL. On the basis of military orbital laboratories, it is considered possible to build military stations which can be used as command posts in space for conducting strategic reconnaissance using all types of reconnaissance equipment to intercept satellites in orbit and also for bombing from space. It is characteristic that in the USA program to master space for military purposes, ever greater significance is attached to the Moon. Broad investigations are being conducted to determine the military potential of the Moon. Possibilities are being studied, and some experiments are being conducted on using the Moon to relay communications. The Moon is being studied as a base for detecting strategic terrestrial targets and as a base on which to locate strategic means of attack from space. All sorts of projects are being proposed and studied for organizing research and military bases on the Moon, bases for the location of strategic nuclear rockets to be used against targeted terrestrial objectives. The advantages and disadvantages of such bases are studied. Possibilities are also being studied of building manned circumlunar nuclear bombers with nuclear charges which can strike separate areas of the Earth during a 24-hour period and return to their lunar base. It is said that, the course of the struggle for supremacy in space because of psychological and military considerations, the possibility of landing people on the moon and ultimately establishing permanent base there will be important. 29. In this respect, the statement of General Lemnitzer that the U.S. has already worked out basic concepts for using space for military purposes, with the role of the moon determined and the functions between the services of the armed forces distributed, deserves attention. Many scientific research and experimental design organizations in the USA are, in fact, working on the problems of military use of the moon. However, the road for them is being paved by NASA, which has been developing the Saturn V Apollo system since 1958 to realize a first stage, before 1970, 4 research flights to the moon, with a landing on its surface and a return to Earth. But after 1970, these systems are to be used for extensive research and mastery of the moon in the national interests of the USA. The U.S. Department of Defense has its own plans regarding the military use of the Saturn V Apollo systems and, in particular, the manned 3-seater Apollo spaceship. The U.S. press publishes projects on the use of spaceships to conduct reconnaissance from space and for inspection, interception, maintenance, and servicing of military space means in orbit. The craft is considered an element of military space stations. American specialists believe that the trail which NASA will blaze to the moon will make it easier for the U.S. Department of Defense to advance projects for its possible military conquest. The facts stated are evidence that the American imperialists have taken the path of direct use of space for realizing their aggressive intentions. Air Defense and Anti-Missile Defense Forces. Editor's Note 43. In working out plans for the development of air defense and anti-missile defense forces, the U.S. and NATO commands proceed primarily from the fact that the strategic means of a probable enemy can inflict tremendous damage on the USA and her allies and military blocs. Therefore, even a reliable defense against any given type of strategic means has very limited value. This, according to the U.S. Secretary of Defense, McNamara, is the main reason why the USA, regardless of tremendous expenditures for the development of anti-aircraft defenses up to this time, does not have the effective forces and means capable of keeping the damage from an enemy's strike within tolerable limits. To solve this problem, it is considered imperative in conjunction with the building up of strategic offensive forces to develop balanced strategic defense means, anti-missile, anti-aircraft, and anti-submarine, as well as means of passive defense. This type of organization in the strategic defense forces, according to the U.S. Secretary of Defense, can to a certain degree assure a deep defense, reducing the effectiveness of the enemy's strikes. The American command, when working out programs for increasing the means for anti-air, anti-missile, anti-submarine, and passive defense, proceed on the premise that, with each new increase in defensive forces, the effectiveness of defense increases ever more slowly, and this tendency toward diminishing returns from means expended places a practical limit to the sum spent for the solution of the defense problem. In evaluating the prospects for development of the Soviet Union's strategic means of attack and their technical and economic possibilities in this sphere, the American command came to the conclusion that in the next decade the USA will actually be incapable of assuring complete defense of its territory regardless of the forces they will have, offensive and defensive, for the conduct of a nuclear war. The imperialist bloc has set up air defenses in 3 geographic regions, North America, Europe, and the Pacific area. In each of them, especially in the first 2, these are unified systems. The most highly developed unified system of air defense has been organized in North America. It encompasses the continental United States, Canada, Alaska, Greenland, and Iceland. The North American air defense includes U.S. and Canadian Air Force and ground troops units equipped with fighter aircraft of air defense and guided surface-to-air missiles. In addition, units of Navy fighter aircraft and of the Tactical Air Force located in the United States can be used for air defense purposes. An integral part of air defense is the unified system of detection and guidance, which includes a long-range detection network and a short-range detection and guidance network. The long-range detection network forms a line for detection of piloted means of air attack on the distant approaches to the continental United States from the west, the north, and the east. This line of detection, is located 2,500 to 3,000 kilometers from the northern border of the United States and passes through Iceland, Greenland, and the northernmost regions of Canada and Alaska. The radar stations of this line are located so that they overlap, and can fully control the airspace in the polar region, assure detection and notification of the organs of control of the air defense forces 2 to 3 hours before enemy aircraft, including low-flying aircraft, approach the northern border of the United States. The second line of detection, Pine Tree, runs along the southern border of Canada with the USA and assures 10-15-minute warning prior to the approach of enemy aircraft to American territory. The network of short-range detection and guidance has been deployed throughout the entire territorial United States, along the east and west coasts as well as the southern part of the country, in order to give a clear view of the airspace south of the Mexican border and south of the Gulf states. The major part of the short-range detection and guidance network is connected with this SAGE system, which makes it possible to utilize over 80% of the active air defense means according to a unified plan. The territorial United States has over 20 SAGE centers to assure rapid collection and evaluation of data pertaining to the air situation. A reserve system of air defense control called BIC has also been created. It is said that the existing air defense system, constantly being improved, will be sufficiently reliable against manned enemy aircraft. The United States exerts great efforts in the creation of anti-missile and anti-space defense. This is caused primarily by the fact that according to the views of the military-political leadership of the USA and a number of other NATO countries, the side which first creates an anti-missile, anti-space defense will have a most important strategic advantage which would allow the threatening of war or its unleashing without fear of the enemy's retaliatory strikes. Many practical measures are being taken for this. In particular, there are 3 early warning radar centers to detect the launchings of ballistic missiles. These are in Greenland, Thule Air Force Base, in Alaska, Clear, and in Britain, Fylingdales. The range of the radar stations exceeds 5,500 kilometers. Presumably, these stations can detect ICBMs as soon as they leave the atmosphere and thus give warnings 15 to 17 minutes before the strike. High-speed computers tied in with the radar stations can automatically determine the origin and the destination of the missiles from an analysis of the rocket trajectories. In addition, the U.S. has a number of shorter-range radar stations on the island of Shimya, in the Aleutians, in Turkey, Canada, and in the territorial United States. Their main task is constant surveillance of Soviet missile ranges. If necessary, they can be used as intermediate stations in conjunction with the ballistic missile early warning stations. For the detection and control of all enemy space devices, the United States has created the SPADITS radiotechnical system whose center is located at the North American Air Defense Headquarters. Editor's Note 45. The proposed launching of a large number of MIDAS satellites, intended for detection of launchings of ICBMs and to give 30-minute warning, should also help to strengthen the anti-missile and anti-space defense. Editor's Note 46. Beginning in 1963, the American command has concentrated efforts on working out a system, Nike X, the basis of which will be the Nike Zeus and Sprint interceptor missiles developed earlier, and also new radar stations and electronic computers. The air defense system of the European countries belonging to NATO has 4 PVO zones: Northern, Norway and Denmark; Central, West Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands and Luxembourg; Southern, Italy, France and Turkey; and the British United Kingdom. Editor's Note 47. The territory of France has its own national air defense system. The air defense of these zones is based on the use of surface-to-air guided missiles. Nike Ajax, for destroying solitary air targets flying at subsonic speeds at an altitude of 1.5 to 19 kilometers. Nike Hercules, with a nuclear warhead, for destroying individual or groups of air targets flying at supersonic speeds. Hawk, with a conventional or nuclear warhead for destroying individual or groups of supersonic air targets at low and intermediate altitudes, up to 15 kilometers. Fighter. Interceptors with a maximum speed of 1,600 to 2,300 km/h and a service ceiling of 18 to 20 kilometers, equipped with air-to-air guided missiles with an 8 to 20 kilometer range. For air defense in the British zone, Bloodhound, guided missiles, and in the troops, Thunderbird, are used against air targets at ranges up to 20 kilometers. The air defense of the European NATO countries is based on cover of separate regions, of the most important economic and political centers, and also principal groupings of armed forces. For control of the active means of air defense and fair observation and warning in all 4 zones, numerous control and warning centers and stations have been set up, including many radar stations for diverse purposes, to assure detection of air targets up to 500 kilometers away. Editor's Note 47A. Attaching great significance to the organization of an effective control of the air defense means of the European countries, the NATO command decided on and is implementing practical measures for the creation of a single automated system of control for an integrated air defense, called NAJ, NATO Air Defense Ground Environment, designed to intercept only manned means of air attack at intermediate and high altitudes to 30 kilometers. It is not designed to engage low-flying targets and ballistic missiles. The NAJ equipment system is to be installed on the territories of 8 NATO countries: Norway, Denmark, Federal Republic of Germany, the Netherlands, Belgium, Italy, Greece, and Turkey. The creation of this system is supposed to solve the problem of expanding and perfecting the national and regional air defense systems, having united them under a single control system for the air defense forces and means. The complete introduction of the NAJ system is not expected before 1970. The Pacific Ocean Air Defense Zone encompasses Japan, South Korea, the island of Taiwan, South Vietnam, the Philippines, the Hawaiian Islands, and the most important ocean basins, and is based on the active use of the fighter aviation and surface-to-air guided missiles of the USA and the countries mentioned above, and also the air defense capability of the American Naval Strike Force. The planning and overall guidance of the air defense in that region is accomplished by the U.S. Armed Forces Command in the Pacific Zone. In this manner, the chiefs of the American coalition have, to the present time, created a comparatively strong air defense for strategically important regions, especially for the air defense of North America, and they continue to perfect it through creation of more effective active means of combat, surface-to-air missiles, interceptors, and their armament, as well as by developing and introducing improved systems for detection and tracking by air defense elements. Concurrent with this, the USA is exerting great efforts to create an effective anti-missile and anti-space defense, which, they say, can give them a strategic superiority in the military sphere. General Purpose Forces. Ground Forces. Editor's Note 48. The military chiefs of the imperialist coalition believe that to utterly defeat a resisting enemy in modern war is only possible through the coordinated efforts of all services of the armed forces, among which the most important role is played by the ground forces. They are as indispensable to an all-out nuclear war as they are to limited wars. Even the so-called police action, i.e., maintaining by force of arms the rotten regimes in dependent countries and suppressing the national liberation movement. In an all-out nuclear war, the mission of the ground forces will consist of exploiting the results of strategic and operational tactical strikes to complete the rout of groups of enemy troops and to occupy his territory. In those directions where offensive actions seem impossible, the ground forces are assigned to defensive or holding actions, with the aim of securing the protection of nuclear attack means, inflicting significant losses upon the enemy, and preparing conditions for transition to the offensive. The strength of the ground forces of the countries that are participants in the aggressive military blocs, NATO, CENTO, CETO, as well as Spain, Japan, South Korea, the Kuomintang clique on the island of Taiwan, and South Vietnam, by the end of 1966 had reached 5,600,000 men and constituted about 63.6% of the total strength of armed forces. Spain, Japan, South Korea, the Kuomintang clique, and South Vietnam are included together with the 3 indicated blocs in the composition of the imperialistic military coalition headed by the USA because they have corresponding agreements with the USA on mutual military assistance. Contained in their organic makeup at that time were 165 cadre divisions. The ground forces of the American coalition are located in 3 basic geographical regions of the capitalist world. In Western Europe on the territories of the NATO countries, where, by the end of 1966, there were 65 cadre divisions and a significant number of individual units and subunits, especially of nuclear missile weapons for tactical purposes. In the Far East and in Southeast Asia about 75 divisions, not counting the reserve, and in the CENTO zone, 16 divisions, 8 Iranian and 8 Pakistani. Within the continental limits of the USA, there were 7 divisions and a considerable number of units to provide combat and material technical support. The USA, France, Turkey, Italy, and West Germany have the ground forces with the greatest numerical strength. The ground forces of almost all the continental European countries of NATO constitute, on the average, about 2/3 of the total strength of the armed forces of those countries. This ratio is somewhat lower in the USA and England. This is explained by the fact that these countries possess strategic offensive means, large air and naval forces, as well as numerous reserves not included in the regular troops. Most of the NATO countries spend 25 to 40% of their military budgets on the maintenance and buildup of the ground forces. From an organizational point of view, the divisions, separate brigades, and units of the ground forces of the USA, England, France, West Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, Italy, Greece, and Turkey are organized into Army Corps, which in such countries as the USA, France, Italy, Greece, and Turkey are, in turn, combined in field armies. The higher operational groupings of ground troops, the Army groups, are created only in the NATO bloc. The basic efforts in the development of the ground forces of the NATO countries are directed toward a continued increase in their fire and striking power, their tactical mobility on the battlefield, the ability of the formations and units to conduct active combat operations with or without the use of nuclear weapons, the possibility of defense from weapons of mass destruction, as well as improving the organizational structure of the troops. The firepower and strike power of the ground forces are being increased by extensively equipping them with delivery means for nuclear weapons of operational tactical and tactical designation, and by re-equipping them with the latest types of conventional arms and combat equipment. The Pershing and Sargent missile systems, already in use, are being perfected. The ground forces expect to get the new Lance guided missile with a range of 75 kilometers, which is to replace the unguided Honest John and Little John in the divisions. In recent years, the ground forces of most of the NATO countries have been equipped in significant numbers with the 155 mm self-propelled howitzer, range 18.5 kilometers, and the 175 mm self-propelled gun, range to 32 kilometers, which can fire conventional, as well as nuclear ammunition. An 0.05 to 0.1 kiloton nuclear shell for the 155 mm self-propelled howitzer was developed in 1963. A shell for the 175 mm self-propelled gun is also being developed. At the same time, it is proposed to retain in the formations and units the 105 mm and 203.2 mm self-propelled howitzers, the latter, atomic, which were standardized for a majority of the countries of the American coalition, to strengthen the troop air defense and, above all, to combat low-flying enemy planes in the combat zone, along with continued perfection and introduction of the Hawk anti-aircraft guided missile into the troops. The appearance among the armed forces of a portable anti-aircraft weapons system, Red-Eye, to combat low-flying aircraft and helicopters is expected. New anti-aircraft guided weapon systems are being developed. The American Chaparral system is a mobile, quadruple mount rack for launching Sidewinder rockets equipped with an infrared guidance head. The English Tiger Cat system, a ground version of the naval anti-aircraft guided missile Sea-Cat. The Franco-West German guided missile Roland, characterized by its simplicity of maintenance and repair as well as its high maneuverability, and many other prospective surface-to-air missile systems. In building up the striking power and mobility of their ground troops, the command of the principal NATO countries continues to re-equip them with much improved types of armored equipment and wheeled and tracked vehicles for various purposes. The USA continues to produce and supply the M60A1 tank to their units. In West Germany, in the autumn of 1965, mass production began on the new Leopard tank, which is intended for armored and motorized infantry formations of the Bundeswehr. In accordance with the agreement concluded in mid-1965, the USA and the Federal Republic of Germany are developing a basic combat tank for the 1970s. France has created a medium tank, AMX-63, which is replacing American-made tanks. England is producing a 50-ton Chieftain tank, which is to replace the Conqueror heavy tank and the Centurion tank. The new tanks entering the arsenals of the ground troops, according to assessment by Western military specialists, possess a more powerful basic armament, guns of 105 to 120 millimeters, and on some American tanks, 152 millimeters, an increased operating range, 400 to 480 kilometers, much higher maneuverability, fully adequate cross-country capability and protective armor, as well as a number of other advantages when compared with previous types. They can engage in combat at night under reduced visibility conditions. Proceeding on the assumption that in a future war, fighting with tanks on the field of battle will remain a first priority problem, The command element in the NATO countries continues to search for more effective means of combat with tanks and to introduce these means on a broad scale into the troops. In the opinion of foreign military experts, the anti-tank rockets, SS-10, SS-11, Cobra, possessed by the NATO armies do not satisfy modern requirements. Therefore, the principal efforts are being concentrated on development of a guided anti-tank rocket which would be more reliable and easier to handle, would possess a high degree of accuracy and effective firepower, and would have small weight, long range, and comparatively low production cost. In the USA, they are developing a wire-guided missile TOW, which will replace the NTAC missile and the 106mm recoilless rifle as heavy anti-tank weapons. Production is being organized for the Shillelagh guided missiles intended for use with the Sheridan reconnaissance vehicle and certain models of the M60 tank. In West Germany, mass production is beginning on a 90mm self-propelled anti-tank gun, which will be included among the armaments of the motorized infantry and tank divisions. Alongside improvement of the basic types of arms, more modern engineering equipment, means of communication, new standardized types of small arms, and means of protecting personnel from weapons of mass destruction are under development and being issued as equipment of the ground troops. In the laboratories and on the proving grounds, intensive work is being conducted to form and test new poisonous gases and pathogenic agents. In NATO countries, army, troop, aviation continues to be developed, and, in the opinion of foreign military experts, in the future it will become the basic means of increasing the mobility of the ground forces in the combat zone. As before, attention to the problem of perfecting troop organization has not slackened. Such organization would satisfy the requirements for conducting a limited or all-out nuclear war. The ground force divisions of the USA, England, West Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands have been reorganized into a similar type, brigade, concept. Organically, the quantity of tanks and anti-tank weapons, armored vehicles and automobiles, aircraft and helicopters, and means to deliver nuclear weapons on targets has increased. As a result of this, their capability to conduct combat operations with or without nuclear weapons has been increased. The training of the ground forces of the NATO countries in Europe, particularly the joint forces, is based on a uniform program for the entire bloc, which concludes annually with major exercises and maneuvers. These troops are the most combat-ready inasmuch as they have sufficient modern means for armed conflict, a high level of personnel training, the necessary administrative support organs, etc. They are employed in definite grouping along the borders of the Warsaw Pact countries, in the probable direction of attack in the event of war, and conforming to the concepts of border outposts or forward defense. Being in a high state of combat preparedness, the ground forces of the NATO countries in Europe, in coordination with tactical aviation and naval forces, can conduct active combat operations both in limited wars as well as in all-out nuclear war. In the CENTO zone, participants of the bloc are England, Turkey, Iran, and Pakistan. Where there are no unified armed forces or a unified command, the basic grouping of the ground forces, with the exception of Turkey, is composed of Iranian and Pakistani forces numbering about 400,000 men, 16 divisions in all, equipped with American weapons of the World War II period and of the first post-war years. As regards their possibility of combat and combat readiness, these forces are far inferior to the NATO ground forces. The grouping of the CETO countries' ground forces in that bloc zone, in addition to those of Japan, South Korea, the Kuomintang on Taiwan, and South Vietnam, numbers about 75 divisions and includes 13 Japanese, 18 South Korean, 23 Kuomintang, 5 American, 4 Thai, 10 South Vietnamese, 1 Philippine, and 1 English. The best combat trained are considered to be the American and English troops, and to a lesser degree the Japanese forces. Tactical aviation. In spite of the increased role and potential of nuclear weapons of the surface-to-surface class, tactical aviation is being further developed in most of the capitalist countries. This is explained by the fact that a definite part of the combat assignment still cannot be carried out by robot means, in particular, the performance of air reconnaissance, the destruction of mobile, small-scale and inadequately reconnoitered targets, attacking naval objectives and airlifting men, combat equipment, and various cargoes. The significance of tactical aviation in the conduct of limited wars is increasing. Tactical aviation is designated to isolate areas of combat operations and prevent bringing up reserves from the rear, to prevent the maneuver of forces in the theater of operations, give direct air support to the ground forces, and conduct aerial reconnaissance. Tactical aviation consists of light bombers, tactical fighters, fighter bombers, reconnaissance, transport and liaison aircraft, and in the USAF, the winged rocket, and in the Air Force of the Federal Republic of Germany, the guided missile, Pershing. The higher groups of the tactical air forces are, in the USA, Turkey, and Greece, the Air Army. In England, France, the Federal Republic of Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands, and in some other countries, the Tactical Air Command, including air divisions, wings, and detached squadrons. In strength, tactical aviation in the air forces of the NATO countries has about 5,000 aircraft, of which a large number carry nuclear weapons, as well as more than 150 launch facilities for winged rockets and Pershing guided missiles. From this collection of tactical aviation means, up to 45% of the combat aircraft and a large portion of the launch facilities for the operational tactical rockets are organically contained in the combined air forces deployed in the European theater of war. A comparatively large grouping of tactical aviation is located on U.S. territory. It is intended for the most part as reinforcement for the combined air forces of NATO in Europe, as well as for U.S. air grouping in the Far East and in Southeast Asia. American tactical aviation is composed chiefly of the F-104G, F-105, and F-4G fighter bombers. The air units and subunits of the tactical aviation in the majority of European countries of NATO are equipped basically with American aircraft of old and new types. In recent years, within the framework of NATO, they have standardized certain types of aircraft and instituted their joint production in the European countries, the American fighter F-104G, the Italian G-91, the French transport aircraft, Atlantic, and Transall, etc. Many foreign military specialists recognize that the development of new expensive aircraft, like other types of military equipment, has already gone beyond the means of individual capitalist countries, even those highly developed from a technical and economic point of view. Due to this, military aircraft development at this present stage, especially for the European countries of NATO, is characterized by their joint development and production. However, the USA uses this cooperation for their own purposes. They buy abroad only the results of the scientific research and force other countries to acquire airplanes from them or build them under license. Such factors as the adoption of the concept of limited war as concerns the European theater of war, the removal from armaments of MRBMs of the type Thor and Jupiter and subsequent winged rockets, and also the decrease of rocket weapons in the ground troops of NATO countries have an influence on the further development of tactical aviation. The military command and military theoreticians of the West, considering the prospects for the development of tactical aviation in this light, believe that, in composition, tactical aviation will remain roughly at the existing level in the coming years. However, it will undergo qualitative changes. In future years, a further reduction in the number of types of aircraft and the adoption of a multipurpose aircraft capable of fulfilling the roles of bomber, fighter, and reconnaissance aircraft can be expected. The most promising are considered to be the mass-produced American aircraft F-104G, the French aircraft Mirage, the American tactical fighter F-111A, and others. The armament and equipment installed on these aircraft assure aircraft operation at low altitudes, flight activities under difficult meteorological conditions against varied targets using guns, and air-to-air and air-to-surface rockets, conducting reconnaissance, and making attacks with conventional as well as with nuclear bombs. Particularly great attention is being paid by the U.S. command to the F-111A tactical fighter with variable geometric wings which make it possible to use it at a wide range of altitudes and speeds, as well as at small airports with a grass surface. This aircraft has the following calculated characteristics: maximum speed 2500-2700 km/h, service ceiling up to 30 km, flight range about 5,000 km. One of the basic trends in the development of tactical aviation is the reduction of its dependence on large airports. With this aim in mind, in recent years, vertical or short takeoff and landing aircraft have been developed. They can be used from sod airstrips, landing pads, and roads. These include the American F-5 and F-111A aircraft, the French 3V Mirage, the West German VJ-101D, the Italian Fiat 1262, the English TSR-2, P-1154, and P-1127, Kestrel, etc. However, the cost of most of the vertical or short takeoff and landing aircraft designed in these countries, turned out to be excessively high, and guaranteed orders from other countries for the construction of a minimum, profitable number of mass-produced aircraft of that type turned out to be insufficient. For this reason, in the majority of countries about all of the programs for the construction of such aircraft were reviewed. The development of some has been stopped, and the deadlines for building others have been extended. In this connection, another avenue of approach has been evolved for solving the problems of short runways for tactical aviation, which proposes fitting the aircraft with a device for catapulting and braking on landing which, according to Western military specialists, should lead to a cheaper and almost as effective solution of the problem of short takeoff and landing as the creation of a special aircraft for vertical takeoff and landing. A very important problem on which most of the NATO countries are working is the design and mastery of various methods of overcoming present air defenses and breaking through to probable targets of attack, mainly at low altitudes using intensive radioelectronic interference. The command element of the leading NATO countries, i.e., the USA, England, and the Federal Republic of Germany, considers that the need to increase the strategic mobility of the armed forces, especially of the ground forces, requires an increase in the quantity and an improvement in the quality of transport aviation, which is capable of assuring, in a short time, the appropriate volume of air transport from the USA and England to any theater of operations, as well as within the theaters of operations. As a result of measures taken in the last 5 to 6 years in that area, especially in the USA, the possibilities of American military transport aviation have greatly increased due to the development and adoption of new types of aircraft, the increase of the number of aircraft, the payload capacity and the speed of aircraft, the mechanization of loading and unloading, etc. The second grouping in order of importance of tactical aviation, which is composed of American aviation units, is on the territory of capitalist countries of the Far East and Southeast Asia, and an insignificant Air Force grouping, up to 300 combat aircraft, in the zone of the CENTO bloc, excluding Turkey. However, the aviation of most of the capitalist countries dependent on the U.S. in the Far East, Southeast Asia, the Near and Middle East, are far inferior in quality to the tactical aviation of the USA and other NATO countries. Naval forces. The main task of naval forces in a general nuclear war is to obtain superiority on the seas in coordination with the strategic offensive forces and tactical aviation by delivering nuclear strikes against nuclear rocket means, ships and aircraft at naval bases and at sea, and also other enemy military and industrial objectives. A significant part of the naval forces can also be used in limited wars. At the beginning of 1967, in the navies of the NATO, CENTO, and SEATO countries, as well as Spain, Japan, South Korea, South Vietnam, and Kuomintang clique, there were about 1.5 million men, more than 4,000 combat vessels, and up to 10,000 aircraft and helicopters, including those in reserve. The mainstay of the naval might of the coalition is the American and, to a lesser extent, the British Navy, with a significant number of various types of nuclear weapons. The naval forces of the other capitalist countries, equipped primarily with conventionally armed ships, only supplement the American and British navies and are intended only for solving problems of a support nature. By early 1967, the regular naval forces of the U.S. and Britain numbered more than 900 warships, including 19 assault aircraft carriers, 25 torpedo-carrying nuclear submarines, 75 guided missile ships, and as many as 3,000 warplanes. The main striking force of the U.S. and British naval forces is carrier-based aviation. The advanced U.S. groupings, the 6th Fleet in the Mediterranean, including 2 assault aircraft carriers with approximately 160 aircraft, up to 75% bomber-carrying aircraft, and the 7th Fleet in the Far East with 5 assault carriers and 400 aircraft, are the most combat-ready. The British attack aircraft carriers, 1 in the Far East and 3 in the Northeast Atlantic, are also quite combat-ready. In case of necessity, the advanced groupings of carrier striking forces can be reinforced by transferring carriers from the United States to the Northeast Atlantic, to the Mediterranean, and to the Far East. This transfer can be accomplished under the pretext of maneuvers or replacement of ships in European and Far Eastern waters. The American command believes that in connection with the recognized possibility of waging limited wars, the significance of the surface fleet and especially of carrier-based forces is growing. The latter, the American command believes, can perform various tasks, especially in limited wars. In particular, they are capable of conducting air reconnaissance, delivering strikes against small targets, and extending direct support to ground troops and landing forces on the shore. This explains why the Americans continue to devote considerable attention to the re-equipment of carrier aviation with modern planes and to the construction of new carriers. Simultaneously, the tempo of construction of torpedo nuclear submarines has been increased after construction was halted in connection with the loss of the submarine Thresher in 1965. At the same time, surface ships of various classes are being built, and also a considerable number of post-war ships, primarily destroyers, patrol ships, and submarines, are continually being modernized and re-equipped with new anti-air and anti-submarine equipment, in particular, anti-submarine guided missiles and guided missiles. In addition, the U.S. Naval Command is increasing the Navy's capability of transporting troops from the United States to Europe, the Far East, and other regions aimed at assuring the simultaneous transport of two divisions with corresponding service support and their attached aviation wings. In order to increase the combat readiness of the naval forces as a whole, the American command made a number of changes in the organization of the fleets and of the Marine Corps. The first and second operational fleets were placed on constant operational status. Prior to this, there existed only the headquarters of these fleets with command personnel. Ship formations, aircraft, and Marines were attached to them only during maneuvers. In accordance with the reorganization, the First Fleet, Pacific, and the Second Fleet, Atlantic, were given personnel and assigned operational zones. Each of the above fleets contains carrier task forces, carrier-based anti-submarine groups, amphibious forces, and security and service personnel. The commanders of the fleets with their staffs were transferred from shore command points to flagships of the fleet. The reorganization of the Marine Corps also took place. The firepower and striking power of Marine divisions was increased by including tank battalions, guided rocket batteries, field and atomic artillery. In connection with U.S. aggression in Vietnam, in which carrier-based aircraft and the Marines are taking an active part, the American command carried out a series of measures to further strengthen its naval forces. In particular, some ships and auxiliary vessels were taken out of reserve. The number of Navy personnel was increased, especially Marines, as the result of the creation of a new division, and the strength of the naval forces in the Western Pacific, the Seventh Fleet, almost doubled. In the British Navy, main attention is concentrated on the construction of nuclear torpedo submarines and guided missile ships. The fleet will also be reinforced by modernizing ships and re-equipping naval aviation with new planes. In the naval forces of the other countries of the American coalition, basically, ships with conventional armament intended primarily for anti-air and anti-submarine defense are being built. However, with the help of the USA and Britain, some of these ships are being equipped with rocket weapons. The preparation of the theaters of military operations for war. One of the basic measures taken by the imperialist countries in their preparations for general nuclear war is the appropriate equipping of the probable theaters of military operations and of the territory of the continental United States before the outbreak of war. The equipping of the theaters of military operations and the territorial US-15 organized with account taken of the influence of the new types of weapons on the methods of waging war. Unlike the past, when main attention was devoted to the creation in the theaters of fortified perimeters and the development of railroad systems and highways allowing deployment and combat operations of ground troops, at present the main efforts are directed first of all toward assuring the necessary conditions for the effective use of rocket troops and aircraft. In the theaters of military operations, launching pads for all types of rockets and storage facilities for nuclear rocket weapons are being built. The network of airbases, airfields, naval airbases, and the ports and sites of debarkation of troops and equipment along the coast are being improved. Fixed anti-aircraft and radio navigation systems are being created. Reliable communications, control and warning systems are being organized. Pipelines are being laid, etc. All this, in the opinion of the U.S. and NATO commands, should make it possible to deliver surprise nuclear strikes using rocket means, aviation, and naval forces against strategically important targets in the Soviet Union and in other countries of the socialist camp. It is also characteristic that while earlier, before the war, each country prepared its territory independently, now the preparation of territories is systematized and carried out in the interests of the military blocs which have been created. The most extensive measures for preparation of theaters of military operations have been taken in the territory of European countries, members of NATO, and in the United States. The American continent is prepared primarily as an operational base for strategic attack weapons. 1. ICBMs, and strategic aviation. In the European theaters of military operations, conditions are being prepared for the use of rocket-carrying nuclear submarines, IRBMs, tactical aviation, naval forces, and large groupings of ground troops. In building missile bases in the United States, the American command strives to reduce their vulnerability by considerable decentralization of the launching sites and by putting launching installations underground. Thus, at all the Titan and Minuteman bases, the launching installations are to be underground, while the launching pads at each base are 15 to 60 kilometers apart. The U.S. command also devotes a great deal of attention to the perfection and expansion of the network of air bases required by its strategic aviation. To assure maneuverability of these aircraft, to decrease their losses, and to increase the safety of the air formations and units, the air bases are built not only in the continental United States, the main base area of strategic aviation, but also beyond its confines. SAC uses more than 80 air bases, most of which, up to 50, are in the continental United States, with more than 20 in Europe and North Africa. In addition, the American command has developed a plan, in the event of a war, to use large civilian airports throughout the country for bombers. In the European theaters of military operations, forward bases are being built for nuclear rocket submarines in Holy Loch, Britain, and Rota, Spain. Editor's Note 51. The airfield requirements of the unified NATO air forces are calculated from the fact that each base is to house one squadron. For the period 1951 to 1960, more than 200 airfields were built according to NATO Plans 32. In addition, the command of the unified NATO air forces intends to use the airfields of the national air forces of the NATO member countries. With regard to the construction and rebuilding of NATO naval bases and ports, the U.S. and NATO command strives to create a system of naval bases which would guarantee reliable protection for naval communications in the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the Pacific area, as well as assure the offensive operations of the naval forces in these naval theaters and their coordination with the ground troops and tactical aviation and land theaters of operations. In the North Atlantic and in the Mediterranean Sea, where in time of war, according to the NATO command, the main combat operations of the fleet will take place, there are more than 100 naval bases and support points. Admittedly, this quantity, taking into account the utilization of medium and small ports for dispersion of the fleet, of bases and points of basing, is quite sufficient for support of the basing of the unified NATO naval forces, as well as for the national navies. The countries of the imperialist coalition have a large number of well-equipped ports capable of handling the necessary volume of foreign and domestic cargo in peacetime as well as in wartime. Thus, in the North Atlantic and in the Mediterranean Sea, where the most important naval routes are, there are more than 600 ports, of which up to 150 have an average yearly turnover of more than 1 million tons of cargo. To assure a stable system of naval bases and ship moorings, taking into account the possible use of nuclear weapons, a great deal of attention is devoted to the dispersion of bases for ships and for unloading, loading ships. It is intended to use for this purpose the medium and small ports, some of which have already been appropriately equipped. Dredging operations are being conducted. The access to the ports and the loading-unloading equipment, mainly the transportable equipment, have been improved. Protected warehouses are being built, and pipelines are being laid from the docks to the liquid fuel storage depots and to the consumer. The extensive use of floating bases is provided to assure sufficient bases for the submarine forces. In all theaters of military operations, for wartime, extensive work is being conducted on the organization of reliable communication, control, and warning systems, especially the creation of systems of radio relay, tropospheric and ionospheric communications, the laying of subterranean and submarine cables, the construction of communication centers and command posts, the creation of a system of radar cover, etc. By early 1967, in the European NATO countries, a communication system was created which covered more than 44,000 kilometers. Taking into account the increase in the liquid fuel requirements of the armed forces, primarily the Air Force, the U.S. and NATO command devotes considerable attention to the development of pipelines and the construction of large storage facilities for fuels and lubricants, especially in the European theaters of military operations. By early 1967, in accordance with the NATO command plans, Up to 9,000 kilometers of pipelines were laid in the European countries, and storage facilities for fuels and lubricants were constructed with a total capacity of over 2 million cubic meters. The dense network of commercial pipelines in the United States considerably facilitates the laying of pipelines to the most important air bases. Thus, the U.S. and NATO command is taking a number of important measures with respect to the equipment of the probable theaters of military operations. Colossal amounts of money are spent on the construction of bases for ICBMs, air and naval bases, the stockpiling of nuclear weapons, organization of communication, control and warning systems, as well as the laying of pipelines. Economic preparation for war. Bourgeois military science devotes particular attention to the problems of the most effective utilization of economic resources and the solution of problems connected with the preparation of the economy for war. Editor's Note 52. The rapidly developing war economies of the largest capitalist states exert an ever-increasing influence on all spheres of capitalist production. Militarization of the economy is inseparably linked with the general aggressive course of the policy of the imperialist states, above all the United States of America. The experience of World War II, and especially its final results, provided extensive material for the modern military strategy of imperialist countries with regard to strategic planning and mobilization of the economy for the needs of war. The military strategy of the main countries of the Anglo-American coalition is now based on the concept that in a future war they will have little time for the development of a war industry, particularly for the organization of mass production of the most important types of weapons. Because of this, the United States and Britain after the war proceeded with demobilizing and temporarily closing down their military industry in such a manner as to maximally preserve its strength and assure, if necessary, the large quantity production of the basic types of armaments and military equipment. Editor's Note 53. During the post-war period, the principal capitalist countries continued, without interruption, to improve their war industry by increasing its capacity, especially to produce modern means of warfare. A certain change has taken place in the arrangement and relation of forces in the imperialist camp, expressed, first of all, by the fact that the United States is gradually losing its dominant position in world capitalist production and trade. Her economic and political share is gradually growing smaller. In 1965, the United States' share of capitalist production slightly exceeded 40%. In 1948, the USA accounted for more than 56% of the total industrial production of the capitalist world. The United States holds now approximately the same place among the capitalist powers that she occupied before World War II. However, the drop in the share of the United States in the capitalist camp should not be exaggerated. The U.S. continues to remain the chief economic, political, and military force in the capitalist system. The imperialist groups of the USA, in their plans of struggle for world domination, can no longer rely on their own economic and military might alone, but must shift the center of gravity to the creation and strengthening of military political alliances and associations of capitalist states. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization is the main group of imperialist states. Its member nations account for more than 4/5 of current capitalist industrial production. Editor's Note 54. The main strength of the heavy industry of the capitalist world is concentrated in these countries. They have large fuel and power, metallurgical and chemical industries, as well as highly developed machine-building industries. If them is concentrated 75% of the electric energy and more than 80% of the steel production. Yet, it should be noted that the majority of NATO countries depend on the import of many types of alloy metals and crude oil from the developing countries in the Near East, Far East, Africa, and Latin America. These countries continue to serve as the source of raw materials for the principal capitalist powers. Therefore, any change in the political and economic situation in these areas, and the desires of developing countries for political and economic independence, arouses hostility among the principles of the imperialist bloc, especially among the monopolist corporations of the United States, in order to retain their positions in the regions mentioned, and to preserve and strengthen acceptable regimes. The United States employs provocation, conspiracy, blackmail, and the direct use of armed force. Proof of this is the U.S. aggression in Vietnam and in the Dominican Republic. The appearance of new, complex, and expensive kinds of weapons and military equipment has increased tremendously the demands on the economy. At the present time, only countries with a strong economy, a universally developed industry, especially military industry, and a broad scientific research and engineering foundation can independently develop its armed forces and equip them with all the necessary modern means of armed conflict. These potentials are possessed in the modern capitalist world by the United States, Britain, and partly by France and West Germany. The other countries of the Anglo-American coalition are not capable of providing their own armed forces with modern weapons and military equipment. The extent and the nature of the preparation of the economy of these countries is determined by their economic potentials as well as the role played by each of them in the coalition. Since the building of the armed forces and the preparation of the economy for war are subject to the principle of mutual dependence, the production of the basic means for strategic defense is concentrated in the United States and Britain. These countries also produce the main types of conventional armaments used to equip countries with a poorly developed war industry. Other industrially developed countries of the coalition produce only conventional arms to a limited extent. During the past 5 years, France has spent considerable sums for the development of her nuclear weapons and the means of delivery. A new and large-scale program in this area has been developed for 1965 to 70. The degree to which various countries participate in military preparations may be judged by their share in NATO expenditures. According to official sources, military expenditures for 1965 amounted to $74.2 billion. This was almost 4 times as high as in 1949, when NATO was created. 4 countries accounted for 92.2% of all NATO expenditures: the United States about 70%, England 8.3%, France 7%, and the Federal Republic of Germany 6.9%. The share of the remaining 11 countries was only 7.8%. The United States government constantly pressures the governments of the NATO countries to increase their share of expenditures for the military preparedness of NATO. The political and military leadership of NATO strives for and is implementing a series of measures to ensure the complete utilization of materials and financial resources of all countries of this bloc in their preparation for war. With this in mind, a number of regional alliances and unions were formed within the bloc to facilitate the utilization of the economy for the preparation and waging of war. The same aims govern the development of such unified efforts as the European Economic Community and Development, the European Coal and Steel Community, the French-German-Italian Military-Industrial Alliance, Euratom, as well as the unification of a number of countries for the production of operational tactical rocket and aviation equipment. Editor's Note 55. These unions have been called upon to become the economic foundation of NATO in Europe, a mechanism for the mobilization of the economic resources for an intensified arms race, and the preparation of war against the countries of the socialist camp. Editor's Note 56. The most powerful of these means is the European Economic Community, Common Market, State Monopolist Association of 6 European countries, members of NATO, Federal Republic of Germany, France, Italy, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg, in which is concentrated more than 20% of the world's capitalist production. The key position in the community is occupied by the Federal Republic of Germany, which accounts for about 1/2 of the community output. Through the Common Market Organization, the monopolist corporations of the Federal Republic of Germany are striving to acquire access to the production of modern weapons, among them atomic weapons. West German revanchist circles are having ever more influence on the acceleration of military production and on the creation, in Western Europe, of a large combined military-industrial complex for the production of modern weapons and military equipment, which will be an essential addition to the already created powerful military-industrial complex of the United States. Regional corporations have already been formed in Europe for the production of missiles, air-to-air and air-to-ground, and jet fighters. West German monopolies, being the largest, play a major role in these corporations. American monopolies are also participating extensively in the organization of these joint ventures. Imperialistic integration does not eliminate the contradictions between the capitalist states, but sharpens them. European integration deepened the contradictions between the countries of the common market on the one hand and England and the United States on the other, and also between the countries of the common market themselves. The deep crisis in every military organization of the North Atlantic Alliance serves as a clear example of this. It testifies to the presence of deep processes which are leading to the shattering of the imperialist blocs and groupings. However, it should be borne in mind that in the current stage of the rapid fall of the power of world imperialism, The class solidarity of the monopolist groups pushes them into joint political and economic actions for the purpose of preserving the capitalist system and mobilizing and rallying their forces for the struggle against the world's socialist system. The primary organizing force in this process is played by ruling circles in the USA, whose main efforts are directed toward preserving and strengthening the imperialist blocs and groupings and preventing their disintegration. In the preparation of the economy for war, the main attention of the major countries of the Anglo-American coalition has been devoted in the past decade to the creation of a large, highly technically developed war industry capable of producing modern means of strategic attack as well as other types of arms. The United States and Britain have the most highly developed war industry, capable of expanding the mass production of armaments within a short time. The other countries of the Anglo-American bloc are provided with aircraft, rocket, and armored equipment by the United States and in part by Britain and Canada. West Germany has considerable resources for producing armaments and military equipment. The West German government is intensifying its preparations for the expansion of arms production. Industry is presently receiving large military orders. Production of infantry and artillery weapons, tanks, armored carriers, jet fighters, trainers, and transport aircraft is going on, and warships are being built. The United States expanded its war industry, particularly in the process of partial mobilization during the Korean War. This plan, realized for the most part by early 1956, provided for increasing the capacity to produce up to 50,000 military planes, if necessary, and 35,000 tanks per year. It also provided for further extensive development of the atomic and military chemical industry, especially in the production of new types of poisonous substances. By that time, more than 400 reserve government military plants had been put into operation, many new military industries had been built up, and approximately 1,500 private firms were involved in the production of armaments. The war industry plants were radically reconstructed. Their equipment was substantially renovated in order to assure the production of all types of modern weapons. In the last decade, the USA has implemented a broad program of military and economic measures aimed at the preparation of the country for war. Editor's Note 57. With the adoption of a strategy of flexible response in 1961, the principle of balance in the development of armed forces, and their provision with new weapons and military equipment, gained strength. Planning the development and manufacture of new weapons is being executed according to 7 basic programs which anticipate providing weapons to strategic forces, air and anti-missile defense forces, general-purpose forces, air and sea transport forces, reserve components, and also programs for scientific research and experimental design projects. Emphasis on the principle of balance in the development of armed forces led to a considerable increase in outlays for new weapons and an increase in their production. During a 5-year period, fiscal years 1962 to 1966, the United States spent $289.3 billion for military preparations, $55 billion more than during the preceding 5 years. Of the total expenditures, $149.3 billion were spent for weapons and military equipment, almost $40 billion more than during the 1957 to 1961 period. During the 1962 to 1966 period, along with accelerated development of nuclear missile forces, considerable supplementary means were earmarked for the production of conventional weapons for general-purpose forces. The portion of expenditures for new weapons and their provision to the armed forces is constantly growing in the military budget of the USA. In fiscal year 1951, the expenditure for weapons amounted to $7.9 billion, of which $1 billion went for research and development of new weapon systems. Expenditures in 1967 for this purpose are planned to exceed $32.2 billion, of which $13.2 billion will go for research and development. In the expenditures for research and development, there is a steady growth in spending for the study of space and the development of space technology. Spending for this purpose exceeds $7 billion annually in contrast to $250 million in 1958. The rise in the cost of development, production, and operation of almost all weapon systems, particularly strategic, confronted military science and also military strategy with the problem of studying the effectiveness of expenditures. In order to solve this problem, labeled Cost Combat Effectiveness, the USA enlisted large scientific forces. Broad studies are being conducted, the goal of which is to obtain greater military force per unit of money spent. These studies are also directed towards seeking a scientifically based optimum relationship between the individual components of the armed forces, systems, subsystems, and individual prototypes of weapons and military equipment with the aim of more fully utilizing modern scientific and technical achievements in the interests of armed forces and a more rational distribution of expenditures in money and material resources. The high level of military expenditure made it possible during this period to keep a large war industry in operation and to assure the significant production of modern weapons. Editor's Note 58. There are more than 3 million persons engaged in the USA defense industry. The volume of military orders exceeded $30 billion per year and has a tendency to continue to rise. First among the branches of American defense industry is the so-called aerospace industry, busy with the production of aviation, missile, and space equipment. This branch employs about 1.35 million people, about as many as were employed during World War II, and the volume of annual production exceeds $20 billion. It is the largest of all the branches of American industry. Key factories of this branch are maintained operational. Apart from these factories, there is a large reserve of aircraft plants temporarily closed. The aerospace industry turns out all types of aircraft, strategic and operational tactical missiles, and space equipment. According to the American press, there are 195,000 people engaged in space technology production. The current capacity of the aerospace industry in the United States fully satisfies the needs of the American armed forces and allows large deliveries of aviation equipment and missiles to other capitalist countries. The atomic industry of the USA assures production of both strategic and operational tactical nuclear ammunitions. This industry's plants employ some 120,000 people, and the annual volume of production amounts to about $2.5 billion. The armored vehicle industry has undergone a radical reorganization since the end of the war. Only portions of this industry are used for the production of armored equipment. A considerable number of plants remain in reserve, ready to commence production of armored vehicles in case of need. The annual production of armored vehicles amounts to about $250 to $300 million. The military chemical industry of the United States was created during World War II. During the post-war period, the main plants of the military chemical industry were reconstructed. Their capabilities to produce solid and liquid jet fuels continue to increase. At the present time, a great many military chemical plants are shut down. The United States has a highly developed shipbuilding industry. During World War II, the United States raised its annual production of warships to 3.2 million tons, standard displacement, and its annual production of freighters to 12.5 million, register, tons. At present, the shipbuilding industry is in the process of completing a vast program of naval vessel construction. Editor's Note 59. The USA program for construction of vessels during recent years envisaged mainly the development of a fleet strike force, missile-carrying nuclear submarines and assault carriers, and also anti-submarine vessels, frigates, picket ships, and nuclear torpedo submarines. There is also a vast construction program for landing ships. Expenditures for shipbuilding exceed $2 billion a year. Editor's Note 60. Each year 30 to 35 new ships are built. At one time, more than 100 ships are under construction. This brief survey of the present status of the main branches of military industry indicates that in the USA a powerful military-industrial complex has already been created which represents a real threat to the security of nations. The extent of the arms race in the mainstay of the military imperialist coalition confirms the aggressive plans for the preparation of a new world war. Leading circles in the USA make extensive use of their military-industrial complex for supporting the aggressive war in Vietnam. The production of armaments is being increased and reserve defense plants are being activated. All measures in this area are aimed at expanding this aggressive war. The U.S. Congress has already appropriated $23 billion for the war in Vietnam. An increase in appropriations for the same purpose is contemplated. Total military expenditures by the USA in fiscal year 1967 will exceed $66 billion. The Secretary of Defense of the USA declared in this connection in February 1966, before the U.S. Congress that the USA should immediately step up or resume the production of armaments as they are expended in military operations in order to constantly maintain the desired level of strategic mobilized reserve of armaments which would be indispensable in the event of an all-out war. British political and military leaders, In preparing their economy for war, start with the premise that Britain's economic potential does not make it possible to satisfy completely the requirements of modern war, even though their official opinions include the necessity for total mobilization of the economy. In the organization of the armed forces, as well as in the preparation of the economy for war, the British government counts on the fact that it will enter a war only as a member of a coalition in which the decisive part will be played by the United States with its vast economic and military might. With respect to industrial production, Britain occupies third place in worldwide capitalist production, second only to the United States and West Germany. The military economic potential of Britain is determined by its broad economic base. The majority of the productive forces is concentrated in industry. Agriculture is carried out on a small scale and satisfies only about one-half the agricultural requirements of the country. The country has practically no natural supplies of basic raw materials, except for iron, ore, and coal. These facts indicate the tremendous dependence of the British economy on the world capitalist market. This market is indispensable for the export of its industrial production and for providing the country with raw materials and foodstuffs. In the post-war development of the military industry, the main attention was devoted to the creation of the atomic industry, to further improvements of the aircraft industry and the reconstruction of the armored weapons industry, and to maintaining the shipbuilding industry at a high level. Editor's Note 61. England has a huge aircraft industry, the second largest in the capitalistic world. This branch of industry has a large number of factories and employs some 200,000 people. This aircraft industry can manufacture all types of modern aircraft. Yet, the high cost of developing new aircraft, the limited national resources, and the inability of English industry to compete with American industry forced English rulers to purchase aviation equipment in the USA. An agreement has already been made to purchase from the USA fighter aircraft, worth several hundred millions of pounds sterling. A relatively weak link in the British military industry is the production of rocket weapons. In Britain, only anti-aircraft missiles and air-to-air missiles are series-produced. Editor's Note 62. Medium-range missiles for her 4 missile-carrying nuclear submarines under construction will also be purchased from the United States. England has been stockpiling nuclear weapons since 1954 and thermonuclear weapons since 1957. Yet, it should be noted that the capacity of English atomic industry is many times smaller than that of America. The armored vehicle and artillery industry is much weaker than that of America. There are a few state or privately owned plants in these branches of industry. Plans are being made to convert privately owned plants for manufacturing these types of armaments in time of war. England has a large number of shipbuilding and ship repair facilities with an annual building capacity of 500,000 tons of standard displacement naval vessels and over 1 million register tons of merchant vessels. Therefore, England has a rather large defense industry, capable of producing the basic means of strategic attack and many other types of armaments. The ever-increasing dependence of England on the deliveries of armaments from the USA has manifested itself in recent years. The post-war French military industry was called upon to supply the needs for colonial wars. To do so, a high potential for production of conventional arms was maintained. An expansion of the production of modern weapons was constantly limited by lack of finances. The re-equipment of the French armed forces was begun only in 1960, after the adoption of a 5-year plan, 1960 to 1964, for the technical re-equipment of the armed forces and for the creation of nuclear striking forces. Editor's Note 63. This program is basically completed. Expenditures amounted to over 32 billion francs. The first 5-year program envisaged the creation of a number of nuclear bombs and delivery planes. At the same time, a program was initiated to re-equip the armed forces on a limited scale with conventional types of weapons and military equipment. In December 1964, a new 6-year program was initiated to continue the buildup of French forces during 1965 to 1970. In this program, some 80 billion francs have been earmarked for re-equipping the armed forces. Of this sum, more than 27 billion francs are marked for expenditures on the formation of a so-called nuclear strike force. The French military industry is being modernized. It is creating its own atomic industry. The aviation industry is the largest and most developed industry. About 100,000 men work in its factories. Rocket weapons are produced primarily by aircraft companies. The greatest successes have been achieved by the French in the production of guided anti-tank missiles, many of which are supplied to other NATO countries. A medium-range missile is under development. The tank industry is represented by several tank plants, producing light tanks and medium tanks. The shipbuilding industry of France employs approximately 40,000 people. The capacity of the industry is estimated at 800,000 registered tons. Approximately one-half this capacity can be utilized for military shipbuilding. The French governing circles strive for independence in the development and use of their armed forces. They are attempting to rid themselves of domination by the United States in this sphere. Evidence of this is France's departure from NATO. This also indicates increased economic strength and the ability to channel more of their resources to re-equipping their armed forces with new weapons and military equipment. The economic potential of West Germany with regard to the requirements of modern war is second only to that of the United States. By 1961, West Germany had reached the industrial production of pre-war Germany, and by 1965 had significantly exceeded this level to take first place among the capitalist countries of Europe. Compared with 1950, the industrial production of West Germany has increased almost 3 times. It has created an economic base for the development of military production, a base which is the most powerful among European capitalist countries. In May 1955, West Germany joined the aggressive North Atlantic Bloc, which assured broad participation of West German capital in the arms race and in the preparation for a new war. From 1955 through 1965, more than 160 billion marks was allotted to military preparedness. In executing this policy, they receive ever-increasing support from the governing circles in the United States. Between the governing circles of the United States and the Federal Republic of Germany, a sort of bilateral military-political alliance is being formed, an alliance which is one of the most dangerous determinants in the cause of peace. The absence of locally developed models of modern arms forced the West German government, during the initial phase of development of the Bundeswehr, to purchase arms from abroad. The Federal Republic of Germany has spent 18.7 billion marks abroad over the past 5 years for the purchase of arms. Over 3/4 of this amount was spent on the purchase of arms and military equipment from the USA. Editor's Note 64. Concurrent with the purchase of weapons from abroad, measures were adopted to develop the production of arms inside Germany. The best foreign models of new weapons were selected for production with a simultaneous development of domestic models. Maximum emphasis is on the development in the aviation industry. This branch has been granted large appropriations and privileges. Editor's Note 65. Having gained experience in the production of modern aviation equipment, West German factories commenced production of fighters as early as 1961. Missile production is in progress, air-to-air and anti-tank. Mass production of medium tanks has commenced. Artillery and infantry equipment are being produced. A large-scale program of shipbuilding is coming into effect. Nurturing revenge plans and striving to acquire its own nuclear weapons, the Federal Republic of Germany has already created a scientific research base for an atomic industry. At present, about 260 German firms are participating in atomic energy research. Experimental and power reactors are being built. 3 large atomic power stations are being constructed. The Federal Republic of Germany purchases uranium fuel, including enriched uranium-235 for her nuclear reactors, mainly from the USA. All in all, from 1956 until 1965, the Federal Republic of Germany spent about 3.4 billion marks for studies in the field of nuclear energy. Consequently, the modern status of defense production in the Federal Republic of Germany will permit the development, during the coming years, of a mass output of many types of modern arms. West Germany will have at her disposal the largest defense industry among all of the European countries. Because of this, the peace-loving nations of Europe see in West Germany a potential aggressor and are resolutely against the territorial claims of West German revenge seekers. Editor's Note 66. The revolution in military affairs, the destructive character of nuclear rocket war, introduced a number of new problems related to the use of human and material resources in the course of preparation for war, and in the course of the war proper, especially at its inception, incommensurate growth, in comparison with World War II, of the strategic vulnerability of the economy, presented military science with a number of new problems dealing with the solution of the economic support of the war. Among these is the study of the problem of effectiveness of measures and expenditures, both in money and material resources, in equipping armed forces with modern weapons systems while observing overall the principle of balanced development of the separate services of the armed forces and the branches of service. During the past 5 years, the USA has conducted a broad study in this area, the primary aim of which was to make an overall evaluation of all plans and programs for the development of the armed forces and the supply of arms and military hardware. Studies are made to determine the adequacy of these plans and programs in satisfying military and political objectives set before the armed forces in the light of the strategy of flexible response, which anticipate constant readiness of the armed forces for the conduct of 1 or 2 local wars in various regions of the globe, with or without the use of nuclear weapons. As a rule, under these conditions, mobilization of the economy is not anticipated. The current level of defense production should be adequate for the conduct of such wars. At the same time, the armed forces must be ready for all-out nuclear war. Great emphasis, especially in the USA, is placed on the creation and proper distribution of material reserves throughout the country, especially of strategic raw materials, foodstuffs, and medication, adequate to sustain the population and the economy for restoration of production and its distribution, and for normal operation during the course of the war. The USA began to create reserves of strategic raw materials immediately after the Second World War. Calculated for a demand of a 3-year war period, the creation of reserves was basically completed. However, the level of reserves was planned for war with conventional weapons. At the present time, an attempt is being made to determine the requirements under conditions of a nuclear missile war. Strategic reserves of raw materials and foodstuffs were also created to a lesser extent in England and in other West European capitalist countries. American military strategy for a long time was based on the assumption that the United States will be the main and relatively invulnerable base destined to supply the arms and military equipment requirements of other capitalist countries. The loss of strategic invulnerability by the USA has forced the U.S. political and military leaders to review their views on the preparation of the economy for war and to renounce the classic formula of the development of the military industry during the war itself. In accordance with this formula, the capabilities of the military industry are held in reserve and activated with the beginning of military actions. Editor's Note 67. These views were re-examined, keeping in mind that the military industry might suffer a substantial loss from the nuclear weapons of the enemy during the initial and most crucial period of the war. This may seriously affect the provision of the armed forces with the most important weapons system, nuclear, rocket, and strategic bombers and air defense weapons. Because of this, it was decided to prepare the industry in such a manner as to assure continuous production of the above weapons systems, and increase their production even under wartime conditions which would be most adverse for the United States. In order to do so, plants must be kept in operating condition even in peacetime, and be prepared to convert to mass production of the most important weapons within 2 or 3 months. It is proposed that production be organized in such a manner as to make it possible to produce weapons even under conditions of disrupted communications in the country and lack of additional labor force and industrial equipment. Provisions are made for at least twice duplicating the production of various types of armaments and equipment. Editor's Note 68. During the past 5 years, broad studies in the USA have been directed toward establishing scientifically based relationships between arms supplies and material resource levels and the volume of production, proceeding with the intention of securing an increased combat readiness of the armed forces. The character of a possible nuclear rocket war renewed the question of an overall evaluation of manpower and material resources at the disposal of the country at the beginning of a war. The USA, aided by modern mathematical methods and computers, is developing a pattern for the war economy of the country. A special center for the evaluation of the country's resources has been set up for the purpose of facilitating mobilization of resources. The American press reports that a pattern has been developed for managing the economy and for its restoration following the first nuclear strike. The pattern, identified as PARM, Program Analysis for Resource Management, will incorporate an estimate of key resources and activities. Great importance is attached to estimation of the magnitude of expected damage to the country, damage inflicted on the population and the economy during the beginning period of war, as well as the development of military and non-military measures to limit this damage. Broad military and economic studies have been conducted in this area during recent years in the USA, both in individual branches of the economy as well as the economy in its entirety. In the solution of the problems enumerated, an important role has been assigned to military strategy, which is charged with the responsibility for an overall study of the military aspects of the problems outlined and with the formulation of recommendations on the political, military, and economic guidance for the country, indispensable in preparing the economy and the country as a whole for the event of war. In studying these problems and in developing the necessary recommendations, military strategy utilizes data based on the natural sciences, technology, economics, and the social sciences. The preparation of the country for war affects all aspects of life of the society: production, distribution, services, and social relations. The new principles of preparing the economy for war, in the opinion of Americans, have a mission to assure a significant increase in the mobilization preparedness of the main branches of the defense industry and the economy as a whole. The military strategy of imperialist countries was developed under the influence of objective and subjective factors of a political, economic, and purely military nature. However, the inability of bourgeois military thought, because of its class limitation, to understand fully and evaluate completely these factors often led to major miscalculations. At the same time, it would be incorrect to assume that the modern bourgeois military concept is completely incapable of scientific investigations in the military field, including the field of military strategy. The vast scientific and technical progress taking place in the main capitalist countries facilitates quite greatly the development of military strategy in accordance with the changing conditions of war. Editor's Note 69. The development of the military strategy of the U.S. and NATO is influenced primarily by the balance of strategic power between the West and the East. Within the relatively short post-war period, little more than 20 years, the military strategy of the U.S. and NATO changed twice, in 1953 and in 1961. Editor's Note 70. In the opinion of U.S. political and military leaders, the main problem of today's military strategy is the proper selection of the appropriate weapons systems for the next 10 to 15 years or more. At the same time, one of its functions is still the determination of the most rational distribution of forces throughout the world, selection of the direction of the main blow, determination of the most suitable objectives for destruction by strategic means, the evaluation of the significance of strategic surprise, which can be achieved by starting a preventive war, the delivery of the first or preemptive strike, the time factor, assurance of the invulnerability of their own strategic forces, etc. However, in this missile and space age, when the vigorous development of science and technology constantly exerts an enormous influence on military matters, selection of the most effective and economically most advantageous weapon systems which correspond best to modern strategy is, in the opinion of the U.S., the basic and most difficult task. This difficulty is due to the exceptional technical complexity of modern weapons, the long development periods, and the large expenses connected with their creation and production. Therefore, the best types of weapons cannot be acquired immediately in their final form. They must be created gradually on the basis of selection. It is believed that this problem can be solved by directing scientific and technical development and not by being dependent on it. In the light of this evaluation of the importance of a proper selection of the necessary weapons systems, it is admitted that military strategy must strive for the most rational utilization of budgets and resources for the accomplishment of the military aims of the country, coalition, while the appropriate military decisions must, consequently, be made only after an economic analysis of the various alternatives. To increase the military potential of a country, coalition, it is necessary to possess a powerful economy for a long time, since it is the latter that bears all the burden of the unprecedented arms race. Therefore, all actions which decrease the economic potential of a country and lower its effectiveness thus lower the military potential, since the latter, in the final analysis, depends on the state of the economy. Editor's Note 71. The ever-increasing relation between modern military strategy and the technical, economical, and social political aspects of the activity of a country, coalition, inevitably leads to a decrease in the role and importance of the purely military functions of strategy inherent in it in the past. These conditions cast doubt on the possibility of the solution of military and strategic problems by military specialists alone. It is believed that these specialists, because of their professional limitations, are no longer capable of grasping and evaluating the multitude of technical, economical, and social political factors which exert a vast influence on modern military strategy. This problem, in the opinion of U.S. leaders, can be solved only through the concerted efforts of civilian scientists of the different branches of science and the efforts of the most able representatives of the armed forces. It is, therefore, not surprising that in the United States, all the main problems of military policy and strategy are being worked on by civilian scientists with the necessary aid and consultations of the appropriate military agencies. These scientists are, for the most part, members of research organizations founded soon after the end of World War II under the headquarters of the services of the armed forces, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the Secretary of Defense. There are several hundred prominent scientists from various branches of science in each category. The basic problem of these organizations is the prospective evaluation and selection of weapons systems to meet the requirements of modern military strategy. Consequently, the scientists not only create weapons and military equipment, but also take an active part in working out problems of foreign and military policy and strategy. In accordance with the above military strategy of the United States and NATO, there has been vast preparation of the imperialist camp, primarily the United States, for various wars against the countries of the socialist camp, primarily for a general nuclear war. Since such a war would entail the tremendous danger of mutual annihilation, the American aggressors exert all effort to assure victory in the event of the unleashing of a war, with the least losses and destruction. They see the possibility of such an outcome of a war and in achieving surprise in the creation of strong and the most combat-ready armed forces which technically, Editor's Note 72, would be considerably superior to the armed forces of the enemy. However, the American aggressors are forced to reckon with the might of the armed forces of the Soviet Union and other countries of the Warsaw Pact, and the persistent demands of the peoples of the world who protest against nuclear war and actively support the proposals for the prohibition of nuclear weapons, toward general and total disarmament, and for the creation of a sure system of international security. Editor's Comments, Chapter 3. His chapter, Development of Soviet Military Strategy, 1917 to 1945, is historical in content and, with certain exceptions, is much the same as in previous editions. A paragraph criticizing Stalin, which had been added to the second edition, was dropped. The paragraph read, "The cult of Stalin had a very harmful influence on the development of Soviet strategic thought in the pre-war period. The intolerable arbitrariness and dictate in the resolution of theoretical questions which had set in acted as a brake on the development of military thought and lowered the level and the scope of military scientific research. Creative investigation of problems of military theory was replaced by a dogmatic repetition of statements made by Stalin. Longer passages giving more criticism of Stalin, which had appeared in both the first and second editions, also were omitted. Except for the change in regard to Stalin, the basic content of the chapter is the same. Remaining in the third edition are many objective criticisms of Soviet handling of World War II. In lieu of blaming Stalin, one section has been added to justify Soviet unpreparedness at the beginning of the invasion of 1941. Dollars were put into the German economy between World War I and World War II to develop her military and economic potential. These billions of dollars, according to the Soviets, were supplied by the United States and England. Chapter 3, while presenting some aspects of strategy which can be deduced from purely factual data of earlier wars, fails entirely to show the development of Soviet military strategy, as the title indicates. This serious omission is regrettable, yet understandable when the following recently published account is taken into consideration. This appeared in the Soviet Military History Journal. In 1935, at the Frunze Military Academy, a military history department was formed. According to the department head, a 32-hour course of lectures was envisaged on the theory of strategy. The deputy commandant, in looking over the program, asked, "What is this strategy course?" "Strategy is Comrade Stalin's personal occupation, and it isn't any of our business." The commandant at the time was Marshal B.M. Shaposhnikov, one of the Soviet Union's most brilliant staff officers, and he did not agree with his deputy. Shaposhnikov told the department head that the question of reading lectures on strategy had the approval of the political administration of the Red Army. There would be a course of lectures on strategy, and his job was to prepare them. The lectures were prepared, but they were never read. The department lasted 1 year and then was included in the newly formed Academy of the General Staff, which did not have a course of lectures on strategy. Attempts were also made to advocate a course of strategy at the Academy of the General Staff. But according to the former head of the Department on Operational Art, the least hint for the need to have some sort of course on strategy as a basis for operational art met with objections higher up. When this question was raised at an open meeting, the Chief of the General Staff, at that time Marshal Yegorov, asked the representative of the Academy with some irritation, "And what strategy will you study? The plan of war? Strategic deployment? The waging of war? No one will permit you to do this because it is the business of the General Staff." Of course, no one was trying to encroach on the prerogatives of the General Staff, writes our informant, in the area of the actual work of planning and conducting war. The point here was merely one of researching questions of the theory of strategy. One merely has to note that the most talented theorists of strategy in the Soviet Union, Tukhachevsky, A. Svechin himself, Eidman, and Varfolomeev, were victims of the purges of the late 30s. Their works were not only placed in doubt, but considered harmful. Quite naturally, such an atmosphere brought a complete halt to the development of strategic theory. Chapter 3. Development of Soviet Military Strategy, 1917 to 1945. Soviet military strategy during the Civil War and the Foreign Military Intervention, 1917 to 1922. Soviet military strategy was born and developed in conjunction with the armed forces of the Soviet Union. The theoretical basis of Soviet military strategy, as well as of Soviet military science as a whole, is the Marxist-Leninist teaching on war and armies. The great works of V.I. Lenin devoted to the political struggle of the working class, armed uprising, and proletarian revolution, developed the most important concepts of Soviet military science and Soviet military strategy. Lenin defined the nature of wars in the era of imperialism, showed the historical conditions and causes of their springing up, exposed the tendencies in the development of military matters, and made a profound scientific analysis of the state of military matters in Russia early in the 20th century. In developing and defining concretely the concepts of the Marxist theory of armed conflict, Lenin developed the doctrine of just and unjust wars, and of the change of an imperialist war into a civil war, into a war of the workers against the exploiters. By this armed the working class and its vanguard, the Communist Party, with a clear program of action in the struggle for the liberation of the working people from capitalist slavery. Thus, to Lenin belongs the great credit in the development of the Marxist military theory. The military theoretical views of Lenin are the foundation of the military theory of the Soviet government. Soviet military strategy absorbed the most important concepts of the political strategy of the Communist Party and the experience of the armed conflict of the working class. The political question, wrote Lenin, now closely approaches the military question. The problem of politics is also the military problem. The organization of the headquarters, concentration of material forces, the provision of the soldier with everything necessary. 1. This is the fundamental reason why the most important concepts of political strategy of the Communist Party, those dealing with the significance of the proper choice of the direction of the main blow, of creating superiority of forces and means in the direction of this blow, of the changes in form and methods of conflict depending on the situation, of the dependence of the organizational forms of the troops on the methods of warfare, of the significance of strategic reserves, and of the strategic leadership of the struggle, are the foundations of Soviet military strategy. In following Lenin's instructions concerning the need for knowing the fundamental laws of any war, Soviet military strategy also utilized the experience of past wars, especially the wars in the era of imperialism, as well as the most important theoretical concepts of bourgeois military science in the realm of strategy. At the same time, the process of the formation and development of Soviet military science, and consequently also of military strategy, proceeded on a new basis. Despite the fact that Soviet military strategy utilized basically the same means and methods of warfare for the conduct of war as those used by the old regime, it had a number of its own peculiar characteristics when used as the strategy of a socialist state in the very first years of its existence. Some of the most important characteristics of Soviet military strategy during the Civil War were its clarity of purpose and decisiveness determined by the class nature of the war and the nature of its political aims. Both war as a whole and military strategy bear the imprint of class interests, the politics of which are reflected in a given war. The intensity of the political contradictions of the opposing sides exerts a direct influence on the decisiveness of the strategic aims of the war. The political aim of the Civil War on the part of the working classes of the Soviet Republic, the total destruction of the interventionists and White Guardists, required a very active and decisive strategy. Only by bold, decisive actions could victory be achieved, and thus conditions for the peaceful building of socialism be created. The decisiveness of strategic aims and the drive to accomplish them within the shortest possible time permeated the whole activity of the Soviet armed forces during the Civil War. These aims formed the groundwork for the operational strategic plans of all the most important operations of the Red Army against Kolchak, Denikin, the White Poles, and Wrangel. In planning an operation on one of the fronts, strategy was not aimed at limited objectives, but at total destruction of the enemy in a given direction and the capture of all territory occupied by him. Thus, strategy had an unmistakably decisive nature, since there could be no talk whatsoever of coming to terms with the class enemy. Strict calculation of the economic, political, and moral factors, and of the relationship of forces is an important feature of Soviet military strategy and is one of its strongest aspects compared with the strategy of the interventionists and the White Guardists. Noting the importance and the need for a close survey of the military-political situation and the relationship of forces, Lenin wrote, "We need not be tied down to any one strategic maneuver. Everything depends on the relationship of forces." The Soviet Republic was in a fiery ring of fronts. The enemy, having superior forces and equipment, pressed against it from all sides and advanced toward the vital centers of the country. At the same time, limited manpower and material capabilities did not allow the Red Army to conduct simultaneously and with equal intensity broad offensive operations with decisive aims on several fronts. Therefore, the isolation of a decisive front from a multitude of the then existing fronts was one of the most important problems of military strategy. The Central Committee of the party headed by V.I. Lenin, on the basis of a deep scientific understanding of the interrelation of politics and military strategy and of a strict accounting of the relationship of forces, solved this problem successfully throughout the entire Civil War. During the Civil War, as is well known, the role and significance of the individual fronts changed with a change in the general military-political situation. Thus, in the summer and in the first half of the fall of 1918, of the then existing Eastern, Southern Caspian Caucasian, and Northern fronts, in the Western Defense Area, the Eastern Front was recognized as the most important front of the Republic. By the end of 1918, the Southern Front became the most important front of the Republic. By the spring of 1919, the Eastern Front was again the most important. By the middle of the summer of 1919, the Southern Front again had become the most important, etc. Thus, the Red Army, depending on the military and political situation, directed its main efforts against the enemy first in one strategic direction, then in another, concentrating the main mass of its troops in these directions. These combat operations were conducted not only to destroy the manpower of the enemy, but simultaneously to attain sources of raw materials, bread, and fuel, without which the country could not exist. Therefore, during the Civil War, together with the destruction of the armed forces of the White Guardists and the interventionists, the most important aim of strategic operations was also the solution of economic problems. After defining and successfully solving the main strategic problem, i.e., recognition of the main danger and selection of the direction of the main blow, the next important characteristic of Soviet military strategy was the decisive concentration of forces and weapons in the selected direction of the main thrust. To have an overwhelming advantage of forces at the decisive moment at the decisive point, that is the law of military successes, wrote I. Lenin. 3. With the overall lack of forces and weapons characteristic of the Civil War, the solution of this problem involved great difficulties and was accomplished by successive concentration of forces on the decisive front at the expense of seriously weakening the other fronts. This created conditions for the fulfillment of the main strategic aim presented by politics. In the history of the Civil War, there are known cases when, in the interest of strengthening the main front or deciding the main strategic problem, other fronts were weakened to such an extent that our troops were forced to retreat or even suffer temporary defeat. This was the case, for example, with the Eastern Front by the end of 1918 and early 1919, when the concentration of the main forces on the Southern Front caused an excessive weakening of the Eastern Front. The principle of mass concentration of forces and weapons in the direction of the main blows was widely applied in frontal sectors. This principle of Soviet military strategy was strictly observed in the execution of major offensive operations. For example, in the direction of the main thrust of the Southern Group, commanded by M.V. Frunze, of the Eastern Front there were concentrated, on a 200 to 220 kilometer sector, 49,000 infantry and cavalry with 152 artillery pieces, while on the remaining sectors of the Southern Group, extending some 700 kilometers, there were only 22,500 infantry and cavalry with 70 artillery pieces. During the July offensive on the Western Front commanded, Tukhachevsky, in 1920 there were concentrated in the direction of the main thrust along a 120 kilometers Sector 3 armies and one cavalry corps totaling 60,000 men, while on the auxiliary sector of some 300 kilometers there was only one army and a small operational group. However, in individual operations of the Civil War, the principle of mass concentration of forces in the direction of the main thrust was not always observed, which often impaired the success of the operation. This was the case, for example, during the August offensive in 1919 by the troops of the Southern Front and the May offensive in 1920 by the troops of the Western Front. Soviet military strategy during the Civil War was also characterized by a variety of types and forms of armed conflict. Following the dictum of Lenin that the methods of the struggle against the enemy must be changed with changing conditions, the Soviet military leaders exhibited exceptional flexibility in their selection of methods of warfare to fit the circumstances. Together with the offense, which was the main and the most important type of military operation during the Civil War, defense and retreat were also used. Forced defense and retreat were followed by a counterattack or a general offensive on one or two fronts. The offensive operations of the Red Army were conducted with the decisive aims of totally defeating the enemy and in a number of cases were conducted to a great depth without any operational pauses. The major offensive operations, as a rule, consisted of a series of successive operations, unified by an overall strategic effort in a given direction. Each of the operations was as a link in the chain leading to accomplishment of the final aim of the entire operation. On the broad and mobile fronts of the Civil War, the enemy, after the first defeats, could withdraw his troops and reorganize a defense or even offense. It was only by repeated blows, only by continuous and successive operations that the total destruction of the enemy was accomplished. The combination of the uninterrupted offensive operations and relentless pursuit was a characteristic feature of the offensive operations of the Civil War. Thus, the offensive operations of the troops of the Eastern and Southern Fronts against the armies of Kolchak and Denikin included a number of successive operations unified by a single aim. During the period of the offensive from the Volga to the Urals, April-July 1919, the Buga-Ruslan, Belebey, Ufa, Zlatoust and Chelyabinsk operations were undertaken for a total penetration of up to 900,1000 kilometers. From August to November, the 1st Tobol-SK, Petropavlovsk and Omsk operations were undertaken. From November 20, 1919, to March 8, 1920, the troops of the Eastern Front pursued Kolchak's armies from Omsk to Irkutsk, i.e., to a depth of 2,500 to 2,800 kilometers. The strategic offensive operations of the armies of the Southern Front aimed at the destruction of Denikin's forces also consisted of a number of successive operations unified by a common aim. The Oral-Kromy, Voronezh-Kastornoy, Kharkov, Donbass, and Rostov operations. The major strategic offensive operations of the Red Army in most cases were conducted on a wide front, but the main blows, as a rule, were delivered on narrow sectors, comprising some 25 to 28% of the total front length. The strategic offensive operations, as a rule, were conducted by the forces of a single front, acting in the given strategic direction and consisting of 2 to 6 armies of 2 to 5 divisions each. In some operations, against Denikin in the fall of 1919, and against the White Poles in 1920, the offensive was carried out by the forces of two fronts. The operations of the Civil War substantially differed from the operations in World War I and were characterized by their greater scope. The data on the scope of certain strategic operations are given in Table 3. The table shows that the operations of the Red Army during the Civil War were continuous and extended to great depth. They were also of long duration. Some of them lasted for several months. The attainment of the decisive aims of offensive operations required that the strategy be extraordinarily flexible in the creation of groups and the utilization of the available forces and weapons. Therefore, during the Civil War, up to 75% of the entire strength of the Red Army was subjected to strategic transfer from one front to another. Some divisions were transferred from one front to another as many as 5 times. Under conditions of mobile war and limited quantities of forces and weapons, defense was of great importance. It is well known that if offensive operations were conducted on the main front where the main forces and weapons were concentrated, then primarily defensive operations were carried out on the other fronts, and in some directions the Red Army was even forced to retreat. Thus, during the active offensive operations of the troops of the Eastern Front against Kolchak, the troops of the Southern Front were forced to abandon the Donbass and withdraw to the central regions of the country, while the troops on the Western Front conducted strenuous defensive operations in the direction of Petrograd. In the fall of 1919, when the battle with Denikin's armies on the Southern Front entered the decisive phase, the forces of the Eastern Front, under the pressure of superior enemy forces, retreated to the Tobol River while the forces on the Western Front again resumed the stubborn defense in the direction of Petrograd. Defense and offense were combined even on the same front when an unfavorable relationship of forces was established. An example of this is the military action on the Eastern Front in the spring of 1919 when, together with the counterattack on the central frontal sector, both flanks were engaged in stubborn defensive battles. The defensive operations of the Red Army during the Civil War were clearly of an active nature and were accompanied by decisive counterattacks to the flanks and rear of the enemy. They were intended to exhaust and bleed the enemy white, to eliminate his maneuverability, and to prepare conditions for a counterattack. An example of such operations is the defense of Tsaritsyn in the summer and fall of 1918, and also of Petrograd in the summer and fall of 1919. Soviet military strategy during the Civil War acquired valuable military experience in the organization of cooperation between fronts and army groups. Thus, in defeating Kolchak's army, cooperation was organized between the southern and the northern groups of the Eastern Front. During the struggle with Denikin, cooperation was organized between the southern and the southeastern, Caucasian, fronts. However, there were instances in the history of the Civil War when the cooperation between fronts was disrupted. It is known that the disruption of the cooperation of the Western and Southwestern fronts in 1920 was one of the reasons for the unsuccessful outcome of the Warsaw Operation. In the operations of the Red Army during the Civil War, different forms of operational strategic maneuvers were used. Vast use was made of such forms of maneuvers as the wide envelopment and the close envelopment of the enemy by rapid flanking attacks combined with deep penetration by the cavalry into the enemy rear. Flanking attacks were widely used by our troops in the destruction of the armies of Kolchak, Denikin, and Wrangel. In the counterattack on the southwestern front against the White Poles, the double enveloping attack was used, with simultaneous penetration of the cavalry army to the rear of the enemy, which led to the encirclement of a large enemy grouping in the Kiev region. Together with flanking attacks and deep penetration, the Red Army used operational strategic maneuvers such as the deep cleaving attack, first used in the fall of 1919 in the defeat of Denikin's armies. Soviet strategy also succeeded in solving the problem of breakthrough of the enemy front throughout its entire depth under the specific conditions of the Civil War. This problem was solved by massed use of cavalry organized into cavalry armies. Cavalry armies supported by artillery, armor, infantry, and aviation were used to deliver strong attacks to the enemy rear and for combat with his operational reserves. Thus, during the Civil War, in accordance with the situation, various forms of operational strategic maneuver were widely used, while the interventionists and White Guardists used primarily only such maneuvers as a frontal attack over a wide sector. The linear offense was the main feature of most interventionist and White Guardist operations. The general economic and political conditions exerted a great influence on the nature and the aims of strategic operations in the Civil War. In planning major offensive operations, Soviet strategy proceeded not only on purely military considerations, but also on the need for solving general political and economic problems. In a number of cases, the solution of these problems was the main aim of an operation. Thus, in the report of the Supreme Commander on the strategic state of the Republic presented to V.I. Lenin on October 7, 1918, it was noted that in developing our efforts primarily toward the south, we will obtain more rapidly the necessities of life, without which the center of the country could not exist. A characteristic feature of the Civil War was the extremely limited amount of necessary strategic reserves at the disposal of the Soviet command. Despite the fact that the Red Army enjoyed the advantage of internal operational lines, the war required a large number of strategic, operational reserves. However, until 1920, the fronts which were accomplishing the main strategic aims were reinforced primarily by the transfer of troops from other less active fronts. This was done with great difficulty. An idea of the difficulties involving the great lack of reserves which Soviet military strategy had to overcome can be gotten from the following report of the Supreme Commander I. Lenin in March 1919, 1. During Kolchak's offensive, the troops at the fronts had been fighting in their positions without any relief for almost a year. As a consequence of the vast extension of the combat sectors, frequently one division per 200 versts *, and the direct onslaught of the enemy, no army reserves or even front-line reserves could be detached. The military units constantly on the front lines cannot be organized, reinforced, or correctly formed into a combat unit. In order to accomplish the strategic transfer of units from one front to another, it is often necessary to take them directly from the battle lines, imposing the burden of defense on the neighboring units and often weakening the front seriously. To create reserves, the Red Army Supreme Command late in 1918 planned to form 11 infantry divisions within the inner military districts. With the formation of these divisions by the spring of 1919, the Red Army Supreme Command could obtain a reserve of 150,000 to 200,000 infantry personnel. However, the worsening military situation on the southern and eastern fronts made these measures impossible. Of the 11 divisions, 7 were sent to the front even before they had completed their training. As a result, when the Kolchak offensive began in 1919, the Supreme Commander had only approximately 60,000 infantry personnel. These reserves were not fully prepared since the units and formations lacked artillery pieces and machine guns. Because of insufficient reserves, the regrouping of forces within the front was of great significance for the successful accomplishment of the outlined strategic tasks. The Soviet command throughout the entire Civil War resorted widely to the regrouping of forces from secondary sectors to the direction of the main attacks, thus creating significant superiority in forces and weapons. The Central Committee of the party headed by V.I. Lenin devoted serious attention to the question of the training and the utilization of the reserves. The measures taken by the Central Committee of the party during the Civil War constituted a broad program for the creation not only of manpower but also of material reserves. In the second half of 1919, reserve armies were formed. These played an important part in the training of the reserves. The Reserve Army of the Republic at Kazan from July 1919 to December 1920 alone supplied 34% of the replacements to all the fronts, and up to 40% to the most active fronts. To create reserves for the active armies, special administrations were created at the frontline headquarters to DEA, with manning and with the formation and training of the troops, upper forms, which formed their own reserve units. The centralized system for training the manpower reserves made it possible, within a very short time, to reform units and formations at the front and aided in the creation of shock groups. A very important part in the reinforcement of the fronts was played by party, Komsomol, and trade union mobilization. Together with party and trade union mobilization, an important role in providing replacements for the active army was played by local mobilization of the workers in the liberated territories. For example, by the time the armies of the Eastern Front crossed the Ural Mountains, the personnel had been almost completely replaced by the added Ural workers. The Fifth Army of the Eastern Front had 24,000 soldiers on the Tobol River in August 1919. Already by October 1919, due to local mobilization and despite the losses sustained, it had increased its number to 37,000 soldiers. Such a growth of forces was characteristic of all the armies of the Eastern Front during their offense and the pursuit of the Kolchak Army. The same was true in the armies of the Southern Front during the destruction of Denikin's forces. A characteristic feature of Soviet military strategy during the Civil War was the skillful coordination of the military activities of the Red Army with the partisan movement to the rear of the interventionists and White Guardists. The unpopular terrorist regime of the military dictatorship, set up by the White Guardists with the active cooperation of the imperialists of Britain, France, and the United States on territory temporarily seized by them, caused profound universal indignation of the working masses. Despite the severe terror, repressions, and persecutions, the workers and the peasants, under the leadership of underground Bolshevik party organizations, rose up to a decisive fight with the interventionists and White Guardists. The partisan movement developed vigorously to the rear of Kolchak and Denikin and played an important part in the destruction of their armies. With their quick surprise attacks, the partisans paralyzed the functioning of the White Guardist rear and disorganized the supply lines to the front and control of the troops. The partisan struggle to the rear of the interventionists and White Guardists was of broad scope. There was a total of 80,000 partisans active in Siberia in September 1919. In the Far East, in the Amur Oblast, a 25,000-man partisan army was operating. Strong partisan forces also existed in the eastern Transbaikal region, in the Maritime province, and in the Amur region. By the fall of 1919, vast regions had been captured by the partisan movement to the rear of Denikin's forces. The Soviet command during the Civil War, when planning and conducting major offensive operations, closely coordinated the combat activities of the Red Army with partisan activities. During troop operations on the Southern Front on the Don against Krasnov and Denikin in the fall of 1918, an important part was assigned to insurrectional movements to the rear of the White Guardists. In preparing the counterattack of the forces of the Southern Front in October 1919, the Central Committee of the party informed the Central Committee of the Communist Party, Bolsheviks, of the Ukraine of the strong support given to the Red Army by the Ukrainian partisans. The Zafront Bureau, in accordance with the instructions of the Central Committee of the party, supplied detailed directives to Ukrainian partisans demanding the immediate initiation of military operations against Denikin, the capture and retention of the most important control points and railroad lines, and the disruption of the lines of retreat. The partisans were also to prevent the enemy from destroying railroad lines, bridges, and other major railroad communications in the path of the advancing forces of the Red Army. The Zafront Bureau, Rear Area Bureau, of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, Bolsheviks, of the Ukraine was formed in July 1919 to guide the underground communist organizations of the Ukraine and, through them, the uprisings and partisan movements in the rear area of the enemy. The Zafront Bureau was headed by S.V.Sokolovskiy, Secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, Bolsheviks, of the Ukraine. The Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party, Bolsheviks, on September 8, 1919, approved the creation of the Zafront Bureau. In accordance with these instructions, the Ukrainian partisans increased their attacks on Denikin and, as the troops of the Red Army approached, entered into direct contact and assisted the advancing formations. The numerical strength of the partisan units and of the forces of the uprising commanded by the Revolutionary Military Council, according to G.A. Kolos, Commander-in-Chief, reached 50,000 soldiers in December 1919. The military operations of the Soviet troops were also closely coordinated with partisan activity during the destruction of the armies of Kolchak, Miller, Yudenik, and Wrangel. The selfless heroic struggle of the workers, under the leadership of the Communist Party in the rear areas of the interventionists and White Guardists, played an important part in the successful outcome of the Civil War. Strategy in the Civil War was inseparably linked with the policy of the Soviet state. Soviet military strategy, like its policy, was permeated with a unity of purpose, supported by the firm and unified leadership by the Central Committee of the party headed by V.I. Lenin. The Central Committee of the party was the fighting headquarters, the true organizer and inspiration of the Soviet people in their fight with the interventionists and White Guardists. The Central Committee of the party examined the most important questions dealing with the conduct of war, the building and reinforcement of the armed forces, the strategic war plans, the creation and distribution of reserves, the appointment of commanders, etc. The strategic plans of all the most important campaigns of the Civil War and all the measures connected with their execution were developed under the direct leadership of Lenin and were fully discussed in the plenums and sessions of the Central Committee of the party. For example, the questions connected with the preparation and conduct of the major strategic operation aimed at the destruction of the Kolchak army were examined by the plenums of the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party, Bolsheviks, on April 13 and May 4, 1919, at the session of the Politburo on April 24, and at the joint session of the Orgbureau and Politburo on April 29, 1919. The operation aimed at the destruction of the Denikin army was based on the decisions of the July and September plenums of the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party, Bolsheviks, and the decisions of the Politburo of October 15th and November 6th and 14th, 1919. The plenums and sessions of the Central Committee of the party developed the general strategic plans of an operation, outlined the measures dealing with the raising of the defense potential of the country, the improvement of supply of the active armies, the strengthening of leadership of the front and the armies, the strengthening of political agencies and party organizations, improvement of political party work among the troops and the population. In his speech at the closed session of the 8th Congress of the Russian Communist Party, Bolsheviks, on March 21, 1919, Lenin remarked that the questions of military construction were discussed at literally every session of the Central Committee. There was never a single question of strategy which had not been evaluated by the Central Committee or a bureau of the Central Committee and put into execution. The struggle at the fronts, as is known, was only one aspect of the activity of the Central Committee of the party. Simultaneously and in parallel with the leadership of the armed conflict, the Central Committee of the party led the building of the Republic. Therefore, the history of the Civil War is inseparable from the history of the entire country. The close unity of the army and the people is one of the strongest aspects of Soviet military strategy as compared with that of the interventionists and White Guardists. In leading the defense of the country, the Central Committee of the party encompassed all the aspects of its life and activity and created favorable internal, as well as external conditions for Soviet military strategy in the execution of its tasks assigned by policy. As a result of vast organizational and political activity, the Communist Party changed the country into a single military camp and mobilized for the Red Army a maximum of manpower and material resources. The peace-loving foreign policy of the Communist Party and the Soviet government, inexorably pursued from the first victorious days of the socialist revolution in our country to the present day, played a major part in the victory over the interventionists and White Guardists. State of the theory of military strategy during the period of peaceful building, 1922 to 1941. The period between the Civil War and the Great Patriotic War was of great importance in the building of the Soviet armed forces and in the development of our military theory. This process was closely allied with the economic and political strengthening of the Soviet state. As a result of the industrialization of the country and the collectivization of agriculture, the Soviet Union became a powerful industrial country with a large mechanized agriculture. During the years of the pre-war 5-year plans, approximately 9,000 major factories were built, and new branches of industry were developed: the tractor, automobile, aviation, chemical, and machine-building industries. This made it possible to strengthen even more the defensive potential of our country. The military-economic foundation of the Soviet Union was strengthened as a result of the development of industry in the eastern part of the country. In 1940, this area produced 28.5% of the cast iron, 32% of the steel, 32.1% of the rolled stock, 36% of the coal, and over 12% of the petroleum in the country. 8. This not only made our rear areas more invulnerable, but also made it possible to conduct war simultaneously on two fronts, should the need arise. The strengthening of our military-economic foundation was also expressed in the increased amount of state reserves and mobilization reserves of strategic raw materials, assuring the functioning of the national economy for 2 or 3 months, and up to 4 months for certain types of raw materials. Finally, the strengthening of the military-economic foundation of the country was influenced greatly by the growth of the cultural level and the technical literacy of the Soviet people. This had an immense effect on the national economy and its reorganization for war, as well as on keeping the Red Army up to strength. All these facts clearly indicate that the Communist Party and the Soviet government in all their practical activity were guided strictly by Lenin's instructions that for the conduct of war it is indispensable to have strong and well-organized rear areas and an army that is well equipped and provided with all necessities. The successes achieved in the industrialization of the country made it possible within a short time to radically rearm the Soviet armed forces, without which it would have been impossible to solve successfully the problem of strengthening the defensive potential of our country. Editor's Note 73. During the pre-war 5-year plans, the Red Army became an up-to-date army with regard to the amount and quality of arms and military equipment, and with regard to the level of combat training answering at that time to the demands for waging war. During the period 1934 to 1938, the number of tanks in the Red Army increased almost threefold, the number of planes 2.3 times, the artillery by almost 80%, and the personnel of the Red Army was doubled during this period. 9. The quantitative growth was accompanied by an improvement in the organizational structure of the Red Army. The striking power and the firepower of the infantry were considerably increased. Because of the increasing danger of war and in order to further strengthen the defensive potential of the country, raise the combat readiness of the forces, and remove the discrepancies between the degree of technical equipment of the Army and the territorial system of forming our troops, a decision was adopted in 1938 to convert to the principle of cadre structure of the armed forces. At the same time, deployment of new units and formations of all the services of the armed forces was taking place. As a result of these measures, the total strength of the armed forces in the period 1939 to 1940 was increased by a factor of more than 2.5. The strength of the armored troops was increased by a factor of 4.8, and that of the Air Force by a factor of 2.1. Together with the improvement in the organizational structure of the armed forces and their numerical growth, there was intensive scientific development of the theory of Soviet military strategy. This task was accomplished in line with the Marxist-Leninist teachings on war and the army, the political and economic state of our country, and the critical utilization of past military experience. Soviet military strategy considered that a new war would be worldwide in scope. Taking into account the existence of two opposed social systems, the impending World War was seen primarily as a war of a coalition of the capitalist countries against the Soviet Union. The sharply pronounced class character of this war determined the extreme decisiveness of the military political aims and excluded all possibilities of any compromise. A future war was regarded as a war of long duration and high mobility, requiring large armies and a tremendous strain on all the economic and organizational forces of each country, and as a war in which victory could not be achieved by one blow. Editor's Note 74. In accordance with this concept in our military theory, it was considered necessary to conduct a series of successive campaigns and operations. The mobile nature of the impending war had been determined by the extensive mechanization and motorization of the troops and by the mass adoption of strong offensive means, tanks and aviation, making possible penetration of the defense and the development of an offensive in depth. Pre-war Soviet theory held that in the course of the war various methods of armed conflict, offense, defense, and retreat could be used. At the same time, our military doctrine always gave obvious preference to the principle of offensive battle action as the only means by which total destruction of the enemy could be accomplished. Editor's Note 76. Our theory held that the main objective of strategic operations was the enemy armed forces in a given theater of military operations, based on the indisputable concept that only by delivering a decisive defeat to the enemy armed forces could total victory be achieved. The concept of an active offensive method of warfare was reflected widely in our pre-war instructions and directives, as well as in the plans of the operational strategic games and field maneuvers. The essence of Soviet offensive doctrine was most clearly expressed in the draft of the Field Service Regulations of 1939. Any enemy attack against the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics shall be met by a crushing blow of the entire might of our armed forces. If the enemy forces us into a war, the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army will be the most aggressive of all the aggressive armies that ever existed. We will conduct an offensive war, carrying it into enemy territory. The combat operations of the Red Army will be aimed at destruction, at the total annihilation of the enemy. 10. While considering the offensive as the main method of conducting armed conflict, Soviet strategy at the same time acknowledged defense to be a completely rational means of conducting combat actions. However, the problems of organization and conduct of defense had not been developed fully in our pre-war theory. It was considered that defense, playing a subordinate role with respect to offense, would be conducted within the framework of strategic attack only in isolated directions and not along the entire front. In principle, our pre-war theory allowed for forced retreat of the troops in isolated sectors. However, the problem of withdrawal of large forces from under enemy strikes was not developed, either theoretically or practically. During the pre-war years, our military theory reached a proper conclusion concerning the methods for unleashing a future war. It was believed that under modern conditions, wars as a rule will be begun by surprise, without a formal declaration of war. However, no proper conclusions were drawn from this concept with regard to the content and nature of the initial war period. The initial war period was understood to mean the time interval from the beginning of military operations to the commitment of the main mass of the armed forces. The duration of the initial period was determined as 15 to 20 days from the moment war began. It was proposed during this time to deploy the covering forces and to achieve air superiority with simultaneous initiation of the mobilization, concentration, and deployment of the main forces. Thus, only limited military operations were to take place during the initial period. This erroneous view of the content of the initial period of the war was to exert a negative influence on the preparation of our armed forces. The period between World Wars I and II was characterized not only by further perfection of the existing services of the armed forces, but also by the appearance and rapid development of new services of the armed forces and branches of service. Instead of being an auxiliary arm, aviation became an independent service of the armed forces, and new branches of the ground troops came into being such as armored troops, air defense troops, and paratroops. In this regard, Soviet military theory devoted great attention to working out the problem of determining the role and position of the different services of the armed forces in a future war. In solving this problem, it was assumed that victory in war can be achieved only by the combined efforts of all services of the armed forces and branches of service. In view of the predominantly continental nature of a future war, the main role in the armed conflict was relegated to the ground troops. However, as a result of incorrect conclusions drawn from the experience in the Spanish Civil War, insufficient importance was attached to the capabilities of large armored formations in solving independent operational problems. The air forces were intended primarily to support the troops on the ground by means of operations directly over the battlefield. At the same time, they could be used for independent operations. However, the theory of these operations had not been developed by the beginning of the war. The possibilities of bomber aviation were underestimated and insufficient attention was devoted to its construction. Editor's Note 77. The Navy, which is a component part of the armed forces of the USSR, was designed for the active defense of our sea boundaries. The theory of Soviet military strategy envisaged that the tasks assigned to the Navy in each maritime theater of operations, tasks proceeding from the overall plan for the war, might call for both the conduct of independent operations as well as in operations in cooperation with the ground forces. Cooperation between the various branches of the Navy was considered a basic condition for the successful conduct of combat operations. Surface vessels, however, were considered as the means, capable of resolving basic combat tasks on the sea. With this, large surface vessels, battleships, and cruisers were considered the nucleus of the fleet, inasmuch as they were considered to be the Navy's chief and universal weapons. This resulted in great attention being devoted to the construction of large, expensive surface vessels. The role of the submarine fleet and naval aviation in a future war was underestimated. By carrying out an extensive program of construction of surface ships, we aimed at strengthening the striking force of the fleet. Editor's Note 78, however, it was not taken into account that two of our fleets were based in inland seas, and it was difficult to bring out the northern and the Pacific fleets onto the high seas. Under these conditions, the main emphasis should have been on the development of a submarine fleet and naval aviation. Editor's Note 79. Our pre-war theory placed great importance on the use of paratroops in solving the problem of increasing the depth of penetration and tempo of operations. The paratroops were regarded as means of the higher command and were to be used to solve operational tactical problems in enemy rear areas and to assure continuous action throughout the entire depth of the enemy defense. However, these correct theoretical concepts were not augmented by the necessary material counterparts, since the practical application of airborne troops was limited by insufficient development of air transport aviation. Further development of aviation, especially bomber aviation capable of delivering powerful strikes not only against troops but against distant economic objectives and political centers of the country, made more acute the problem of anti-aircraft defense of the troops and of rear objectives. It was proposed that this problem be solved by coordination of the efforts of the troops of PVO and aviation operationally subordinate to the troops of PVO in the regions. The air defense system was based on the principle of protection of individual objectives. On the whole, The air defense system before the war corresponded to the level of development of the means of aerial attack. One of its shortcomings was the violation of the principle of the unified command of fighter aviation and anti-aircraft artillery in air defense zones, and also the fact that the troops of PVO lacked the latest means of reconnaissance and control. Allowing for the fact that the forthcoming war against the Soviet Union would be a war of coalition, our strategy adhered to the principle of a progressive destruction of the coalition, with the main efforts to be directed each time against the enemy who was most dangerous under the specific conditions, and whose destruction would yield the major military and political results of decisive influence on the subsequent course of the war. Soviet pre-war theory devoted serious attention to the problem of strategic cooperation. Strategic cooperation was understood as the coordination of the operations of all the services of the armed forces and branches of service with regard to purpose, time, and place. The questions of strategic cooperation were developed not only on the theoretical plane but also found practical solution in operational tactical maneuvers and games. Editor's Note 80. Soviet military theoreticians, in the development of strategic theory, devoted special attention to the problems of the creation, utilization, and rehabilitation of strategic reserves. The concept of strategic reserves included not only the troop formations at the disposal of the Supreme High Command, but also the manpower and economic resources of the country to assure the conduct of a demanding war of long duration. However, in the practical solution of this problem, significant errors were committed which manifested themselves by the fact that despite the permanent war threat, we did not have the necessary reserves of weapons and military technology for the mobilizational requirements of our armed forces. Editor's Note 81. Soviet military strategy during the Great Patriotic War, 1941 to 1945. The Great Patriotic War was, Editor's Note 82, a severe test of the moral and physical strength of our people. The epoch-making victory won by the Soviet Union in this war was clear and convincing proof not only of the strength and viability of the Soviet social and governmental system, but also of the might of the Soviet armed forces and the high level of development of Soviet military art. Soviet military art, A. Editor's Note 83, developed systematically during the war and was perfected and enriched by the valuable experience of organizing and conducting armed struggle under various military political situations. The continuous development of Soviet military art was a natural consequence of the advantages of our socialist system, which assure the rapid mobilization of all the efforts of the people to repel the enemy, and the systematic growth of the technical equipment of our armed forces. For example, by early 1945, the field forces had 1.5 times more rifles and carbines, 3 times more submachine guns, 8 times more tanks and self-propelled guns, and 5 times more combat aircraft than in December 1941. During this period, the quality of the weapons and military equipment of the Red Army was also significantly improved. The development of Soviet military art was conditioned not only by quantitative and qualitative improvements in the arms and military equipment, but also by improved organization of the troops, which strengthened even more the might of our armed forces. One of the most important factors determining the development of military strategy was the high combat morale of Soviet soldiers and officers, conditioned by the moral political unity of our people. During the Great Patriotic War, approximately 11,000 soldiers and sailors were given the high honor of Hero of the Soviet Union, and more than 7 million soldiers and officers were given orders and medals of the Soviet Union. The constant development and perfection of Soviet military art during the Great Patriotic War were assured by the wise policy of the Communist Party, which, guided by Lenin's concepts of the defense of the socialist motherland, correctly determined the military political aims of the war against fascist Germany, organized and inspired the Soviet people and its soldiers for a just war against the fascist German aggressors, achieved unity of political and military strategy in the struggle against the enemy, and with the motto, "Everything for the front, everything for victory," skillfully utilized all the resources of the country to achieve victory in the armed battle against a strong and dangerous enemy. Together with the development of military art, its main and most important part, strategy, was developed and perfected. This development found expression primarily in the organization and conduct of strategic offense. The past war fully confirmed the vitality of the main concept of Soviet military doctrine, which states that only by decisive attack can the armed forces of the opponent be destroyed, his territory be conquered, and his will to resist be crushed, thus achieving final victory in war. To attain this general war aim, the Soviet armed forces conducted a number of major offensives. Each of these accomplished a major military and political aim of the general war plan. The most characteristic aims of strategic offensives were the destruction of the main groupings of the enemy on one or two most important sectors, the liberation of economically and politically important areas, putting the allies of fascist Germany, Finland, Romania, and Hungary out of commission, and finally, liberation from the German aggressors of the occupied territories and subjugated peoples of the countries of Central, Eastern, and Southeastern Europe. The problem of organization and conduct of major strategic operations was successfully solved by Soviet strategy during the war. In spite of the difficult conditions of armed conflict, the Soviet command, on the basis of critical assimilation of military experience, correctly solved all problems connected with the preparation and conduct of strategic operations. Beginning with the second phase of the war, strategic operations became the main method of conducting strategic offensives. During the third phase of the war, up to 70% of the frontal offensives were conducted within the framework of strategic operation. In defining the aims of strategic operations, the Soviet Supreme High Command always started with the main political aims of the war, the economic and moral capabilities of the belligerent countries, and the strategic situation at the beginning of each strategic operation. In the course of the Great Patriotic War, the Soviet command successfully solved the important problem of the proper selection of the direction of the main blow. In accord with the military-political aim of the particular stage or period of the war, and with the strategic situation at the front, and depending on the balance of power at the front and in the strategic directions, the Soviet Supreme High Command in the past war selected that direction for the main thrust in which the enemy was most vulnerable and which would assure the decisive destruction of the largest or most dangerous enemy grouping and assure the accomplishment of major military and political results, leading to a sharp change in the strategic situation throughout the entire front in favor of the Red Army. It was taken into account that the selected directions should have the necessary operational capacity to permit the deployment of large forces and large amounts of equipment, and the execution of broad maneuvers by troops and weapons along the front as well as in depth. In the winter operations of 1941 to 1942, the Soviet forces delivered the main blow in the direction of Moscow against the largest enemy group attacking Moscow. The destruction of this group resulted not only in a sharp change in the military-political situation on the Soviet-German front, but also forced Japan and Turkey to refrain from open hostilities against the Soviet Union. In the operations of the second phase of the war and in the winter of 1944, the Red Army delivered its main thrust in a southwestern direction. The transfer of the main thrust from the western direction to the southwestern direction was conditioned by the fact that the most powerful and active enemy group was in this area. The destruction of this group led to a sharp change in the situation along the entire Soviet-German front and led to the liberation of such economically important areas as the Stalingrad industrial region, the Northern Caucasus, the Donbass, Krivorazh, Kerch, and the regions of the Ukraine east of the Dnieper River. The results of these operations had an enormous influence on the course of the entire Great Patriotic War and World War II. The summer operations of 1944 and the winter operations of 1945 saw the main efforts of the Red Army concentrated in the westerly direction. The transfer of the main efforts toward the west made it possible for the Soviet forces to deliver their blow to the enemy's most vulnerable front sector, to reach German territory within a short time, and to complete Germany's destruction. In selecting the direction of the main thrust, the Stavka of the Supreme High Command took into account not only the requirements of strategy, but also those of policy and economy. In this problem, the connection between strategy, politics, and economy was fully manifested. Thus, in deciding during the second phase of the war and in the winter operations of 1944 the direction of the main thrust on the southern flank of the Soviet-German front, the Stavka could not disregard the following important conditions. First, a main thrust on this front sector would expel the enemy from such economically well-developed areas as the Northern Caucasus, the Donbass, Kryvyi Rog, Nikopol, and the eastern Ukraine. Their liberation would increase the economic potential of our country. Second, the approach of Soviet forces to the borders of Romania would increase the contradictions between fascist Germany and her satellites in Southeast Europe and create favorable conditions for the elimination of German satellites from the war. The proper selection of the direction of the main thrust in the strategy indicates the skill of the Soviet Supreme High Command in foreseeing the future aspects of the war and at each stage onin upon the decisive link in the entire chain of military events. Having determined the direction of the main thrust, the Stavka of the Supreme High Command concentrated large masses of troops and military equipment on it. The strategic operations conducted in the direction of the main thrust were characterized by a decisive concentration of troops and combat equipment, and by the formation of powerful attack groups which were significantly stronger than the groups operating in other directions. These operations, covering sectors constituting 20 to 37% of the entire length of the Soviet-German front, involved 25 to 50% of the personnel, 25 to 52% of the guns and mortars, 20 to 70% of the tanks and self-propelled guns, and from 30 to 98% of the aircraft of the field forces. The concentration of large forces and weapons in the direction of the main thrust made it possible within a short time to crack the strong and deeply echeloned enemy defense, to rapidly develop an attack in depth, and to destroy large enemy groups. In support of this, the following examples suffice. During the winter offensives of 1942 to 1943, the Soviet troops destroyed two German army groups, B and Don, and their component 8th Italian, 2nd Hungarian, 3rd and 4th Romanian, 4th Tank, and 6th Armies, as well as the Halit operational group. In the course of these operations, a total of 100 enemy divisions was destroyed, 98 in the direction of the main thrust. In the summer and fall operations of 1944, our troops destroyed, in the direction of the main thrust, two German army groups, Central and Northern Ukraine, and their component 9th, 4th, and 2nd Field Armies, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Tank Armies, and the 1st Hungarian Army. In the direction of the main thrust, 137 divisions were destroyed, or more than one-third of all the divisions destroyed during the strategic offensive. The enemy losses were just as great in the direction of our main attack in the operations of 1945 in the Central European Theater of Operations. Here our troops destroyed the German, Weichsel, and Central Armies and their component 2nd, 11th, 9th, and 17th Field Armies, as well as the 3rd and 4th Tank Armies. In this direction, a total of 191 divisions were destroyed, or more than one-half the divisions destroyed during the offensive on the entire Soviet-German front. The destruction of such large forces in the direction of the main thrust, forcing the enemy to transfer to these areas not only his reserves, but also significant numbers of troops from other sectors of the Soviet-German front, created favorable conditions for the Soviet offensives in other directions. Decisive political and strategic aims were accomplished in this stage of the war by conducting a series of operations along the front and in depth, or by concerted strategic operations along the entire strategic front, unified by a single strategic design. In determining a certain method for a strategic offensive, the Stavka of the Supreme High Command would select a method which would best correspond to the military-political conditions, to our economic capabilities, and to the combat potential of the Soviet troops, a method which in the final analysis would assure in the best possible manner the original aims. During the period when the Red Army still had no decisive superiority over the enemy, the Soviet Supreme High Command executed strategic offensives by performing consecutive strategic operations along the front and in depth. Such a method of attack made it possible to accumulate the necessary amounts of equipment, ammunition, and fuel for subsequent operations, and to create in the chosen directions strong shock groups, as well as to achieve superiority over the enemy in all operations with regard to forces and equipment. This superiority increased constantly throughout the war. The use of this method of strategic attack made it possible for us to defeat the enemy piecemeal, leaving us the choice of the most convenient and advantageous time and direction for the next thrust. The German Fascist Command, in order to parry the consecutive Soviet troop attacks, was forced to transfer their reserves from one direction to another. This led to a weakening of the enemy groups in the directions selected for the next blow. The sequence of offensive operations in different directions led to a rapid broadening of the strategic offensive front. While at the beginning of the strategic operations the active front comprised some 500 to 600 kilometers, with the beginning of the offensive of our forces in other directions the sector of concerted action increased to 2,000 to 300 kilometers, i.e., the offensive was conducted simultaneously on a front comprising 50 to 70% of the length of the entire strategic front. In the winter operations of 1945, which took place in an entirely different military-political atmosphere than those of the preceding phases of the war. The strategic offensive of the Soviet forces was concentrated in a powerful concerted attack along the entire Soviet-German front. This method was also used successfully by the Soviet command in its operations of 1945 in the Far East against the Guangdong Army of Imperialist Japan. The development of a simultaneous offensive in a number of adjacent strategic directions assured further strengthening of the military-economic foundation of the Soviet Union and a significant reduction of the entire front. The advantage of this method of strategic attack lies primarily in the fact that within the shortest possible time the strategic front of the enemy was cleaved and split up, and his groups were surrounded and simultaneously destroyed in a number of strategic directions. The enemy was deprived of the possibility of maneuvering along the front to create large groups for parrying our attack. All this made it possible for the Soviet troops in the 1945 operations to achieve major military-political results within the shortest possible time. In accomplishing the strategic offensive operations, the Stavka of the Supreme High Command selected one form or another for these operations, taking a number of factors into account. The most important of these were the composition of the Soviet groups and especially the presence of mobile units and formations, the contour of the front line, the composition of enemy groups and the existence of weak and strong places in his defense, and the nature of the theater of military operations. The methods of the strategic operations were characterized by the variety of form. The predominant methods were the encirclement and destructions of major enemy groups. The main forms of strategic operations in the past war were the encircling of large enemy formations and their subsequent destruction, the splitting of the strategic front of the enemy, and the breakup of the strategic front of the enemy with subsequent isolation of enemy groups. The encirclement of major enemy groups was accomplished by different methods. The most important of these were simultaneous strikes in two directions with breakthrough of the front on the flanks of the enemy groups and deployment in depth along converging lines, the Stalingrad, Lvov, Yassy-Kishinev, and other operations. One strong enveloping blow aimed at pushing the enemy against natural barriers, the liberation of the Baltic area and the East Prussian operation. In isolated instances, the encirclement of large enemy groups was accomplished as a result of the breakthrough of the front in several directions with subsequent development of attacks in converging directions and encirclement of enemy troops throughout the operational depth, the Belarusian and the Berlin operations. The conduct of strategic offensive operations by cleaving of the strategic front of the enemy was accomplished by delivering an attack in depth by cooperating fronts throughout the entire depth of strategic disposition of enemy groups, the liberation of the eastern Ukraine, and the East Pomeranian operation. The breakup of the strategic front of the enemy was accomplished by a series of strong attacks in several directions and the development of the offensive on a broad front along parallel or even divergent lines. In this case, the defensive front of the enemy was broken up. This facilitated liquidation of isolated enemy groups deprived of operational contact, Vistulioter operation. These are, in brief, the most typical forms of strategic offensive operations. However, it should be kept in mind that strategic operations often took more complex forms. Sometimes these forms were combined or changed from one into another. During the Great Patriotic War, Soviet military strategy successfully utilized the factor of strategic surprise as one of the means of attaining the established goals. Strategic surprise was achieved by the following measures, which were aimed at misleading the German command concerning our plans. The development of a major attack in a direction least expected by the enemy. This was the case in the winter of 1942 to 1943, when the Red Army delivered its main attack at Stalingrad while the enemy expected an attack in a westerly direction, and in the summer of 1944, when contrary to enemy expectations the main attack of the Red Army was delivered not to the south but in Belarusia. The secrecy of measures taken to prepare for the offensive, as was the case at Kursk, land in the operations of the Red Army against imperialist Japan, and keeping the plans of the Soviet command secret, misleading the enemy with regard to the place, time, and strength of our attack. This measure was especially widely used by the Soviet command during the third phase of the war and exerted an important influence on the successful conduct of strategic operations. However, it should be noted that the Soviet command was not always successful in achieving full strategic surprise. This was the case, particularly in the summer of 1943 and in the winter of 1944, when the enemy succeeded in discovering beforehand and in quite some detail the plans of the Soviet command. Since we could not conceal from the enemy the concentration of strategic reserves, summer of 1943, the regrouping of troops, and the creation of shock groups at the fronts. The badly handled dissemination of false information in the preparation for the offensive in the eastern Ukraine also resulted in German discovery of the actual regrouping and detection of the regions of false troop concentrations. The Great Patriotic War was characterized by systematic increase in the extent of strategic attack and strategic operations. This was expressed, to a great extent, in the extension of the front lines and by the increase in forces and weapons engaged in strategic attack. Table 4. The table shows that the attack front of the Soviet forces in 1942-45 was 2 to 3 times longer than in the winter of 1941-42. The number of army groups simultaneously engaged in the offensive increased by a factor of almost 1.5, and the depth of the advance by a factor of 2 to 2.5. The zone of advance in the strategic operations also increased significantly, and in the closing period of the war reached 1,000 to 1,400 kilometers. The increased scope of the strategic operations was also expressed in the increased rates of advance. While in the strategic operations of the initial phase of the war the average rate of advance of Soviet troops was 4 to 5 kilometers per day, in the operations in 1944-45 it reached 15 to 20 kilometers. The increased scope of strategic operations during the war years is also evident from the increased forces and weapons engaged in strategic operations. This can be confirmed by the data in Table 5. Table 5 shows the general trend of the increased number of forces and weapons engaged in strategic operations. A particularly sharp rise is noted in the amount of military equipment. The table shows that during the war the number of troops engaged in strategic operations increased by a factor of 2, that of guns and mortars by a factor of 3 to 5, tanks by 3 to 9, and airplanes by 3 to 6. The increased amounts of military equipment in the army groups and armies caused qualitative changes in the ground troops as the main means of destruction of the enemy armed forces. The continuous quantitative increase and perfection of the technical tactical qualities of artillery and tanks, and the further mechanization of the ground troops resulted in increased firepower, making for more powerful and deeper attacks as well as for higher mobility. These qualitative changes in the ground troops helped to increase the decisiveness and effectiveness of strategic offensive operations, leading to the liquidation of large enemy groups and to the liberation of vast territories with important economic regions and political centers. The decisiveness and effectiveness of the strategic operations can be judged from the data in Table 6. From Table 6, it is evident that major strategic operations resulted in destruction of 34 to 90% of the enemy divisions opposing our forces. A strategic operation is accomplished, as a rule, by the efforts of several army groups with the participation of long-range aviation and with the participation of naval forces in coastal regions. The strategic operation as one consisting of an array of army groups was a new phenomenon in Soviet military art during the Great Patriotic War. In pre-war years, our theoretical literature contained views stating that an offensive operation with a strategic aim shall be conducted by one army group, and that an offensive operation can be best developed within the scope of an army group capable of solving major strategic problems. The strategic operation of a group of fronts came into existence during the Great Patriotic War not suddenly, but as the might of the Soviet armed forces increased and experience was acquired in the organization and direction of offensive troop operations. The operation of a group of fronts came into being during the period of the Moscow counteroffensive realized by the forces of the Kalinin and Western fronts, as well as by the right wing of the Southwestern Front. Later came the Stalingrad offensive, also conducted by forces of 3 fronts. With the Kursk counteroffensive in 1943, the strategic operation as an operation of a group of fronts became firmly entrenched in the practice of Soviet troops during strategic attack. During the Great Patriotic War, an operation of a group of fronts was prepared, supplied, and conducted directly by the Stavka of the Supreme High Command with the active participation of the command of the front. The centralized leadership of the operation by the Stavka assured coordination of the efforts of the fronts with respect to time, place, and aim, especially under drastically changing conditions. In the final analysis, it assured the solution of major military political aims. The increased scope of strategic operations was brought about mainly by the further strengthening of the military and economic foundation of the Soviet Union, which made it possible to improve the technical equipment of the armed forces, the maneuverability of the troops, and the range of the artillery fire. The increase in scope was also strongly influenced by the mechanization of supply transport and the increased rate of reconstruction of railroads, conducive to more regular delivery of ammunition and other material to the forces during an operation. Other important accomplishments of Soviet military strategy include solution of the problem of breaking through the strategic front of the enemy. During the Great Patriotic War, the Red Army repeatedly broke through the strategic front of the enemy. This was accomplished in the winter of 1942-43, in the winter of 1944, twice in the summer of 1944, and once again in January 1945 in the direction of Berlin. This problem was also resolved very successfully in the operation which resulted in the rout of the Guangdong Army. A breakthrough on the strategic front of the enemy afforded the Soviet troops the possibility for further development of the offensive in great depth. The German command required considerable time and large forces to bridge the gap and create a new front. To do so, it was forced to withdraw its troops a considerable distance, 500 to 600 kilometers, and to transfer to the breakthrough area. Some 30 to 60 divisions taken from other sectors of the Soviet-German front or from Germany and its occupied countries. The enemy, as a rule, created his new defensive front along major natural barriers, rivers or mountains. Successful breakthrough of the strategic front of the enemy was accomplished by creation of large strategic groupings assuring a strong initial thrust, the destruction of the opposing enemy groups within a short time, and increased efforts during the development of the offensive in depth, especially by the commitment of large armored forces. The breakthrough of the strategic front of the enemy was also assured by the high rates of advance during which the Soviet troops outmaneuvered the enemy and impaired his organization of intermediate defense lines, by the fact that the Soviet command had a sufficient number of strategic reserves and used them properly, and by the skillful choice of the forms for conducting the strategic operations. The Great Patriotic War, characterized by the vast extent of the front and the multitude of problems arising during armed conflict, required that the Soviet military leaders solve a most complex problem, the organization of strategic cooperation between major groups of the armed forces operating in various directions according to a unified plan. The essence of strategic cooperation consisted in the coordination of efforts of formations and commands of the services of the armed forces participating in the strategic offensive with respect to the time, place, and aim for achieving the strategic goals of the operations. The foundations of strategic cooperation were laid by the Stavka of the Supreme High Command in the development of operational plans. They were reflected in the assignments of tasks to major groups of Soviet forces, in the determination of the role and location of each front in the strategic operation, the form of conducting the strategic offensive, the sequence for accomplishing the tasks assigned to the fronts, and in determining the problems of the services of the armed forces and the methods for solving them. Strategic cooperation was accomplished by various methods. In some instances, by coordination of the efforts of strategic groups of Soviet troops operating in various directions and solving independent problems. This type of cooperation was successfully applied in the winter operations of 1942 to 1943, in the summer-fall operations of 1943, and in the closing stage of the war in 1945. In other instances, by conducting consecutive operations by groups of fronts in different theaters of military operations and by fronts in adjacent strategic directions. This method of strategic cooperation was widely used in almost all offensives, but it was used with special success in the summer-fall operations of 1944 when the Red Army delivered 6 powerful successive thrusts against the enemy. As a result of these thrusts, the enemy was not only tied down along a broad front, but was also deprived of the chance to use his reserves and take any serious countermeasures. Each thrust created favorable conditions for the next thrust in another direction. Under conditions of conducting strategic defense, the organization of strategic cooperation provided for the combination of defensive and offensive operations in a number of strategic directions. This decreased the ability of the enemy to strengthen his main group by removing forces from other sectors of the front and enabled us to slow down the enemy offensive, gaining time to accumulate reserves for a counteroffensive. The cooperation of the ground troops and the Navy was manifested in the combined operations in the coastal areas, the Odessa, Crimea, Petsamokirknes, and East Prussian operations, in the protection of coastal flanks of the ground troops, and in the maintenance of communication of the ground troops. Strategic cooperation between fronts, groups of fronts, and the national PVO troops was achieved by coordination of effort in the battle against enemy aviation. However, when solving such an important problem as the organization and realization of strategic cooperation, the Soviet command also permitted serious errors to occur. In the winter offensives of 1941-42, the Soviet Supreme High Command did not succeed in properly coordinating the Kalinin, Western, and Bryansk fronts to the west and the troops of the Leningrad and Fokhov fronts at Leningrad. This was one of the reasons for the indecisiveness of the winter operations of 1941-42 and the grave situation in which our forces found themselves in the spring of 1942. There was no real strategic cooperation between the fronts and the Stavka of the Supreme High Command in the Kharkov offensive in May 1942, as a result of which the offensive of the Southwestern Front against Kharkov became isolated without the active support of adjacent fronts. This made it possible for the enemy to freely maneuver his forces and to deliver strong thrusts to the flanks of the shock group of the Southwestern Front, resulting in the defeat of our offensive forces. There were also shortcomings in the organization of cooperation between the ground troops and the Navy. For example, during the battle to destroy the Kurland group of the enemy, the Soviet command was not able to effect a naval blockade of the enemy. This not only had a negative effect on the liquidation of this enemy group, but also complicated the actions of our troops in the winter of 1944-45 in the direction of Berlin, to which the enemy transferred up to 10 divisions from Kurland. The success of a strategic offensive and its increased scope also depended considerably on the presence and utilization of strategic reserves. The creation and reinforcement of reserves took different forms depending on the presence of forces and conditions of warfare. During the first phase of the Great Patriotic War, the reserves of the Stavka of the Supreme High Command consisted primarily of new formations. Subsequently, strategic reserves were reinforced primarily by withdrawing units and formations from the fronts which were engaged in the concluding stages of operations in separate operational directions. The Fourth Ukrainian Front after the liberation of Crimea and the Karelian Front after Finland had been removed from the war, or from those fronts which, due to changing conditions, could complete their tasks with smaller forces, the First and Second Baltic Fronts blocking the Kurland group of the enemy. During the Great Patriotic War, the main mass of strategic reserves was used in the main directions to which the Stavka directed 50 to 70% of their reserves. At the various stages of the war, the Stavka reinforced fronts by withdrawing from its reserves 60 to 155 infantry divisions, 5 to 16 cavalry divisions, 57 to 68 infantry brigades, 24 to 25 tank brigades, 3 to 22 tank corps, and 4 to 10 mechanized corps. It should be stressed that during the Great Patriotic War, the strategic reserves were used to solve the most diverse problems. To create strategic groups in the course of the preparation for operations. For example, in preparing for operations in the summer of 1944, 5 combined, 2 tank and 2 air armies were used for this purpose. In the preparation for the winter offensive of 1944-45, 11 combined and 4 tank armies were used. To strengthen the fronts for counteroffensives, as was the case at Moscow when the Western Front was reinforced with 4 combined armies. To increase the efforts in the development of an offensive in the direction of the main thrust. For this purpose, in the summer offensive of 1943, the reserves of the Stavka there, 9 combined and 2 tank armies, were contributed to the fronts. To protect the flank of a group delivering the main thrust by developing an offensive in the adjacent sector. In the winter of 1944, the Stavka, in order to safeguard the flank of the shock group conducting the offensive in the eastern Ukraine, deployed at the area of contact between the 1st Ukrainian and the 1st Belarusian fronts a new front, the 2nd Belarusian Front, implemented by 2 combined armies and 1 air army from its reserves. To strengthen the fronts for the solution of new problems arising during a strategic offensive, as characterized by the Belarusian operation when, because of a change in mission, the 1st Baltic Front was reinforced with 2 combined armies. To strengthen the troops operating in the outer encircling front. It was for this purpose that the Stalingrad Front was reinforced by the 2nd Guards Army to repel the German counteroffensive in the direction of Kotelnikov in December 1942. To strengthen the fronts for an offensive after stopping an enemy counteroffensive, in December 1943, The 1st Guards Army was used in this manner at Zhytomyr and the 9th Guards Army at the Lake Balaton region in March 1945. The experience of the past war indicates that the Stavka of the Supreme High Command, constantly observing the development of the armed conflict, made the necessary regroupings and sent strategic reserves in good time to those sectors where they could be used most effectively and influence the development of the offensive. The introduction of major strategic reserves assured maintenance of the necessary superiority over the enemy with regard to forces and weapons, contributed to increasing the efforts in the development of an offensive along the front as well as in depth, and also made it possible for the fronts to solve new problems arising during the operation. However, there were also serious errors in the utilization of the strategic reserves. This was true primarily of the first phase of the war when the Soviet command, striving to develop an offensive in all main strategic directions, permitted the forces and weapons to be scattered, making it impossible to achieve decisive superiority in any one direction. Editor's Note 84. The Great Patriotic War yielded very valuable experience in the solution of such a complex and acute problem as the conduct of armed combat during the initial phase of the war. The complexity of its solution was compounded by the surprise of the enemy attack on the Soviet Union. Editor's Note 85. The experience of the initial phase of World War II showed very clearly that the aggressor had created beforehand, in peacetime, strong, well-prepared armies for invasion. Such armies made it possible for Germany to start war by surprise with the immediate development of decisive active operations not only in the air but also on the ground. The attacked countries were forced from the very first days of the war to repulse the attacks of the main armies of the aggressor under extremely unfavorable conditions, and at the same time to mobilize and deploy their armed forces, as well as to switch the national economy to a war footing. However, Soviet military strategy failed to draw the appropriate practical conclusions from this experience. Editor's Note 86. It is known that a number of extensive measures dealing with the armed forces and the defense of the country as a whole had been instituted and were in the process of being implemented prior to the war, yet these measures were insufficient to seriously affect the relationship of forces and war preparedness, which favored fascist Germany. The relationship of forces of states in modern wars is determined not only by the condition of the armed forces but above all by the military and economic potential of the nations as a whole. Nations wage war using the full power of their economic, military, scientific, and moral resources. At the time fascist Germany attacked the Soviet Union, she could employ almost the entire economic and technical resources of Western Europe as well as those of her satellites. It should also be remembered that between World War I and World War II, the German economy was primed to develop her military and economic potential with billions of dollars, principally from the United States and England. The Soviet people and their armed forces had to exert titanic efforts, perform gigantic tasks, and display mass heroism both at the front and in the rear to employ all the resources of the state, and it required much time in order to change the relationship of forces in the war in her favor and achieve final victory. The surprise attack by a previously mobilized army of the aggressor and its mass use, in the early stages of the war, of such equipment as tanks and aircraft for a simultaneous thrust in great depth, changed the conditions of strategic concentration and deployment of the armed forces of the country being attacked and, consequently, the entire nature of operations during the initial phase of the war. The country was confronted with the necessity to carry out mobilization, concentration, and deployment of its armed forces during the enemy invasion of our territory, which had already begun. Under the changing conditions, the Stavka of the Supreme High Command on June 25 decided to create a defense of the troops of the northwestern and western fronts along the West Dwina and Dnieper rivers. An army group was created of the reserves of Stavka to prepare and occupy defense positions along the line Sushchevo, Vitebsk, Chernigov, the Desna River, and the Dnieper River, up to Kremenchuk. However, our troops were not able to execute the outlined measures with regard to the organization of a continuous defense front. By June 29, the enemy, having forestalled us in capturing these lines of defense, had captured a bridgehead on the West Dwina River, cutting the lines of retreat of the main forces of the Western Front in the region to the west of Minsk, and began to approach Babryansk. In order to prevent an enemy breakthrough toward Moscow, the Stavka decided to create a deeply echeloned defense in the direction of Moscow. The The troops of the Stavka's Reserve Army Group were to advance and establish a defensive perimeter on the line Kroslova, the Polopsky fortified region, Vitebsk, Orsha, and the Dnieper River up to Loyev. The 16th Army was to be regrouped to this position from the Ukraine. To the east of this perimeter, some 180 to 200 kilometers away, the 24th and 28th Armies were to take up the defensive. At the same time, a Stavka Reserve Army Group was sent to the Western Front, in effect signifying the creation of a new Western Front. Editor's Note 87. Late on July 9, the advancing enemy troops reached the defense perimeter of the Soviet troops from Desna to Zlobin, taking a bridgehead in the vicinity of Desna and capturing Vitebsk. In the southwestern direction, our troops, although offering strong resistance to the enemy and repeatedly delivering strong counterattacks, were nevertheless forced by July 10 to retreat to the line Karasin, Proskorov, Mogilev-Podolsky, and the Prut River. Thus, the Great Patriotic War began by commitment of the main forces of both sides. Within the first 10 to 12 days, up to 70 to 80% of the ground troops and 100% of the air forces of both sides were engaged in bloody battles. These operations were characterized by high speed, vast maneuvers of forces and weapons, and high intensity of the military operations. Editor's Note 88. The experience of the Great Patriotic War enriched Soviet strategy with regard to organization and conduct of strategic defense. As previously mentioned, our pre-war theoretical views conceived of strategic defense as a method of armed conflict accompanying a strategic offensive. It was presumed that strategic defense was to be applied in directions of secondary importance to save manpower and weapons for the creation of strong shock groups in the decisive directions or theaters of military operations. During the Great Patriotic War, this method was resorted to 3 times by the Soviet command. In 2 cases, in the summers of 1941 and 1942, this was a forced measure, and in 1 case, in the summer of 1943, it was planned. But in all these cases, the aim was to repel, retard, the enemy offensive, to wear down and exhaust the enemy troops, to gain time, and to prepare conditions for a decisive counteroffensive. The strategic defense was needed for various reasons. In the summer of 1941, it was determined by the surprise attack of the enemy and by the loss of the strategic initiative as a result of the unsuccessful outcome of the initial phase of the war, which resulted in an abrupt change in the relationship of forces in favor of the enemy. By this time, a significant part of the strategic reserves, 5 armies out of 9, had already been used up. The turning of the Red Army to strategic defense in the summer of 1942 was a result of the defeat of our forces in the Crimean and Kharkov operations, during which the Red Army sustained, tangible, Editor's Note 89, losses. Editor's Note 90. The turn to strategic defense in the summer of 1943, unlike that of the previous years, was planned. The Soviet command, having taken the strategic initiative and having, by the summer of 1943, large reserves, 8 combined and 2 tank armies, as well as a number of separate formations, 57 infantry divisions, 21 rifle brigades, for mechanized and 7 tank corps, was thus able to forestall the enemy and take the offensive. However, it was decided to temporarily take the strategic defensive so as to force the enemy to initiate the offensive and to exhaust and bleed white his shock group in defensive battles. Then, after bringing up fresh strategic reserves, a decisive counteroffensive could be started. The most important problems of strategic defense solved by Soviet military strategy during the last war are to determine the direction of the main thrust of the enemy, to create a strategic defense and methods for reinforcing of the strategic fronts, methods of defense and utilization of strategic reserves, and the creation of conditions for a counteroffensive. The success of the strategic defense in 1941 in many respects depended on the correct determination of the direction of concentration of the main effort of the armed forces. Even during the first days, the Stavka arrived at the correct conclusion that of the 3 strategic directions the most important and decisive was in the west. This was determined by the fact that it was in this very direction that the enemy committed his strongest group and delivered the main thrust. The importance of this direction was also determined by the fact that it would permit the German troops by the shortest possible way to reach the central industrial region and our capital, Moscow. The successful defense of our troops in this direction to a significant extent determined the stability of the entire strategic front. It is for this reason that the Stavka of the Supreme High Command allotted the main part of its reserves to reinforce the western direction. 150 infantry divisions and 44 infantry brigades, or 52% of the divisions and 47% of the brigades sent to the field forces from June 22 to December 1, 1941. Such purposeful utilization of reserves allowed the Soviet command to check the enemy advance and to change the relationship of forces in our favor in this most important direction, and thus exert a decisive influence on the outcome of the battle in 1941. In the defense campaign of 1942, the Soviet Supreme High Command first considered that the main thrust of the enemy would follow in a westerly direction and the secondary thrust would take place in a southwesterly direction, from Donbass to Rostov, and further to the northern Caucasus. This evaluation of the situation to a certain extent resulted from the fact that the main group of German forces was to the west by the spring of 1942. This group had been created during the winter operations of 1941-42. The evaluation was also based on the significance of Moscow as the capital of the country and as the important economic and strategic center of the country. As the events of the summer of 1942 showed, this prediction by the Soviet Supreme High Command with regard to the intention of the enemy was not confirmed. The enemy, while retaining a strong group in the central direction toward Moscow, concentrated his main efforts on the southern flank and, as is well known, delivered his main attack in the summer of 1942 in a southwesterly direction. The thrust of the enemy in this direction led to the defeat of our forces and to the withdrawal of our entire left flank beyond the Don and to the invasion to the North Caucasus by the enemy. Consequently, the amount of forces and weapons employed in the German offensive in this direction was unexpected by the Soviet command. The Soviet Supreme High Command arrived at the conclusion that the enemy was delivering his main attack not in the westerly but rather in the southwesterly direction only in early July 1942, when the German offensive toward Voronezh was already underway. The true art of strategic prediction was shown by the Soviet command in the preparation of the summer operations of 1943. The intention of Hitler's command to develop the main operations in the direction of Kursk was discovered quite accurately 2.5 months before the battle at Kursk. This made it possible for our forces to undertake general preparations in order to repulse the blow of the enemy. In the Kursk frontal sector, comprising 13% of the entire Soviet German front, we concentrated up to 28% of our personnel, 20% of our guns and mortars, over 40% of our tanks and self-propelled guns, and over 33% of the airplanes which, in the summer of 1943, operated with the field forces. Depending on the strategic situation, on the presence of the forces, on means, and on the time factor, the depth of the strategic defense of Soviet forces in the past war, taking into account the defensive positions occupied by the troops as well as the prepared defense perimeters, varied from 250 to 600 kilometers. In 1941, the middle of July, it extended in the direction of Moscow, 250 to 300 kilometers, from the upper Dnieper to the Mozhaysk line of defense. In the Leningrad direction, the depth of defense was 100 to 200 kilometers and was accomplished by creation of the Luzhak line of defense, the Krasnogvardeysk fortified region, and the defense perimeters directly at the outskirts of Leningrad. With the further advance of German forces from the Dnieper to the east, the depth of defense was increased by the creation of the Moscow Defense Zone and by the setting up of state defense perimeters to the east of Moscow. However, it was not possible to utilize the prepared lines of defense with sufficient effectiveness. First, the enemy, who possessed a superiority in mobility as a rule, forestalled our occupying these lines of defense. Second, our troops retreating from the front because of great losses were normally not able to build up a strong defense in the rear areas, and the Soviet command lacked the reserves needed to occupy these defense lines in advance. Of the 291 infantry divisions and 66 infantry brigades sent to the field forces from the reserve of the Stavka during the summer campaign of 1941, only 66 divisions and 4 brigades were used for advance occupation of the defense perimeters. By the summer of 1942, the total depth of defense which was fortified, taking into account the rear defense areas on the Volga in the process of preparation, increased to 500 to 600 kilometers. In the summer of 1943, however, when the strategic initiative was in the hands of the Soviet command which planned, after the repulsion of the enemy advance, to develop a powerful attack with decisive aims, the depth of the prepared defense zone did not exceed 300 to 350 kilometers. During the initial phase of the war, the Soviet troops gained great experience with regard to the restoration of the strategic defensive front. It is well known that the enemy during this time succeeded 4 times in breaking through our strategic front to the extent of 300 to 500 kilometers. The creation of a continuous stable strategic defensive front after the breakthrough of the summer of 1941, with the continuing retreat of the significantly weakened Soviet forces and a continuous advance of the enemy, was possible only because the Stavka of the Supreme High Command had significant strategic reserves and opportunely sent them to the front. Thus, during the period of June 27 to July 10, 1941, alone, the Stavka transferred to the commander of the Western Front 5 combined armies for restoration of the strategic defensive front. Later, in order to create a large strategic group, an additional 13 combined armies were sent to the west. A stabilized front in the direction of Leningrad and Kiev was also attained by means of the reserves of the Stavka. 140 infantry divisions and 50 infantry brigades were sent in these directions. In the summer of 1942, the strategic front on the southern flank was re-established by strategic reserves. To create a continuous front along the Don and in the northern Caucasus, the Stavka of the Supreme High Command in July and August 1942 sent to the army groups acting in these directions 6 combined armies, 2 tank armies, and a number of separate formations with a total of 26 infantry divisions, 25 infantry brigades, up to 5 tank corps, and 1 cavalry corps. In isolated instances, the restoration of the strategic defensive front was accomplished by regrouping of forces and weapons of the active army groups and the utilization of retreating forces. For example, after a breakthrough by the enemy in October 1941 of the defense of the Bryansk, the reserve, and the Western Army groups, the strategic front was re-established on the Mozhaysk line of defense by regrouping the forces of the left flank of the northwestern and the right flank of the western fronts, as well as by using the reserves of the Stavka. Thus, only the strategic reserves at the disposal of the Stavka of the Supreme High Command made it possible to restore the strategic defensive front, deeply echelon it, from 250 to 500 kilometers, to create major strategic groups in the most important strategic directions, and thus assure the successful conduct of defensive operations. One of the most characteristic features of the strategic defense of the Red Army was its aggressiveness. Stubborn defense of the fortified perimeters and major towns was combined with strong counterattacks and offensive actions in a number of directions by the forces of 1 or 2 fronts. For example, the stubborn defense in 1941 of the prepared perimeter in the most important strategic direction, Moscow, Leningrad, and Kiev-Rostov, was combined with strong counterattacks conducted during the Smolensk campaign, the Lug and Kiev defensive operations, the counterattacks of Tikhvin and Rostov, etc. As the experience of the Great Patriotic War was to demonstrate, however, the stubborn holding of lines and of large cities should be coordinated with a realistic evaluation of the strategic situation at the front. Violation of this principle had serious consequences. The Kiev defensive operations of 1941 might well serve as a confirmation of this, where, as a result of the unfounded demands of the Stavka that the Kiev region continue to be held, our troops suffered a serious defeat. In 1942, the stubborn defense of the prepared perimeters was combined with strong counterattacks of Soviet troops in the areas of Voronezh and Stalingrad, in the northern Caucasus, and with the offensive operations of the troops of the Leningrad and Fokhov fronts at Leningrad, the troops of the Northwestern Front against the Demyanov enemy group, and the forces of the Kalinin and Western fronts in the direction of Smolensk. During the defensive operations in the summer and fall of 1941 and in 1942, the Red Army conducted over 30 frontal offensives. The high activity of our defense, even during the initial phase of the war, made it possible to check the enemy attack and slow the tempo of his advance. Thus, during the first 18 days of the war, the Germans advanced at an average daily rate of 20 to 30 kilometers, while later, in September-October 1941, their average daily rate of advance in the northwesterly direction was reduced from 20 to 5, in the westerly direction from 30 to 2.5, and in the southwesterly direction from 20 to 6 kilometers. Because of the stubbornness and great aggressiveness of our defense, the enemy was forced to commit significant forces to secure the flanks of his striking forces in order to defend against our attacks, thus weakening his own attack groups, significantly delaying his rate of advance and aiding in the disruption of his blitzkrieg plans. The German forces sustained tremendous losses. During the first 6 months of the war alone, according to the data of the German command, the German Land Army lost over 800,000 troops on the Soviet-German front. The defensive operations in the most important strategic directions were conducted simultaneously by several cooperating army groups with the participation of long-range aviation and, in the coastal regions, with the cooperation of the Navy. The extension of the front in defensive operations in the separate strategic directions varied from 450 to 800 kilometers. As the strength of the Soviet armed forces increased and the relationship of forces changed in our favor, especially after the offensive by Soviet troops in the winter of 1941-42, the enemy could no longer conduct offensive operations along the entire strategic front and was limited to offensives only in individual strategic directions. In light of this, the extension of our front in strategic defensive operations was constantly reduced. In the summer of 1941, the defensive operations were developed along the entire 4,000-kilometer front, while in the summer of 1942, the Red Army conducted defensive operations along a 750-2,100-kilometer front, and in the summer of 1943, only along a 600-kilometer front. The conduct of the defense on the significantly contracted frontal sectors made it possible for the Supreme High Command to utilize strategic reserves more purposefully for the strengthening of the defense and the delivery of counterattacks in these directions. The most important strategic defensive operations were the Smolensk, Leningrad, Moscow, Stalingrad, Caucasus, and Kursk operations. As is well known, some of these operations for a number of reasons culminated in the defeat of our troops. The main reasons were the overestimation of our capabilities and underestimation of the enemy potential, especially of the maneuvering capabilities of his tank groups and armies, which, in a number of cases, led to the encirclement of our forces, the unjustifiable retention of the frontline troops in the occupied perimeters under conditions of imminent threat of encirclement, as was the case in June 1941 with the forces of the Western Front in the Bialystok salient, and in September 1941 in the defensive operation of the forces of the Southwestern Front on the left bank of the Dnieper, and the unsatisfactory organization and execution of operational and strategic cooperation and the weak protection of junctions. An example of the latter was the defensive operation of the forces of the Central, Bryansk, and Southwestern Fronts in August 1941, and the defensive operations of the forces of the Bryansk and Southwestern Fronts in the direction of Voronezh in July 1942. The Kursk defensive operation was better planned, prepared and provided for by the Soviet command both operationally and with regard to material and equipment. During the operation, the fascist German forces, having sustained huge losses, did not succeed in breaking through our operational defense, and 7 to 10 days after the beginning of the enemy offensive our troops counterattacked, culminating in the defeat of the enemy. Despite the unfavorable results of the initial phase of the war, the Red Army nevertheless coped with the problem of organizing and conducting strategic defense. The Soviet command, by conducting a strategic defense and skillfully coordinating its operations, exhausted and bled white the enemy and set the stage for a radical change in the course of the war. Because of its aggressive method of strategic defense, the Soviet command accumulated extensive experience in the organization and conduct not only of defensive, but also of offensive operations. Such are the main lessons of the Great Patriotic War in the realm of organization and conduct of strategic defense. The problem of strategic utilization of the services of the armed forces was also successfully solved during the Great Patriotic War. Soviet military strategy, starting from the fundamental position that victory in war can be achieved only by the combined efforts of all the services of the armed forces, investigated fully the problems of the most rational utilization of the strong points of each service. At the same time, in the last war, the role and significance of one service of the armed forces or another, or branch of service and, consequently, its relative position in the composition of the armed forces did not remain constant. They changed during the war in accordance with the growth of our military economic potential, the development of science and technology, and with the changing tasks put before the armed forces. The most numerous service of the armed forces during the Great Patriotic War was the ground troops. They comprised from 80 to 86% of the entire personnel of the armed forces. They played the main part in the conduct of the war since they were the foundation of our strategic groups. In the last war, all the most important tasks of the Soviet armed forces were accomplished primarily by the ground troops. In the defense, they were the force against which the enemy attack broke. In stubborn battle, they exhausted and bled white the enemy, re-established the strategic front, and themselves delivered powerful counterthrusts against the enemy. In the offensive, they were the deciding force in breaking up the strategic front of the enemy, destroying his groups, and capturing his territory. During the years of the Great Patriotic War, the ground troops were widely developed, primarily along the lines of increasing their striking power and firepower and increasing their maneuverability. The infantry, the main body of the ground troops, exhibited high combat qualities and the ability to act under any conditions of terrain, at any time of day or year, and in conjunction with tanks, artillery, and aviation to solve successfully the most complex combat problems. Close-range fire remained the main method of operation of the infantry. As a result of this, the last war was characterized by high losses in personnel. Armored troops were the main striking power of the ground troops during the last war. The appearance of large tank formations and units decisively changed the nature of the operations. They made it possible to break up rapidly the enemy defense throughout its entire depth and to encircle successfully and liquidate large enemy groups, as well as to pursue rapidly the enemy to a great depth and independently solve important operational tasks. Next in importance as a branch of the ground troops was the artillery. Its importance increased even more during the war. It became the basic and decisive source of neutralization of firepower and destruction of the enemy in defense as well as offense. The increased firepower of the artillery was aided by the broad development in the Red Army of rocket artillery, which made it possible to create a high density of fire within the shortest possible time. Characteristic features of the use of artillery during the past war were a sharp increase in the density of fire per time unit, wide maneuvering on the battlefield, simultaneous suppression of enemy defense throughout a great depth, and, finally, the destruction and suppression of enemy action throughout a large territory. At the same time, the Great Patriotic War showed that our ground troops, as the main service of the armed forces, needed further improvement along the line of increasing maneuverability and firepower. The second most important service of the armed forces during the past war was the air forces. They were widely used for defense as well as for offense. The main efforts of our air forces were directed toward the support of the operations of the ground troops and the destruction of enemy personnel and equipment directly on the battlefield. To achieve these aims during the past war, over 46% of our total flight missions were required. During the past war, the problem of participation of the air forces in joint offensive operations with the ground troops and the Navy was successfully solved by way of conducting an air offensive. This form of support of the offensive operations was fully justified throughout the war. The first air offensive was planned and partially executed during the Stalingrad counteroffensive. It was fully developed during the Battle of Kursk and in the 1944-45 operations. The next most important strategic problem, involving the use of the air forces, was the battle for air superiority. Approximately 35% of the flights made during the last war were used for this purpose. The main method in the battle for air superiority during the past war was fighter combat. The destruction of enemy planes on the airfield by means of special air operations during the war was not widely used, even though this method yielded the greatest results. It required, on the average, some 30 flights for each German airplane destroyed in the air, while for each airplane destroyed on the ground, only 5 flights were required. The main reasons for the relatively small number of flights by Soviet aircraft against enemy airfields were the qualitative and quantitative weakness of our bombers, the complexity of this type of military operation, and the significant underestimation, on the part of some air commanders, of the effectiveness of strikes against airfields. During the Great Patriotic War, the air forces were also used to solve independent tasks by means of special aerial operations. These were conducted primarily to destroy large enemy air formations. These operations involved not only long-range aviation, but also the air armies of the fronts. Independent air operations were also conducted to suppress and destroy the economic and political centers of the enemy. However, due to the lack of the necessary Soviet aircraft during the past war, such operations were rare and were conducted with limited forces and had no major influence on the course of the armed conflict. Consequently, we were not able to solve the problem of destroying the enemy's strategic rear and undermining his economic potential and national morale during the past war. Throughout the war, long-range aviation made a total of 215,000 flights, of which only 3.9% were aimed at the economic targets of the enemy, 12. Finally, independent air operations were conducted in order to destroy enemy rail and maritime transportation and to provide aid to the partisan forces. Such operations were conducted mainly in 1943 to 44. Thus, the activity of the Soviet air forces during the past war was characterized primarily by its operational nature. The decisive role in these operations was played by the frontline aviation, which executed over 76% of all flights performed by the Soviet air forces. In the course of the war, the problem of aerial reconnaissance, especially for strategic purposes, was not fully solved. This was due chiefly to the fact that we did not have special reconnaissance planes. The great demand for aerial reconnaissance data and the lack of special reconnaissance planes forced our command to use, for this purpose, fighter, combat support, and bomber aviation, which made up to 80% of all reconnaissance flights. A weak aspect of the Soviet air forces was the absence of special air transport aviation, even though it was created during the war. This condition had a negative effect on the use of paratroops, as well as on the organization of air supply to rapidly advancing forces, especially in the closing stages of strategic operations. A very important role during the Great Patriotic War was played by the National PVO Air Defense Troops. The experience of the war showed that the organization of a reliable air defense of rear objectives was a most important strategic task, whose successful solution determined, to a considerable extent, not only the uninterrupted functioning of the rear of the country, but also the morale of the people and, consequently, the entire course of the armed combat. Therefore, the efforts of national PVO troops were directed primarily toward the defense of large political administration centers, important industrial regions, and objectives from enemy air attacks. In 1941-42, this required the use of 60 to 87% of the fighter aviation and from 60 to 80% of the anti-aircraft artillery of national PVO troops. Later, when the Red Army went on the strategic offensive, the number of forces and weapons relegated to the defense of the rear area objectives was significantly curtailed. The second most important task performed by national PVO troops during the past war was to provide cover for the attack troops of the fronts, for important objectives of the frontal and army rear areas, and most of all for the front lines of communication 300 to 500 kilometers from the front line. This was due to the fact that, 1. The German command used its aviation almost exclusively for operations over the battlefields and on targets in the prefrontal area, and 2. Our fronts, as a rule, did not have sufficient forces of PVO and weapons to protect reliably the numerous objectives to the rear of the fronts, nor at times even the shock troops, against enemy air attacks. The third important problem of national PVO troops was the battle for air superiority. This task was performed in close cooperation with the air forces of the fronts. The national PVO troops also took part in anti-aircraft operations. These operations were conducted by national PVO troops independently, as well as in conjunction with fighter aviation and the anti-aircraft artillery of the fronts and fleets. In individual cases, the aircraft of national PVO troops were also used to cover naval convoys and to escort bombers. However, this was not their usual application. Very valuable experience was gained in strategic use of the Navy. As is known, our pre-war theory stated that in a future war the operations of the Navy would consist primarily of independent operations of large formations of surface vessels. However, the Navy was characterized not by independent operations, but rather by strategic operations in conjunction with the ground troops and the air forces. The main efforts of the Navy were aimed at cooperation with the ground troops in solving the main problem of destroying fascist Germany and its armed forces. In participating in joint strategic operations, the Navy performed a number of varied tasks. The most important of these were the covering of coastal flanks of the ground troops, coastal defense, amphibious landings on the sea coasts and on rivers, blockade of surrounded enemy groups from the sea and support of regroupings of the ground troops. In addition to participating in combined strategic operations with the ground troops and the air forces, the Navy during the war also performed a number of independent strategic operations against the maritime communication lines of the enemy and in the defense of our own sea, lake, and river lines of communication. The battle against enemy sea communication lines was conducted in order to prevent delivery to Germany of strategic raw materials, nickel from Finland, iron ore from Sweden, etc., as well as to disrupt the enemy's supply line to his coastal groups and to prevent their evacuation. During the first and second phases of the war, the operations against sea communications were carried out primarily by the day-to-day activity of the navies. However, combat experience showed that this method was not sufficiently effective and did not always guarantee fulfillment of the task put to the naval forces. From the second half of 1943, when our navies were reinforced with torpedo carrying and attack aviation and radar, and also with the increased combat training of the fleet personnel, the fight against the naval communication lines of the enemy was organized by conducting special operations. This sharply increased the effectiveness of the combat operations of our navies. The number of enemy vessels sunk in 1944 is 2.5 times greater than in 1942. The next type of independent operations of the Navy was the operations aimed at the defense of our sea and lake communications. The Great Patriotic War showed that despite the relative independence of our country on external communication lines, compared with other nations, the naval communication lines were of extreme importance for us. During the entire war, more than 105 million tons of various cargo were transported. A very important part in the solution of the problem of safeguarding naval communications was played by the Northern Fleet. It is sufficient to say that during the war it safeguarded the passage of 1624 convoys, comprising 4,414 various vessels. On the Baltic Sea, during the war, there were 1,022 convoys with 3,223 transport vessels. All arms of the fleet were used in naval combat to protect naval communication lines. In isolated operations, frontal aviation and national PVO troops were also used. Mine-laying operations must also be included among the independent operations of the Navy. During the war, over 40,000 different mines were laid. Editor's Note 91. However, in the solution of this problem, the Naval Command committed errors. An example was the unjustified laying of minefields in the Black Sea in 1941. In view of the absence of major enemy naval forces in this theater of operations, there was no practical need for these measures. Subsequently, these minefields greatly hampered the operations of the Black Sea Fleet, causing more damage to us than to the Germans. The Great Patriotic War redefined the role and place of the various arms of the Navy. Naval aviation, a supporting arm in pre-war times, came to occupy leading position among the arms of the Navy due to its combat potentials and operational results. Another important arm was submarines which, together with the air forces, were the main means of armed conflict in naval theaters of military operation. Large surface ships, considered before the war to be the mainstay of our fleet, lost their leading role in solving tasks placed before the Navy. An important role in the defeat of fascist Germany was played by the partisan movement, which was a component part of the national struggle against the fascist usurpers. The creation of partisan detachments by the Communist Party in territory occupied by the enemy led to these detachments carrying on a merciless war of assault upon the enemy. These detachments destroyed the enemy's garrisons, punitive detachments, and occupation authorities, inflicted massive blows against the enemy's communications, thus putting out stretches of main railroad lines for long periods and preventing the Hitlerites from transporting troops and military cargoes. They also carried out reconnaissance and kept groups of enemy forces under observation. When the Red Army shifted over to the offensive, the partisan movement became larger and larger with every day and was then used in a more organized manner. The Central Committee of the Communist Party and the Stavka of the Supreme High Command provided the partisans with regular aid, planned and directed the activities of the partisan detachments, and coordinated their activity with that of the Red Army. Beginning with 1943, the partisans took an active part in almost all operations of Soviet troops, carrying out their activities in both operational and tactical cooperation with advancing Soviet troops. With the aim of aiding in the resolution of important operational and strategic tasks which faced the Red Army, the partisans carried out important and large-scale operations in the rear of the enemy, as, for example, the concert and rail war operations, etc. As the partisan movement increased, thus presenting a serious danger to the rear area communication lines of the German fascist army, Hitler's command was forced to tie up large groups of forces in the areas under occupation, and even forced to remove individual units from the front. According to preliminary statistics, the number of enemy troops engaged against the partisans, beginning with the summer of 1942, was about 10% of the total ground forces of the fascist army on the Soviet-German front. Thus, the activities of the Soviet partisans in the rear of the enemy were of important strategic significance. The past war once again demonstrated that the partisan movement is a characteristic feature of war in the defense of our socialist fatherland, and that it is one of the most important factors in the victory of our people in their just, liberating wars against foreign usurpers. One of the most important tasks in the field of strategy during the Great Patriotic War was the constant perfection of the organizational forms of the armed forces. A successful solution to this problem depended primarily on the economic capabilities of our country in being able to supply the armed forces with military equipment and material. In solving the problems of the organization of the armed forces during the war, the Soviet Supreme High Command was guided by the concept of military science, which states that this organization is not arbitrary, but must correspond to the forms and methods of the armed conflict. Changes in the organizational structure of the armed forces were to a considerable extent determined by the development of new means of warfare and the perfection of older military equipment. During the war, intensive investigation of the forms of organization of the services of the armed forces and service arms was conducted so as to determine those which would best correspond to our economic capabilities, the changing nature of military operations, the solution of strategic problems during various phases of the war, new models and types of arms and weapons. In the organizational buildup of the armed forces during the Great Patriotic War, the Soviet Supreme High Command did not rely exclusively on any one arm or service of the armed forces. It assumed that the strategic utilization of each of the services of the armed forces should be based on those problems which can be solved most expeditiously by its strongest sides. The Soviet armed forces entered the war with an organizational structure which corresponded, for the most part, to the requirements of modern warfare. However, at the beginning of the war, because of the loss of economically important regions and the evacuation of the industry to the east, the production of arms and military equipment in the country decreased. It was difficult to recover from the losses and to set up new supply sources. All of this forced changes in the troop organization. As a result, during the first months of the war, infantry corps were disbanded and the infantry divisions were reorganized. Some of the artillery weapons were removed from the divisions. New types of infantry units, separate infantry brigades and regiments, as well as fortified areas of the field type, were formed. In place of the disbanded tank and mechanized divisions, independent tank brigades and battalions were formed, designed primarily for cooperation with the infantry. During this period, it was decided to form powerful artillery reserves for the Supreme High Command using the artillery from the disbanded infantry corps, and at the expense of temporarily weakening the artillery of the infantry divisions. These reserves could be maneuvered to strengthen the forces in the most important directions or sectors of the front. Changes in the organizational structure of the ground troops during the period of strategic defense also pertain to the special forces, including the engineer troops. The construction, in the fall of 1941, of the rear defense perimeters in the most important strategic directions required formation of strong engineering reserves. Under these conditions, 10 engineer armies were formed and placed at the disposal of the Supreme High Command. With the changing situation, these armies were disbanded in 1942, and their personnel used for the creation of units and formations of engineer troops. The organization of the Air Force at the beginning of the war was changed by decreasing the number of planes in the regiments and the number of regiments in the divisions. Air regiments were to have 32 to 22 airplanes instead of 61. The number of regiments in a division was decreased from 4 or 6 to 2. New ground support regiments and light night bomber regiments were formed. The lack of unified control of the PVO troops at the beginning of the war necessitated the introduction of a new air defense system and the organization of PVO troops. In November 1941, there was instituted the post of Commander-in-Chief of National PVO Troops in charge of all air defense means, including fighter planes, which were previously controlled by the Air Force Commanders-in-Chief of the individual military districts. Except for the southern and far eastern districts, the air defense zones were replaced by corps and divisional air defense regions. Air defense aviation was organized from November 1941 to January 1942. This made possible unified command of the aircraft in the troops of PVO. Editor's Note 92. In 1942, a qualitatively new period began in the development of the organizational form of the Soviet armed forces due to changes in the economy of our country to serve the needs of war. As a result of the measures taken by the Communist Party and the strenuous labor of the people, the production of arms and fighting equipment gradually increased beginning in 1942. During the same year, the Red Army, after difficult and strenuous defensive operations, went on the counteroffensive. It was necessary to reorganize the forces in accordance with the changes in the methods of warfare. In the solution of this problem, great importance was attached to organization of the services of the armed forces and the service arms, which would assure coordinated operations in the solution of strategic, operational, and tactical problems during offensive operations. The main attention in the buildup of the armed forces during this period was devoted to further qualitative improvements and an overall increase in their combat potentials. The development of the ground troops took the form of further improvement in their organizational structure and a general increase in their firepower, striking power, and mobility. In 1942 to 1943, the infantry corps were reinstated. This had a beneficial effect upon the administration of the troops and the organization of cooperation between the various branches of service. The amounts of automatic weapons, artillery, and mortars were increased in the infantry divisions, greatly increasing their firepower. At the end of 1942, the infantry brigades were disbanded or reorganized into infantry divisions. The organizational development of the artillery was brought about by the creation of artillery divisions and breakthrough corps, anti-aircraft artillery divisions, and anti-tank artillery brigades. This made it possible to concentrate the artillery in the most important directions and to clear more effectively the path for infantry and tanks, as well as to cover the troops more reliably from enemy aviation. The change in the organizational structure of the tank troops consisted in the creation of strong tank units and formations. In the spring of 1942, tank corps were created, and in the fall of 1942, mechanized corps were created, although as yet they had no reinforcements. Their organization was constantly perfected, their armament was improved, and there was a continuous increase in their firepower and striking power. This process was manifested in a quantitative increase in the number of tanks, improvements in their quality, and reinforcement of the tank units by artillery. In 1942, mixed tank armies were formed, tank corps and infantry division, but, as was shown by the experience of the offensive operations at Stalingrad, this type of organization of tank armies was not justified. Therefore, in 1943, we changed from mixed tank armies to tank armies consisting of tank and mechanized corps. The army received considerable artillery weapons. This measure greatly increased the mobility of the tank armies and their combat potential in solving major operational problems. In addition to the organization of formations and large units of tank troops, there was continued creation of tank regiments and brigades designed to reinforce the infantry with immediate tank support. The offensive operations of the Soviet troops showed that tanks and infantry are in great need of continuous artillery support, and therefore regiments and brigades of self-propelled artillery were formed. On the whole, the perfection of organizational forms of the tank troops brought about by the Red Army's offensive initiative greatly increased the striking power of the ground troops and increased their capabilities for breakthrough of enemy defense and rapid development of the offensive in depth. From the end of 1942 on, major organizational changes were made in the engineer troops. The units and formations of the High Command Reserve were especially highly developed. The greater the activities of the Soviet armed forces became, the greater the increase in the role of the engineer forces in safeguarding offensive operations. They became involved in the direct breakthrough of the enemy defense. To fulfill this task, engineer assault brigades were formed within the engineer troops. From 1944 on, they included tank engineer and tank flamethrower regiments. With the changeover of the Red Army from strategic defense to the offensive, important changes in the organizational structure of the air forces took place. The organizational buildup of the air forces had to satisfy the requirement of best possible support of the offensive actions of the ground troops. In 1942, all frontal aviation was removed from the General Army and combined into air armies under the direct control of the frontal commanders. The creation of air armies was an important stage in the organizational development of aviation. The frontal commanders received powerful weapons for support of the ground troops. In addition, the capabilities of concentrating aviation in decisive directions were greatly increased. At the same time, Air Corps and divisions of the Supreme High Command Reserves were created to reinforce the air armies of the fronts in the most important directions. Long-range aviation was organized within the framework of the air forces directly subordinate to the Stavka of the Supreme High Command. An important measure in the development of the organizational structure of the air forces during the war was the change from mixed units and formations to uniform air divisions and regiments of bomber, ground support, and fighter aviation, thus increasing the mobility of air units, assuring the purposeful use of aviation to solve operational problems, and facilitating the organization of cooperation with the ground troops. The numerical growth of national PVO troops, caused by the need for defending important industrial objectives, made for the creation of operational formations, Army and Frontal. The air regiments given to forces were formed into divisions and corps. In 1943, together with the organization of the fronts and armies of PVO, there were formed commands of fighter aviation of the fronts of PVO and also an air fighter army for the defense of Moscow. The organization of the anti-aircraft artillery was also significantly changed. Anti-aircraft artillery divisions were formed within the framework of the PVO troops in the summer of 1943, and anti-aircraft brigades were formed in the spring of 1944. The organization of the PVO troops during the war assured flexible command and rapid concentration of forces and weapons in the most important direction in order to protect the troops and the most important objectives from the airstrikes of the enemy. During the Great Patriotic War, combat operations in the naval theaters were conducted on a relatively small scale and were subordinated mainly to the interests of safeguarding the operations of the ground forces. For this reason, there were no major changes in the organizational structure of the Navy. The formations of surface vessels and submarines were refined somewhat to bring their organization into accord with the conditions for carrying out operational missions. In the aviation formations of the Navy, as well as in the Red Army Air Forces, there was a change from mixed organization to uniform formations. Because of the need for creating a precise, unified air defense system, base PVO regions were established in place of PVO districts. This significantly increased the possibilities of organizing air defense throughout the entire zone of a naval base or in a definite region of the naval theater of operations. Thus, during the Great Patriotic War, on the basis of a careful tally of all economic and political conditions and the forms and methods of warfare, Soviet military strategy introduced such changes in the organization of the armed forces as would best correspond to the requirements of war.